or his wife or what have you to boost their ego and not to bring critical changes to our economy and development. So as far as I'm concerned, we don't even have clear-cut transparency with respect to the state of our economy, with respect to the state of how we source funding, either through loans, direct or indirect loans from World Bank, from IMF, from Chinese. The latest one is Chinese. You know why we are growing up? It used to be World Bank and IMF.
Yes.
And then when Obasanjo administration came, we got debt relief concerning that. Then we'd have moved to another level in which African countries are predominantly relying on China for funding of their various projects in their various countries.
Well, many have said that they're relying because of the infrastructural ability that's coming from China, and looking at the fact that when you work with the Chinese, in quotes, it's easier. It's the loans are the form of repayment is not as cumbersome as that of the IMF. In quotes, that's what has been said. But these loans are being collected. I mean, the questions are equally being asked. Isn't it a cause for worry that the loans have been collected from years and years upon years? And let's be honest, how many infrastructure can we really point to? And
let's talk about, you know, I've said it, if you look at the men who built America, it's a documentary. One of the major transformations that changed America was the building of the railway system. What connected Canada together, Canada, one of the largest countries in the world, the Quebec region, and it's the railway. One of the things that brought about transformation in Nigeria is the railway. Now, one of the investment in which the last administration said they made investment on, got loans from, to the point that they even built a railway to Maradi in Niger Republic, is the railway. Now, I live very close to the railway. I've lived more than 50 years very close to the railway. My abode is not far from Iju Station, so I know everything about the railway. Is the railway functioning? All the funds we got for railway project under Buhari's administration, when Amici was Minister of Transportation, is it functioning? So when you see that this money are being gotten, and they talk about the infrastructure, the question you ask, what are the iconic infrastructure they built over time? Has Lagos-Ibadan Expressway been completed?
Has
it been completed? Now, it started with the Obasanjo administration. Jonathan took it up, then Buhari administration took it up, then the Super Minister of Works, Fashola, took it up. Has it been completed? Now, if you are talking about the Trunk A road, number one in Nigeria, is Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and it's not been completed. And people are talking about infrastructure because they love the buzzword, because it's the buzzword they use to confuse people, to justify why they spend the money. We are spending the money on infrastructure. Break it down. We are spending on roads. We are spending on railway. We are building hospitals. We are building schools. Don't just bond it together and say we are building infrastructure. And once they use that buzzword, they are trying to convince us in order to change the narrative for people to actually know what they are spending money on. And I say this, infrastructure is just the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3 of public administration. Because anybody can do infrastructure. All you need to do is to get the design, and you have the fund, and you fund it. What government should be doing is, how are you providing avenues for industry to grow up? Industrialization. How many companies are established under your administration? Manufacturing jobs. What have you done concerning manufacturing sector? And what way have you built manufacturing sector? Which industrial estate have you been able to build? In the past, we used to have Agbara Industrial Estate. We have Ilupeju Industrial Estate. We have Maturu Industrial Estate. We have Ikeja Industrial Estate. Where are the estates that have been built since 1999 to date under this Fourth Republic, across the length and breadth of this country? But all they talk about is infrastructure. We have built roads. We have built this. We have built that. Those are ABC. Any simple thing can get that done. All you just need is the design, and you fund it. And then we begin to clap our hands, we roll out drums, and then we commission the project, and then we put ribbon, we cut it, and then we start dancing, we bring musicians, and the money that is spent to commission the project is much more than the project. And the project will be turned to a campaign ground, which is used to project and promote the political party that is elected to run the state.
All right. Just to remind our viewers, the phones are available. You can share your thoughts with us on any of the stories that we, of course, have put out from the newspapers this morning. Obasanjo bombs National Assembly and government officials, says it's wrong for legislators to fix their salaries, says ex-president, says most of them in office today should be jailed or executed. Some would say, they should start from him.
Well, Obasanjo is part and parcel of Nigerian problem, part and parcel of Nigerian solution. But if you begin to cross the T's and dot the I's, and he begin to classify them, at least to a large extent, he still enjoys some measure of credibility than most people that have governed Nigeria. You know, the running battle Obasanjo had with National Assembly with respect to, we never knew what their allowances were until the furniture allowance, you recall, that came to town concerning that. Like I said, he's a major contributor to some of the challenges we have. He's also a major actor in addressing some of the problems which we have. As far as the issue of National Assembly is concerned, and what he said concerning a majority of the people that are in government today have been actors and players since 1999. You look at the Secretary to the Federal Government was Governor of Benue State. You look at the Chief of Staff to the President. He was in the House of Reps from 2003 till 2024, and he became Chief of Staff. You look at the Senate President. He was Commissioner for local government. Then he later became governor, senator, minister, now Senate President. So if you look at all these actors and players, majority of them have been in government for a quarter of a century. They've been feeding fat on this nation. So like he said, a lot of them shouldn't even be in government today, because the reality of it is that they don't even know what it takes to run this country. And the way they go about it is that they perpetuate poverty. They perpetuate poverty so that during the electoral cycle, they just drop crumbs for the people. They make people hungry, and then you give them rice, you give them beans, you make them to forget all the suffering of 4 years, and then they just go cast the ballot, and then after 4 years, they come suffering and smiling, and the cycle continues. And so if Esau could sold his birthright as a result of piece of muscle, how much more Motambe? What would he not do for a cup of rice?
All right, let's also go Dele. Good morning, Dele. Dele, good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Oh, David, I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Obasanjo is always Elder David. I'm not Dele, I'm Elder David.
Okay, Elder David from, all right. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Elder David from Alimos.
Go ahead.
Please change that name there. We are Dele from
Elder David, your time is running out. I'm afraid you have just 1 minute. Go ahead.
It's about attention. It should not be misinforming people. The National Assembly cannot fix their salary. When he was there, does the National Assembly fix their salary? He's just trying to divert attention. He's talking as a leader of Labour Party. And let him actually present what is important to Nigerian populace. At least somebody that is highly respected as a former head of state and former president of this country. And whenever he makes his own contribution, it's just to create confusion. All right, during his own time, 50 million that were given to State House of Senate, the senators. Each of one of them is 50 million each, 109.
Salaries, but there's a question: why is the salary of the National Assembly members shrouded in secrecy? It's one big thing, because in other climes it's obvious, everybody knows. I mean, I always ask myself, and I know a lot of Nigerians ask the same question: if you know the salary of a public official, it's easier for you to know, okay, fine, this is what they earn. In other climes, in other countries, you also know the salaries of some of the MD, CEOs, owners of banks. Every year is revealed of what profits they got and so on. But why is that not the same with public service officials?
Well, because one, you know, the first step that was taken by this present administration was to increase the salaries and wages of judges. Before that of even the workers was done, and that of the National Assembly. You see, public service is seen as an avenue to enrich yourself and empower yourself in Nigeria, not a call to public service, because and that's why you see whether senators, House of Assembly members, or Rep members, they lord it over you and I. Even on the roads, they use their siren to send us off the road when they are passing. So why should they let us know how much they are earning? Because in most cases, do we even elect them? With their election come from the ballot boxes or from snatching of ballot boxes or the result that are announced? So when the legitimacy of of your elected officials does not directly come from the people, would they be answerable to the people? So they know the means through which they got to power. So they take us for granted, they take us for right. You are talking about claims whereby, the outcome of the election is determined by the actual voters that go out to vote. And it's about how you canvass yourself, it's about how you are transparent, how you sell your program, that determine whether you're elected or not. But here, it's not, the reverse is the case. The reverse is the case. It's, you had elections and then ballot box are snatched and then INEC announced one result or the other, and then I know that it's the power of my mind that might actually determine whether I'm elected or not. So invariably they are not accountable to you. So it is lack of that accountability that makes them not to let us know what is.
Our last call this morning. Ike, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I've been listening. I've been following us this morning. One of the things I have been concerned about is the lack of political will that our Nigerian politicians they've had in that's the system they've been using to rule Nigeria. The biggest problem is that you see politicians spending these loans you are talking about. They get loans from World Bank, from IMF, from China, and the rest of them. Of putting this money into things that can bring change, you see them living in affluence. It has become a very big problem. Part of the things that is causing this protest that is going on now is conspicuous consumption. People whom people knew around them, they didn't have that character that people should easily call them leaders. But because they found themselves in those positions by hook or crook, they will start living in affluence, thereby making the young ones who have been working so hard to feel that living upright is not the right way to go. So talking about constitutional reform, about what the House of National Assembly, they are fixing salaries and everything. The first thing Nigerians will be talking about is getting our leaders to understand that leadership is not all about going to make money, going to amass wealth. You listen to, like, for instance, Joe Biden, I got to do a kind of research.
All right, okay, I'm afraid you have 1 more minute to go so we can wrap this up. Can you just make your points clear so we can go on?
Okay. So my point is, our politicians, there should be a kind of review of that to know this is what these politicians want before they get into power. So that when they leave office, we will now be able to assess them to know, did they actually acquire all the loans that they borrowed to improve Nigerian the infrastructure? Did they actually acquire that into their pockets?
All right.
That's actually what the problem is.
Thank you. Thank you for your call.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, we've come to the end of the papers, but before we go, just one last, very briefly, would like you to just look at the issue of restructuring. What's your thought on that?
Well, we need it. It's important. The foundation determines the structure you build on the foundation. And the foundation of our society, of the present Fourth Republic, was built by a constitution that was put in place by the 12 noblemen led by Justice Nikitobi. Even the president that was sworn in under that constitution was not even aware, did not even got a copy of the constitution that he was sworn in the day he was sworn in. So there's a need for us to have a review, because it was an adaptation of the 1995 Constituent Assembly, which was meant to perpetuate Abacha as the sole president. That's why you see that there's an overwhelming power in the presidency of Nigeria, more than any other president you can ever think of. So there's a need for us to have a review, considering the multifaceted nature of Nigeria, so that we have a constitution that is truly Nigerian, that represents the diversity of the ethnicity and tribes that we have in this country.
Right.
So restructuring is a must.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Judy Johnson, thank you very much for stopping by and for speaking with us.
It's a pleasure to be with you guys always. Thank you for having me.
All right. Stay with us this morning. Let's take a very short break, and when we come back, we continue this morning with Breakfast Central. Of course, getting into Which Way Nigeria comes up right next. Now, over the weekend, I came across a post on X by a guy called Arinze Odira with the handle Captain Arinze. The post said, "You pay a price every time you lower your standards. This applies to everything in life." And I felt it was a perfect foundation for today's monologue. The price Nigerians have paid and are still paying for reducing our standards with regards to those we have allowed to take over positions of leadership in the last decade and arguably more. Now, many would argue that the quality of leadership that has defined our nation's growth trajectory has reduced in the last decade, and the results are as clear as day. Just take a look at what we've done to ourselves and take a look at what we've done to our country with our electoral choices. Choices that we made not in consideration strictly on the quality of options, but on tribe and religion and bribery and turn-by-turn dirty politics. How has one of the greatest nations on earth found itself being led by the quality of people that we have allowed in those positions? Governmental institutions being headed by people whose only skill is how to win elections, and others nominated to repay political favors, not because they have the slightest qualifications worthy of those positions. And this is a country filled with some of the most brilliant minds on the continent. Nigerians excelling in different parts of the world. How can that same country then pick leaders who can speak brilliantly for 10 minutes unaided? How did that same country and citizens say things like, even if it's NEPA certificate, we will vote him? Many would say that we should be ashamed of ourselves because look at where NEPA certificate has brought Nigeria. I mean, what spirit really took over Nigerians to make such statements, including, of course, Victor Ekpeba there? A nation with some of the most brilliant people on earth. To have WAEC, if you remember, bring a certificate to our president in Aso Rock, and they took pictures with it as something to be proud of. Nigeria, the same Nigeria that has produced the likes of Wole Soyinka and Chinua Achebe, Akinwumi Adesina, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Chimamanda Adichie, Philip Emeagwali, Dora Akunyili, Seyi Oyeshola, many of them, many others. How did that same country produce leaders back to back that had questions about their certificates? Again, you pay a price every time you lower your standards, and Nigerians must improve on the quality of persons in leadership positions. We moved from President Buhari to now President Tinubu, and it's pretty clear that President Tinubu is doing the same thing as his predecessor, which is avoiding the media, avoiding the press. Our current president and past presidents, take a look across, don't have one single video where they sat with the media or a broad spectrum of Nigerians and just spoke brilliantly for 1 hour, convincing Nigerians. There's nowhere you will find clips of Nigeria's current president speaking brilliantly to the issues that Nigerians face. There's no way you would find clips of Mr. President or his predecessor speaking to the international community and speaking brilliantly as the #1 face of our great nation. And many would argue that these persons in leadership today across all fields do not truly seem like a proper representation of the Nigerian people. And because of that, I say again that we must improve on the quality of persons that we hand the mantle of leadership. And then we must continue to raise those standards. And so if you want to lead Nigeria as brilliant and exceptional as we are as Nigerians, then you must be exceptional yourself to some level. And this increase in the standard of leadership will then reflect on the quality of decisions that our leaders make and the quality of our lives as Nigerians. People who can speak authoritatively on topics and make sense. Leaders who can process ideas and share knowledge on the economy, on science and technology, on security and agriculture, education, human development index, female genital mutilation, infant and maternal mortality, and so much more. I'll say one more time that you pay a price every time you lower your standards. And we as Nigerians should get tired of paying that price. Good morning, Nigerians.
The Nigerian Senate has vehemently denied claims that it determines its own salaries or receives special financial benefits from the presidency. Senate spokesman Yemi Adaramodu described the allegations as political hypocrisy and emphasized that senators only receive constitutionally allocated salaries. He clarified that constituency projects are nominated by senators but awarded and funded by the executive arm of government.
I recall that former President Olusegun Obasanjo had criticized members of the Senate and House of Representatives on Friday, the 9th of August, while hosting 6 members of the House of Representatives. He accused them of independently determining their own salaries, calling the practice both immoral and unconstitutional. The Senate, in its response, challenged anyone with evidence to the contrary to come forward, reaffirming its commitment to upholding the economy and the growth of Nigeria. Joining us is social justice advocate and political analyst Zari Yusuf. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good to have you. First of all, let's start with some clarity as to, who is right or wrong here. The former president says that the House of Reps and the National Assembly determine their own salaries. The Senate says he's talking rubbish. What do you think is the truth?
The truth is what is coming from former President Olusegun Obasanjo. And the lie is basically what's coming from the senators. History will tell us that, and the person of the former president, I do not really think it's just a matter of old age where an elder went to bed, woke up and started saying things from out of nowhere. You would remember he ruled this country as president for 8 years. And one thing that was characteristic of the senators at the time, I would say before I would use the word, they matured out of what we would basically say, doing things in front of the camera and then, doing it behind closed doors. There was a time when matters of wardrobe allowance and all of that was, a thing of the past. So he encountered those things, and knowing fully well we were heavily indebted, I think much as it lied within his executive power, he controlled a couple of things. And we cannot basically take the words of the senators to mean anything, because we know exactly what they do, especially to members that try to just be transparent, to the Nigerian public. So it's a clear case of one person saying the truth and then the other lying. And in this case, former President Olusegun Obasanjo is right. And basically, I can outrightly say to you, the senators are lying.
All right. There are a lot of questions to ask. So many, especially if we look at where to go to from here. What do you think is the way forward in order for Nigerians to at least put a nail to it and say, let's finally put this to rest? Is it possible for the members of the Senate, you name them, public office holders, to eventually publish and let Nigerians know that this is what we receive monthly? We do also recall that they are also running costs of various offices, looking at the law that actually governs this. We've seen the law of certain political and public judicial office holders, salary and allowances, an amendment act in 2008 that talks about receiving salaries and also receiving monies to run offices. So do you think that it's high time there should be some form of clarity, publicly publishing these salaries for Nigerians to see?
Frankly speaking, I think a lot of overhauling is needed as far as the Nigerian system is concerned. If that came, it's likely they would do so. But an example is you would find senators telling you they earn, their salary is just about 1.something million, 800,000. Some will tell you 400,000 when they were in the Senate. But that basically is not where they make all of the money. Like you said, there is the cost of running their office, which basically is huge. And I think it's maybe close to 30 million or thereabout now. Only God knows exactly. And then their history is not that which anybody could seriously rely on, which means any senator in particular that grants an interview and attempts to to speak of, in all sincerity, what he earns, what he makes, and all of that. I mean, we just saw what happened to Ndume. We equally saw how it went with the likes of Sheikh Husani when they were in the Senate and all of that. So when you just say something, another one begins to accuse you. Yeah, when you go public and you say these things, you are crucifying us and all of that. So the effort they put in to basically keep their activities in the dark is suspicious. So even if there was room basically to make any publications, an example is the so-called constituency projects. While it's understandable that the whole of the money, which runs into hundreds of millions, may not be given to them directly, but who controls, who calls the shots, who determines who the contractor is, and then you sit and make your negotiations and all of that. So I think the best way to deal with that would begin from the man, in charge, the man occupying the presidency. Usually, you don't want anybody to stand in your way, and that basically is where the issue of letting them have their way comes, because you don't stay in my way and I don't stay in yours. So they get to do whatever. They do exercise all of those powers, even though officially it's not as if they sit down and dictate all of those things, but indirectly they do it the very way they do with the constituency project funds. So I think the best way to deal with this matter would be to have a president that has that mandate, that measure of legitimacy, where he could confront a lot of issues, even when it concerns the excesses of the legislative arm, without the fear of anything. But when we do have people that came in through a faulty process, and then secondly, it may be a long shot, but when we begin to get to a point where the Nigerian masses begin to recall senators, because we don't see much of that happening. We know there was an attempt to impeach, or maybe they just impeach a sitting Senate president, or you hear rumors they want to impeach the president and all of that. But we haven't really gotten to the point of recalling these people who come to the green and red chambers and do whatever it is they want. So perhaps that may be the best way to check them. But in terms of saying we bring in policies where they publish this and publish that, of course, they've mastered how to go about it, and that wouldn't solve the problem.
Yeah. Just finally, if you can squeeze your thoughts into a minute. I saw that there's a report that was put out by the Vanguard that at the end of 2023, Nigeria would have spent about 2.618 trillion naira on the National Assembly since its inception in 1999. Almost 2.7 trillion naira on running the National Assembly. That is a humongous cost, on the Nigerian state. How possible is it, that we can reduce that cost? And are we majoring on the minor? Are we focusing on the wrong things when we talk about their salaries? Is that really the highest aspect of the National Assembly cost? Or are there other things running into hundreds of billions of naira that the Nigerian government must address to reduce the cost of running the National Assembly?
Yes, there are. An example is whatever it is they refer to as the cost of running their offices. To a large extent, I think it's uncalled for, because it's an insult on the, on common sense and the masses of Nigeria for someone to say his salary is 800,000 or 1 million, and then the cost of running his office, which is not his salary, is about 25 or 30 million naira. And then you are supposed to be, oh no, they don't really earn much because it's 800 or 1 million naira. What do they do with the 25 or 30 million or whatsoever it is they get? So that's quite unnecessary. And I think the bulk of that amount you mentioned, those trillions, I'd say 85 to 90% of them don't go anywhere other than pockets of those people. Now, that is one of the things that look like it's public. When you talk about those tiny little things that I think, I don't know whether it was deliberate or a mistake that Fabio was telling them they should check in their mails, that there was a little something for them for, the break. I think now nobody has an idea how much that is. I think Ndume was making reference to huge sums of money and all of that. So all of that goes, all of that amount of money, at least 85-90% of that money is being stolen. Because I think if the executive don't do anything, and then these humongous amounts actually go to whatever it is we refer to as constituency projects, we may not really care about, the executive, whether local government chairman does anything or the state governor does anything. So I think the bulk of that money is basically what goes to the so-called running of their office, which exactly what they do, you don't even know. The constituency projects, you don't know what they do with that. So that primarily is where the money goes. And then those heading committees and all of those tiny things. And then when you find a criminal that should actually be jailed, and then at the end of the day, it looks as if nothing happens. There are all of those corners that they cut, and people do not really know. So it's unfortunate. I would say to you, the bulk of that money basically goes into their pockets. That is just the truth of the matter.
All right.
And yes, I would repeat again, directly or indirectly, they actually fix whatever they make at the end of the day. It lies within their power. That's just it.
All right. Obviously, there needs to be an unbundling of the National Assembly, and it must come, from the top.
Right.
The revenue, the RMAFC. I struggle with, saying the full word. Must also play a part, in this conversation. Zadi Yusuf, thank you very much for starting your Monday morning with us. We look forward to more conversations with you. All right. Absolutely. And this is where we will be saying goodbye this morning. Thank you for kicking off Monday morning on Breakfast Central with us. We hope you truly did enjoy the conversations we had. Thanks to our guests also for joining us. Do we have a recap of some of the things we're going to be doing for the rest of the day?
Nope.
Okay, no recap. So we'll see you tomorrow. I am Osaugie Ogbon.
I'm Joe Hansen. See you again pretty soon. Stay with us.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade, and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business, and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
Hello and welcome to The Proof, where we dissect and debunk the misinformation circulating in the media. The Proof is a program powered by Africa Check, dedicated to providing clarity in times of uncertainty. On August 1st, Nigerians launched a series of nationwide demonstrations in response to the country's worsening economic conditions. Now, these protests, known as 10 Days of Rage, are marked by the hashtag #EndBadGovernance. In today's episode, we will examine the claim that the protests were postponed from their original start date to Independence Day, as well as other misinformation circulating before and during the protests. Stay tuned as we uncover the facts behind these rumors. I'm your host, Darshan Usman. Welcome back. Now, joining us on today's episode of The Proof is Allwell Ogbi, a researcher and community manager at Africa Check. Thank you for joining us, Allwell.
Hi, Dashin. Thank you for having me.
Now, let's get started. These protests were tagged #EndBadGovernance. Now, even before they started, false claims circulated on social media about them. One claim was that the protest had been postponed to Independence Day on October 1st due to security concerns. However, it still began on August 1st. Was it actually postponed? What really happened?
This claim is obviously false. Despite the protest that happened on the first day, which is August 1, the protest continued in several states. Was also debunked by one of the major voices around this protest, which is former presidential candidate and activist Omoyele Sowore. And obviously, we saw that the protest continued, and there was no evidence that it was postponed at any point.
That's quite clear. Now, another claim surfaced about Peter Obi, the former presidential candidate for the Labour Party, leading an anti-government protest in Abuja. What did your investigation reveal?
I mean, this one is another false claim. The video showing Obi supposedly leading the protest in Abuja actually came from June 26th. This year, and what was happening there was there was this dispute between the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Labour Party, and Peter Obi was there to try to intervene and resolve that dispute. So he was speaking to the people to try and resolve that dispute, and so it has nothing to do with the August protest. And even Peter Obi himself did debunk that claim on his X account.
Right. It is crucial to check the authenticity of such posts. Now, there was a video that circulated with a caption that suggests that protesters burned down a police station in Abuja. Can you shed more light on this?
Sure. That was the first day of the protest. This video began to circulate, showing young people protesting, breaking down things, burning things on the expressway, and we were able to identify that expressway is the Abuja Kefi Expressway that leads, from the FCT into Nasarawa State, and the narrative that was moving around with the video is that the protesting youth had burnt down the Nyanya police station, and we did, of course, we identified that was of near a checkpoint along that road. But at the end of the day, we were able to determine that what was burnt was the compartment at the checkpoint that police use at the checkpoint along the road, and not the police station.
In this age where misinformation is rampant, it is important that you know how to check the information that you receive online to see if they're authentic, believable, or correct. Here are 3 tips to help you. 1, before you share any information, always verify. If you have any doubts, if you're unsure, if you're unable to verify these claims, do not share them. 2, check credible sources. Check if any credible news outlets have published this particular information, and you can also check with official government sources if there's any information about it. 3, you can send to fact checkers like Africa Check to help you verify. You can send it to us on WhatsApp on 090-8377-7789. You can also tag us on X, Instagram, and Facebook, and we'll be happy to fact check them for you. See ya!
We also saw videos of the protests turning violent and properties destroyed in Kano. Now, did you check them? Were they all truly from this protest?
Yes, indeed. Disinformation played a part in, sort of fueling this protest. the facts on ground are clear that you know, there's economic hardship and Nigerians are you know, going through their conditions because of rising cost of living, which obviously is the declared purpose for the protest. But however, we found you know, evidence that disinformation, you know, played a part in the attempts to stop prevent the protests, and also in attempts to keep it going. For instance, we debunked a claim that circulated quite well that the UN will intervene in Nigeria and take over the government if the protests continued for 15 days. In fact, it said, oh, it used to be 30 days, but it's now 15 days. And, you know, imagine the impact that would have. And so, obviously, the United Nations doesn't have such authority to intervene and take over the government in that way. So that claim is completely false, but obviously it would have influenced the protests in some way. Also talking about an influence operation, we saw videos of people flying the Russian flag, especially in the north, and obviously the Russian government has come out to deny any involvement in that. Then security agencies are still investigating that matter.
All right, before we go, what is Africa Check's advice on how to verify information and stay abreast of accurate information?
It's important to pay very close attention to any kind of information that you get, especially in times like this, when you have protests or something that also a lot of public attention. What you do is to always try to compare the information that you have with information from credible sources and credible news platforms and even official sources, right? And then especially when they come as photo or video, you can use some fact-checking tools that are easily accessible and do a simple reverse image search to determine whether what you're dealing with is an old or unrelated photo or video, right? And then you can also check out fact-checking websites like Africa Check. I mean, what you're trying to verify may have been checked by fact checkers, and just be helpful for you to look at the fact check and know what is true and what is not. But most importantly, before you share any information, don't share any information until you have verified it.
Thank you all well for your insights. It's been enlightening to debunk these myths.
Thank you for having me.
Always remember that misinformation can have serious consequences, and we must all remain vigilant and critical of the information we consume. Stay informed, stay critical, and help us combat misinformation. Now, if you have comments or claims you want us to fact check, tweet at AfricaCheck_NG. Follow News Central on our social media platforms at News Central TV. And you can also visit our website. It's www.newscentral.africa. Stay informed and stay alert. Until next time, I'm Darshan Usman, signing off.
Top stories tonight. Court sacks Okocha and Rivers State APC Caretaker Committee reinstates ousted party leadership. Organized labor urges President Tinubu to end blame game and fix the economy by reversing bad policies. President Tinubu hails Nigerian youth for their creative zeal on International Youth Day. Over 1 million people displaced by unrest in Tigray remain in limbo. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Felicity Ezewike. Let's begin by telling you that the Rivers State Police Command has confirmed the explosion at the Secretariat of the Action People's Party, APP, in Port Harcourt along the GRA axis on Monday morning. According to the command spokesperson, a team of bomb experts has been deployed to the scene to investigate the circumstances surrounding the blast. She disclosed that the State Police Commissioner and other top officers have inspected the party office to gather first-hand information. It was confirmed that the explosion damaged some property. An investigation into the explosion has also been launched. This incident comes amid rumors of political tensions in the state, with speculation surrounding Governor Siminalayi Fubara's alleged plans to defect to the APP with his loyalists.
Deployed our teams to come here and take charge of the area. The bomb squad has been sent here, and I'm waiting for their report any moment from now. I will not want to go deep into that because I have not gotten my full report. Definitely, everybody should be concerned about their safety and their security. I don't want to go deep down into some things I don't want to mention now, but most importantly, everybody have to take their security very important. Like I quickly sent in our officers in here yesterday, because anywhere there's an explosion, there's likely to be a second one. So usually we move people away from that, and that is what my team succeeded in doing yesterday.
Staying in Rivers State, the State High Court on Monday sacked Tony Okocha as the caretaker committee chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC in Rivers State. Justice Sika Aprioku overturned the removal of Emeka Beke as APC chairman and reinstated him to the position. The court also invalidated the dissolution of the elected state working committee led by Beke and annulled the appointment of Okocha and his caretaker committee members. The judge also issued an order restraining Okocha and his team from presenting themselves as executive members of the APC. In a swift reaction, Okocha questioned the motives behind the judge's decision and asserted that he remains in charge. He also announced plans to appeal the ruling.
We want to believe that democracy has come to stay in Nigeria. We believe that judiciary has come to stay in Nigeria. We want to say, on behalf of the leadership of the party, which I find myself privileged to be the chairman of the party, I want to thank the judiciary for giving us this wonderful judgment. It's not about we at the time this whole thing happened, we've never committed any crime whatsoever. But I believe that judiciary are looking into the matter and believe that we have not committed any crime. That's why they've given this judgment today. And as a member of All Progressive Congress, where our president is a Democrat, clear Democrat, we want to congratulate ourselves coming back to do our assignment as a party. And what party believe members, majority decided they
will appeal against an ill-fated, arrested judgment. It is so unfortunate that in Rivers State, in this state, the judiciary had turned themselves to some kind of pawn in the hands of a governor who is clueless. The judiciary had become Governor Fubara's supermarket in Rivers State. He goes to any of the judges to buy any order, even when there is an order by a court of coordinate jurisdiction. The lawyer who stood for Emeka Beke.
To discuss this development, we're joined by human rights lawyer Henry Ekine. Henry, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Good evening. I'd like to start with a comment about the judiciary. It seems, is he echoing a general sentiment, or you believe maybe he's, because the case didn't go in his way?
Well, the judiciary has come to some kind of test over the years, and then sometimes the judiciary stands strong, and some other times the judiciary will come to some positions or decisions that will attract criticism to the judiciary. But I think in this one, it's about stating the law. I had actually followed the events that led to the action that was instituted with respect to the All Progressives Congress, the leadership of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, where I recall that there was elected, a set of elected members of the Rivers State All Progressives Congress to constitute the State Executive Committee. And then while their tenure was subsisting, then the National Working Committee constituted a caretaker committee. So I followed that on. I think I understand that the issues were about the subsistence of the tenure of those elected members. So the court today, I followed the report, has actually stated the law. When you elect, we should have democracy. If we pretend or profess to be a democratic state, then we should really uphold the tenets of democracy, where you have elected officials, whether within the political parties or within the structures of the state, the federating union of this country, whether the local government, the states, or the federation. You should allow them run through the tenure that was granted them by the laws. So I think for me, my review of the decision of the court is that the law has been stated that those who were elected for a term, a definite term, within the provisions of the constitution of that party, should have been allowed to serve their time out, except where it is justified by the provisions of the constitution that their term may be truncated, then one would have understood, but not in the manner, according to the decision of the court, not in the manner that it was done by the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress that led to the constitution of the caretaker committee. So it's clear to all of us to really see what has actually transpired and then the decision.
All right, but it doesn't seem to be clear to Okocha, who has reacted, saying he will appeal the judgment. In some cases, we have heard of an appeal being filed, but that doesn't nullify the ruling or declaration of the court. Is that the case here for perpetual injunction, or does his appeal means he can hold his position?
Yes, usually at the end of any action in court, and then upon the decision of court, there will be a dissatisfying party. And then the dissatisfying party will imagine some grounds for appeal. So Tony Okocha here, who was the beneficiary of that action of the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress, is the dissatisfied party here. And as a matter of fact, he was the defendant. So it is within his right to approach the appellate court to challenge the decision of the trial court. But I think we will await to see the grounds of appeal that he will raise. And then he was speaking to some of those imaginary grounds by him as to the laws with respect to the courts not allowed to intervene within, in the spheres of the internal affairs of the political parties. But I think we need to understand one thing here, the political parties especially. We need to understand that there has to be a line that will be drawn between the internal affairs of the political party and when those affairs of the political party infringe on the rights of members of the political parties. Members of political parties as citizens of the country still have their right to ventilate their dissatisfaction with the actions of the political party in court. The judiciary exists not only for other associations and citizens of the country, but including political parties, which are associations of a peculiar nature to contest elections. So when individuals and members of associations, including political parties, feel dissatisfied even with the treatment within the political party, then they have to approach the courts. So I think for Tony Okocha, maybe we would have to watch and follow the proceedings when they file their notice of appeal. And if we are privileged to have that process, then we'll see what grounds he's going to be raising. But it's within his rights. It's within the rights.
While we are waiting for either way, appeal and the current judgment, we understand because says the APC will take part in the council elections. How would that play out really with both parties claiming authority?
I've always said that there would always be one legitimate structure in any organization. The other may just be the one that is purporting to be a legitimate structure. In any consideration, just like we have in the case of Rivers State, there is only one House of Assembly and there shall be just one speaker. So we only have a situation where another person is purporting to be. So the same in the All Progressives Congress. And let me lay the foundation that is public notice and public knowledge that there was the Rivers State Congress, or if you like, a convention of the All Progressive Congress that elected the State Working Committee and then State Executive Committee that was led by Chief Emeka Bekee. So when Tony Okocha emerged as the acting chairman of the caretaker committee, or rather even the chairman of the caretaker committee, then it became an issue that was brought before the court. And today, as it stands, the court has determined, and we say in law, that every decision of court and the orders of court are valid until turned, or if you like, set aside by a superior court, an appellate court. It is not about the expression of dissatisfaction by the losing party. So it is not the expression of dissatisfaction by Tony Okocha that turns the decision of the court. So as it is now, the valid decision of the court that has not been overturned by an appellate court is that Chief Emeka Bekee is the chairman, substantive and legitimate chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State.
All right, Henry, we'll have to leave it there.
Of the Working Committee or the State Executive Committee. So it can't be Tony Okocha until Tony Okocha succeeds in the appeal. So even the media should be guided here that the substantive and legitimate leadership of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State is as upheld by the court to be that is led by Chief Emeka Bekee.
You've helped us make that very clear, Henry. We'll have to leave it there for now. Thank you very much, as always, for your time.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always my pleasure to be on your platform.
All right, the Nigeria Labour Congress has tasked President Bola Tinubu's administration to stop the blame game, reverse its policies that have caused hardship to Nigerians, and engage in meaningful dialogue with relevant stakeholders. These, among others, were contained in a communique issued at the end of the emergency National Executive Council meeting of the NLC held at the weekend. Similarly, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in 2023 poll, Peter Obi, said the just concluded nationwide protests will call on Nigeria's leaders to reflect deeply on the growing poverty in the country and take steps to address it. Former National Vice Chairman, Northwest of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, Selihu Lukman, spoke in the same vein, describing the nationwide protest against hunger and bad governance as sufficient grounds for impeachment of the president and some state governors. Nigeria's federal government has bid farewell to the outgoing head of service of the Federation, Folashade Yemi-Esan. President Bola Tinubu, during the weekly Federal Executive Council meeting, commended Yemi-Esan for the tremendous impact made during her tenure and for far-reaching reforms embarked on with the aim of repositioning the federal civil service. He also swore in the newly appointed head of service of the Federation, Didi Wilson-Jack. Amadine Uyi reports.
The meeting had in attendance federal cabinet ministers. However, before council commenced its usual deliberations, it was a time to bid farewell to the outgoing head of the Federal Civil Service, Folashade Yemi-Esan.
This meeting of the Federal Executive Council provides an opportunity for us to bid farewell to an astute physician and administrator whose leadership has profoundly shaped our civil service and indeed our nation. Efficiency and effectiveness in the public service and her visionary leadership has led to the implementation of numerous reforms aimed at enhancing the capacity and performance of our public service.
As is the step down, we express our deep gratitude for her unwavering commitment and the significant impact she has made in her country.
President Bola Tinubu commended her for her dexterity and for far-reaching reforms embarked on to reposition the service.
She served our nation exceptionally well with distinction, guiding the civil service through significant transformation and reform. Our dedication to enhancing efficiency, transparency, and professionalism has set a high standard for public administration in this country.
It was also an opportunity to swear in her replacement, Didier Walsin-Jack. With a new head for the Federal Civil Service, there will be much expectations to complete reforms initiated and sustain the tempo of change. In Abuja for News Central, I am Amadine Uyi.
Coming up, reinstated Edo Deputy Governor Philip Schwaibu reportedly resumes duty. We will bring you more details after the break. Stay with us. If you've just joined us, you're watching Tonight. A reminder of our top stories. Court sacks Okocha and Rivers State APC caretaker committee reinstates ousted party leadership. Organized labor urges President Tinubu to end blame game and fix the economy by reversing bad policies. President Tinubu hails Nigerian youths for their creative zeal on International Youth Day. Over 1 million displaced people displaced by unrest in Tigray remain in limbo. As the world commemorates International Youth Day, we focus our lenses on the Nigerian youth as they call for better representation and sustainable development. News Center's Chidimma Ona provides more in this report.
The commemoration of the International Youth Day in Abuja has seen a renewed push for inclusivity as young people gathered around the country under the theme From Awareness to Action, empowering youth in Nigeria for the SDGs. The event sparked fresh calls for youth inclusion in decision-making processes across all sectors in the country, emphasizing the need for active participation and empowerment.
How can we take action and make progress with young people? It's also an opportunity for us to look at the Summit of the Future happening in September. A perfect time for us to hold government, private sector, and international organizations.
The world's population will continue to grow. In another 50 or 60 years, it will be reaching a peak of around 10.3 billion people, up from 8.2 billion in 2024. Today, statistics like this have sparked numerous questions in the minds of younger people about how inclusive the future is for them, prompting the UN speech.
To harnessing the innovative potential and leadership of our youth. Let us work together to bridge the digital divide and ensure that every young person can contribute to sustainable and inclusive development. We commit to creating pathways for young people to influence urban policies and strategies actively, ensuring cities are sustainable, resilient, and reflective of diverse voices.
In Africa, particularly Nigeria, the worries of its young population harnessing their potential remains a threat as some clamor for more advanced educational and technological systems.
For example, you read law, from law you become a lawyer, and there is no provision for what if you cannot jobs as a lawyer, what do you do? So there should be entrepreneurship courses in universities where once you are done, after graduation, you get empowered with some funds to kickstart whatever you want to do.
Nigeria's young population remains a dynamic phenomenon, but failure to utilize their abilities has been a concern. They are speaking on lack of representation of youths in various sectors.
Food for here just now, 1,000 naira, you know, reach me anywhere. I want to make a relax more before I go. I be truck driver. So imagine, say, we dey depend on government. What's now our youth go they do? Okay, that one talk, say, Buhari talk, say, Nigerian youth are lazy. We dey try. You understand? We dey try. But then, no, they give us the encouragement. You understand? If our government feel encourage us, believe me, Nigeria go be better place.
The country is not getting any better the way it is going. So everybody should just face fronts.
Days like this remain a reminder that youths are relevant to every country's growth. As Nigeria strides towards sustainable development, including youths in important sectors should be necessary. In Lagos for News Central, Chidinma Ona.
As Nigerian youths joined the rest of the world to mark this year's International Youth Day, young people in Delta State, South Nigeria, have called on their peers to think of what they can contribute to nation building. News Center's correspondent Austin Azu, who spoke to a cross-section of them in Asaba, the state capital, tells us more.
The International Youth Day is coming just 2 days after the hashtag End Bad Governance protest nationwide. The young people took to the streets to express themselves about poor government policies and to demand a better Nigeria. The day, which was established by the United Nations, is celebrated annually on 12th August to draw attention to issues facing young people, as well as to celebrate their potential in today's global society.
Because it's not like they don't know. They have all the information they need to make the youths happy and to promote the affairs of the nation.
Then you provide job opportunity, because with job, you can't be seeing all these touts outside doing all this bad thing. But if they have job, they can have what they are doing with their hand. Yes.
While these challenges confronting the youth seem not to have an immediate solution, these ones are optimistic of a better tomorrow, even as they called on fellow youth not to give up on their dreams, but to strive to contribute to the nation's development.
So I encourage all youth to be creative, to be very innovative, and to keep on pushing and trusting that one day things will get better.
I will employ the youth to stay focused and to also contribute to the society.
I have skills. We all have skills. We all have that thing that, keeps us drive, keep us going. I think we should put it into action instead of laying idle.
On its part, the government says it remains committed to the development of youth through its policies and programs.
Youth-friendly governor has already put in place mechanisms to engage the youth in several ways. You can see the hunger protest was not that bad in Delta State. It was peaceful because it has affected the lives of many through appointments, SAs, SSAs, EAs, commissioners who are youth. And as I speak, the Rural Youth Development Program, RISA, which is about to kickstart any moment from now, will touch the lives of Deltans and so many.
The theme for this year's International Youth Day is From Cliques to Progress, Youth Digital Pathways for Sustainable Development. In Asaba, for News Central, Austin Azu.
President Bola Tinubu has lauded Nigeria's youth, praising their creative zeal and ability to drive digital adoption, trends and innovation both within the country and beyond as the world marks International Youth Day. The day is celebrated annually on August 12th and has chosen the theme for 2024 From Cliques to Progress, Youth Digital Pathways for Sustainable Development. President Tinubu emphasized that within the nation's youth lies an extraordinary spirit and the potential to digitally transform Nigeria, leading it to prosperity and global recognition. The president acknowledged the significant strides made by young Nigerians in various fields, particularly in developing billion-dollar technologies and innovations that contribute to a more prosperous and advanced world. To discuss the significance of this day, I'm joined by the Executive Director, Not Too Young to Lead Initiative, Elvis Akpobi. Elvis, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We got some highlights on the administration, the Tinubu administration's work on youth development, along with commendations. I want your candid thoughts on the president's message to youths in commemoration of the International Youth Day.
His message ignites, the president's message ignited hope for young people, but I'm of this school of thought that we should start saying actions and not messages. And despite I want to commend the president for yielding to the advocacy for inclusion, including young people with character, capacity, and competence in his administration. At the moment, we have young ministers for youth who I think they're doing their best, but they should also know that the currency of our present generation is not certification, unlike that of our parents, which was certification. The currency of our generation is potential in inventing, initiating skills and all that. And government at all levels must gravitate towards the change of this currency and make policies that will grow and harness this potential. Because at the moment, I think the government is not taking advantage of the large population of young people whom, if they are well equipped, if their skills are harnessed, we grow our economy.
Okay. On this special occasion, I'm quoting a bit of the press now, to celebrate the youth, President Tinubu assures Nigerians that his administration is here to make their dreams come alive in sustainably expanding inclusive economy. How reflective are these words in the light of recent actions the presidency has taken in terms of response to agitation for better governance protests? And then you talked about it doesn't seem like they are utilizing the youth creatively enough.
Yes, I think the president is talking about the future because if his speech was the past, if his speech was about the past, I'm not sure they've really utilized the opportunities of for young people. But I think that he's talking about the future. Like he wants to, from now on, his administration will utilize the potentials of young people. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But like I will still reiterate that leaders at all levels must learn to build trust with the citizens, because at the moment when citizens don't trust leaders, they don't get involved in most of their policies. They see most of their policies as a fugazi. So even as we celebrate this year's International Youth Day, we talked about click to progress for sustainable development. For sustainable development, I still want to urge young people to gravitate towards change. We live in a digital space. The world is moving, and we must move just like the world is moving. We are no longer in the analog phase. We are gravitating towards a digital. We're already in the digital space, and young people should, take advantage of the digital economy we have already and take it up from there. Because oftentimes we talk about there are no jobs. We too, we need to grow ourselves. We need to develop ourselves and even play a role towards making Nigeria better.
All right, Elvis, I was going to ask for a singular message, but you've given quite a couple of messages to the young people today. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
The reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Schreiber, has resumed office and directed his staff to follow suit. He issued a stern warning to banks, cautioning against conducting any transaction with the office of the Deputy Governor without his explicit consent, labeling such actions as illegal. In a video broadcast, Schreiber further mandated that any staff who have yet to resume work since his reinstatement must do so immediately or face consequences.
To reiterate my dedication to serving the wonderful people of Edo State. My reinstatement as the Deputy Governor of Edo State is a testament to the divine grace of God Almighty and the steadfast prayer of all Nigerians, for which I am truly grateful. In recent weeks, the Federal High Court in Abuja reinstated me as the Deputy Governor of Edo State, acknowledging the illegality of the impeachment. Upon my arrival in Benin, a tragic event occurred as an assassination attempt was made on my life.
Meanwhile, the Edo State government stated on Monday that Philip Shuaibu is impersonating the Deputy Governor and should stop presenting himself as such. Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nahikere, noted that Shuaibu is not the Deputy Governor of Edo State and any correspondence from him in that regard should be disregarded and considered a forgery. Away from that, let's tell you that the Nigerian police has shed more light on the raid of the office of a foreign national at the Labour House in Abuja, saying that intelligence information reveals that he is taking advantage of the recent End Bad Governance protest to create crisis in the country. The Inspector General of Police, while responding to questions on why the police were not in support of the hardship protest, says that available intelligence reveals that some of the organizers planned to use the protest to sabotage the country. Our correspondent, Idong Joseph, reports.
The allegations by the Nigerian Labour Congress over the raid of its national secretariat by security operatives has continued to generate reactions nationwide. While the NLC is demanding an apology from the federal government and police over what it described as an unwarranted invasion, the police is saying it acted within the rules of the law. The police also denied that it raided the NLC headquarters, but a private office belonging to a foreign national in the Labour building, over intelligence information that the suspect was engaging in terrorist activities and sabotage efforts using the recent End Bad Governance protest in Nigeria.
Why the noise about the raid on Labour House when the police didn't raid Labour House? We raided only a shop that the individual was using as a front, and we have been monitoring his activities. He was very active in the Sudan crisis.
Oh, wow.
And he's in Nigeria mobilizing people to destabilize our country.
Speaking at the Nigerian Police Force Youth Summit, which held in Abuja, the Inspector General of Police says that criminal elements tried to take advantage of the protest using the cover of its popularity on social media. He called for collaboration with youth in the country, saying that the police is open to a partnership.
I don't believe that protest that is mobilized on the social media is hijacked. Hijacked by who? By the same people that were mobilized for the protest. So our experience in previous protests would not make the police to want to take part in any protest that we know is going to be violent.
I have seen that we are not communicating enough to the Nigerian youth. And this is why I appreciate what is happening here.
But the police has the wherewithal. They also have the responsibility to get members of the community to cooperate with them.
While it has been agreed by all stakeholders here that citizens are expected to play a role in ensuring adequate security, many believe that the ideas presented here will help contribute to fostering youth involvement in national security issues. In Abuja for News Central, I am Idong Joseph.
Still ahead, over 1 million displaced by unrest in Tigray remain in limbo. We'll tell you about that when we come back from this very short break. Do stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. More than 1 million people displaced by the brutal Tigray conflict remain in limbo, even though the guns fell silent almost 2 years ago, many in makeshift camps. Despite a peace accord signed to end the deadly conflict that claimed more than 600,000 lives, continuing insecurity has stopped those who fled their homes from returning. According to humanitarian workers, aid organizations have scaled back their operations and essential aid is harder to come by.
ኣብዚ ኣመጺና ድማ እንተመይሰም ቆልዕ ሒዘ ጸጊሙና ኻማይ ዝመሰለ እውን ብዙሓት ኣለዋ በይነይ ኾንኩን ኻማይ ከተገቁሩ ግድድ ላበልናተይ ቆልዕ ኣለውን ብዙሓት ቆልዕ ኣለውን እያ ዓይን ሰላም ይደፈን በይ ቆልዕ ኣለውን ብጥሜት ብቁሪ ኣብዚ ኣተገሪፈይ ላብለኻ ደሞ መማረጽ የብለይማ
እንጂ እዚህ ተቀምጠንስ ሞት ነው የሚጠብቀን ሌላ የሚጠብቀን ነገር የለም አሞት አፋፍ ነው ያለ እግዚአብሔር ምን ለምነው ለእግዚአብሔር ወደ ቀያችን ቢወስዱን
በስምምነቱ መሰረት ወደ ሰላም ተመልሰዋል ስለተባለ ወደ ቦታችሁ ተመለሳላችሁ ስለተባለ ወይም
Do you know why the Central Bank of Nigeria backed the takeover of Unity Bank by Providence Bank? We have updates on this and other stories in our business news this evening with Lekon Onobanjo.
Business news in association with Money Master PSB, the easy way to master your money.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN's decision to back the takeover of Unity Bank by Providence Bank was driven primarily by concerns over the potential impact of the bank's collapse on the northern region of Nigeria. This is according to new information on the merger. Sources familiar with the matter disclosed this, stating that the Apex Bank deems Unity Bank too crucial to fail, given its role as the primary financial institution for numerous states and local governments in the north. It was also mentioned that the bank's primary customer demographic includes a significant number of farmers. The CBN recognized this and its importance to the region's economic stability and food security. Nigerian refineries, including the Dangote refinery, have raised their domestic crude requirements for the second half of 2024 to 597,700 barrels per day from 483,000 barrels per day in the first half, the national oil regulator said, despite tight domestic supply. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission was only able to help secure 177,777 barrels per day from oil producers in the first 6 months of the year, way below what the refiners had asked for, it said in a statement released. The NUPRC said oil producers could not satisfy the demands because some had operational challenges, while others pledged most of the output to traders who financed drilling. Dangote Refinery has accused the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission of failing to enforce a law that requires oil producers to supply domestic refiners, saying in a statement that this laxity in enforcement has been raising its operational costs. Recapitalization would not be necessary for more than half of Ghana's 23 banks. This is according to the World Bank, which said that most banks have fulfilled over 2/3 of the mandatory recapitalization within a year, which is anticipated to be finished in 3 years. The Bank of Ghana expects that early completion of recapitalization efforts will lead to more resilience in the banking sector and position it to provide stronger support for real sector recovery. It added that banks affected by the domestic debt exchange program in 2023 continue to implement their approved capital restoration plans in line with the Bank of Ghana's requirements. The Bretton Woods Institution's 8th Ghana Economic Update also revealed that the banking sector is stronger and better capitalized than during the DDEP with higher profitability. However, there are some emerging risks. And that's all on business news. Many thanks for watching. I am Lekon Onobanjo.
Up next is Sports Update.
Hello,
and welcome. This is Sports News. Head coach of Nigeria's The Tigress, Reina Wakama, has been named as the best women's basketball coach at the Paris 2024 Olympics. The International Basketball Federation announced this prestigious accolade on Sunday. Wakama's selection highlights outstanding leadership and tactical expertise, which elevated Nigeria to remarkable success at the Games. At just 32 years old, Reina Wakama led the Tigress to an unprecedented achievement, becoming the first African team to reach the Olympic quarterfinals. And under her guidance, the team secured memorable victories against the world's top-ranked teams, including Australia, ranked 3rd, and Canada, ranked 5th. In the quarterfinals, the Tigress pushed the USA to the brink before eventually being narrowly defeated. Manchester City has officially announced the transfer of FIFA World Cup winner Julian Alvarez to Spanish side Atletico Madrid. The move marks the end of Alvarez's highly successful 2-year stint at the Etihad Stadium. The 24-year-old, who joined City from River Plate in 2022, made 103 appearances across all competitions, scoring 36 goals and contributing to 6 major trophy wins. In his debut 2022-23 season, Alvarez played a crucial role in City's historic treble, helping the team secure the Premier League, FA Cup, and first Champions League title. According to credible sources in France, Kevin Durant is about to become a minority shareholder in Paris Saint-Germain, with an official announcement expected soon. Durant earned his money playing in the NBA, where he became widely recognized as one of the best players in the league. In 2016, he joined the Golden State Warriors from the Oklahoma City Thunder to create a super team with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, where he was able to win 2 NBA championships. More recently, he was part of the US team that won the gold medal at Paris Olympics. In 2016, Durant also created a firm 35 Ventures with his longtime manager Rich Kleiman, which has gone on to develop a wide investment portfolio that has interest in technology, sports, and entertainment, as well as in artificial intelligence, health, and fitness.
Up next is entertainment.
Tonight on Entertainment News, Jamaican reggae and dancehall star Buju Banton shared his thoughts on the rise of Afrobeats, expressing concerns that the genre lacks impactful messaging. Banton acknowledged Afrobeats' international success, but criticized the genre for not addressing the struggles of the African continent. Unlike the work of earlier African artists such as Fela Kuti, Salif Keita, and Yusuf N'Dior, whose music carried strong socio-political messages. Buju Banton urged that while Afrobeats is gaining global popularity, its songs don't resonate with the challenges faced by its audience. He contrasted this to reggae, which he believes captures various aspects of life, including political issues. Banton also highlighted that Afrobeat and reggaeton, both influenced by reggae and dancehall, don't fully recognize their Caribbean roots. He further criticized Afrobeat stars for not collaborating with Jamaican artists, despite drawing inspiration from dancehall and reggae. Banton's remarks have sparked reactions on social media, with some disputing his claims that Afrobeats lacks conscious music and challenging his assertion that Nigerian artists are neglecting their Jamaican counterparts. Additionally, despite the rumors of Buju Banton's The Overcomer tour being cancelled, he took to social media to debunk the information in a post stating that he would like to inform that the Overcomer tour is not cancelled. Toni Braxton is opening up about a past health scare that nearly derailed her career. In an interview, Braxton revealed that she had a close call with a widowmaker heart attack, a severe blockage in the left anterior descending artery. The incident was so serious that she had to cancel parts of her 2-year Las Vegas residency, Love and Laughter. Braxton recalled being told by doctors that she was lucky to be alive. The singer also shared the frightening news that the doctor warned her that she might never be able to tour again due to the risk of another heart attack. Braxton, who was diagnosed with lupus in 2008, has faced severe health challenges over the years related to the disease. That's all on Entertainment Tonight. moving away from entertainment, the hashtag International Youth Day is trending, as today, August 12th, is a special day set aside to celebrate the potential, accomplishments, and contributions of young people around the world. A lot of Nigerians took to social media to express their thoughts. Let's take a look at some tweets. At Ateka Museum, Happy International Youth Day. Today we celebrate the power, potential, and passion of the young people around the world. This day inspires us to empower, uplift, and embrace our culture in shaping a brighter future. At Musoka Emmanuel, Happy International Youth Day to every young person who is fearlessly championing change in their community. I am proud of your resilience, your passion, and your unwavering commitment to positive transformation. Keep shining, keep pushing boundaries, and keep making a difference. At Atiku, as we commemorate International Youth Day, let's celebrate the power of our young people in driving sustainable development through digital pathways. I also urge leaders and stakeholders to commit to harness the energy of our youths and make the necessary investments in this regard towards a greater future for all. At Okoth Merende, the youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. Today, I urge fellow youth to arise and shine. Happy International Youth Day. At Peter Obi, as the global community commemorates International Youth Day today, I add my voice in reminding us, the leaders, that youths remain the bedrock of the development of any country. Therefore, their future must be prioritized and placed in the front role of our development agenda. That's all on What's Trending.
And that's all tonight. But before we go, let's take another look at some of the major stories. Court has sacked Okocha and Rivers State APC Caretaker Committee, reinstated ousted party leadership. Organized labor has urged President Tinubu to end blame game and fix the economy by reversing bad policies. President Tinubu has hailed Nigerian youths for their creative zeal on International Youth Day. We also brought you news that over 1 million people have been displaced by unrest in Tigray and they remain in limbo. Do send your eyewitness reports to the number showing now on your screen. You can follow us on social media to do that as well at News Central TV. You can watch live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Avo TV, and on YouTube. Many thanks for watching. Have a good night.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
This is Patrick Adeoluwanimi Akideno Sholanke, a 14-year-old football star who broke a record in the Nigeria Nationwide League One. Patrick, who was born in Lagos, hails from Abeokuta North local government area in Ogun State, Nigeria. The young gifted footballer who captains Ulumo United Football Club started playing at the tender age of 4.
It's been a long journey coming. We actually started with him when he was 4-year-old, and since then it's been a non-stop for the last decade, 10 years thereabout. Now he's 14 years. So it's been about 10 years now. It's been a wonderful journey, I must say. One of the things that he has also been able to do is the fact that he has been able to practically play every aspect of the field, from defense. In fact, I remember the first academy we used to take him to, he was playing from defense, and then later moved to midfield. Then later, he actually been able to now play as a striker. Now he's been playing as a striker for a while now, and it's been a wonderful journey, I must say. It's been a wonderful journey.
The talented 14-year-old's club featured in the Nationwide League One matches played at their Ogun State Center. The NLO is the third-tier level of domestic club football in Nigeria. The club has more than 360 clubs in its fold and has created more opportunities for talent discovery, training and development, exposure and opportunities for youth to jumpstart their professional football careers. The NLO platform produced household names such as Wilfred Ndidi, Kelechi Iheanacho, Paul Onuachu, Frank Onyeka, Raphael Onyedika, Moses Simon, and Victor Osimhen. Nemi Sholanke, who captained and shone brightly for Ulumo United, made Nigerian football history by becoming the league's youngest goal scorer, scoring against Lashexki Football Club at the FC Ebede Stadium.
For Pushovata to try to come forward. Big opportunity. Sholanke! Score finally for Ulumo United, and they will surely celebrate this goal like never before.
His parents were ecstatic about their son's achievement.
As a father, I will tell you that I've been overjoyed since it happened. Him being the youngest goal scorer in Nigeria is not a small feat at all. I remember when the goal went in, anyway, at the time that the goal went in, it didn't occur to me that it was the youngest to be scoring at that moment. I was only happy that the first season that we introduced him to the third division of the Nigerian League, at least he was able to make an impact and he was able to score. It was until later, I think it was like a day, 2 days later, that the NLO Management League now contacted us and told us that that goal that he scored was actually a record-breaking goal. That made him the youngest goal scorer in the entire Nigerian league.
I was overjoyed because at the time it started, as mothers, we keep on praying, we pray, because that's our own part, is to pray for them and also to encourage them, but most importantly, prayer. So, I went into prayers like, God, just let him even score one. When it wasn't happening, I wasn't happy. But eventually, and I think that was about the last game or something, and he scored. And in fact, I didn't watch the game because I think something happened. I didn't watch it. But then I called the dad and he was like, we are coming home. because I think he wanted to make it as a surprise for me, you know. And I'm like, how did it go? He said, it was okay. And when he got home and he was like, and your son scored, you know, everybody at home were overjoyed. My mom, that's his grandma, you know, we were all shouting, as in really, really overjoyed. You know, it's something that doesn't come easy like that.
The value of parental involvement is evident in elite youth sports. This particular setting is primarily concerned with assisting the development of players to reach a professional level.
I think the key element is parents should do the best they can and encourage children to be involved in any sports at all that the children are interested in. And even if the interest is not there, they should task themselves to kind of encourage them to kind of pick up one or two.
Children can't do just education. This is where they learn teamwork. They have to learn also how to accept defeat and hard work. You know, persistence in doing something and doing it better. So, and which is all things you see in education. Sometimes when children fail a course, they get moody and they just switch to games. But if they fail here and they are encouraged, they know that all they need is to work harder. You know, it helps them. It doesn't just stop at the pitch. They take it, you know, to class. So it's very important to expose children. There must be one sport kids love.
Despite his historic achievements, Patrick remains grounded. A product of his father's Provincial Sports Academy, he confidently follows in the footsteps of his idol, Cristiano Ronaldo.
I hope and I pray that as I improve as a footballer, I gradually get to like the heights of football. I want to play for Nigeria, I want to play for the Super Eagles, and I'll be very happy to represent my country at the national level. My parents are my backbone when it comes to football. Even when I have bad games, whenever I have good games, if I achieve good things, they always support me. Because a lot of parents in Africa don't support their children regarding sports, and they've always pushed me to follow my passion and my dreams.
He likes both Messi and Ronaldo because he tries to pick little out of their games, and he does not look at the disparity between them. He looks at their qualities and he tries to emulate that and make himself a better player. I'm sure one day he's going to be the best because with the kind of hard work he puts into his game, you know that the sky is just the starting point for him.
There is no doubt that football is Nigeria's #1 sport, and with the success of many players in the European leagues, thousands of young men and women across the country can see a future in the professional ranks. The nationwide League One, regarded as the most important football league in Nigeria, is home to many of such ambitious young men. And with his record-breaking exploits at such a young age, Adeoluwanimi Akideno Solanke might just be another star in the making.
Catherine, what did you smoke? Is it?
I'm trying to channel my Monday.
Was something burning behind your house?
Monday.
Was there
People are gonna hate you laughing. People are gonna hate good energy, positive vibes. I think I've realized. I've realized that in the course of life.
Never mind.
You are.
Good morning. Good morning. The weekend is over, Catherine. It's over, and it's a fresh new week. Of course, the buzz is still ongoing. So welcome to Catch Up Monday on Jasiri, where we fill you in on what went down during the weekend in case you missed anything, and of course, the stories that we must have missed from the previous week. So here it goes. But before we dive into these hottest and trendiest stories, by the way, ladies, you know the usual. So I'm going to try and catch up Monday on you guys. How was your weekend?
Well,
no, don't pretend. That's not the mood. That's not what just happened.
Right now. Well, we thank the Lord. We thank the Lord. We managed, you know, we're living in very interesting times, so we didn't do past our power.
Yeah, it was a working weekend for me, which is good. I like to work. I like to play as well, but we couldn't play that much this weekend. But yeah, it was a good weekend. How was yours?
It was okay. It's one of those weekends that I can't remember now. Yeah, it happens to me a lot on this show. So like they ask me.
There are many reasons why people can't remember things. Which of the reasons?
So maybe it was just not so notable.
Okay, it's not that you were like.
No. I would ask Catherine that question.
Actually, no. I was on good behavior, you know.
No. But I think that if it wasn't so eventful, you just somehow forget. Like, it's coming back in trickles, but I can't picture it.
Probably because you had an easy weekend.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we work so hard. I keep saying it, especially in Lagos. We work so hard, we don't find the time to actually kick back and unplug. Yeah. Even when you're unplugging, I think we've talked about it. Even when you're unplugging, you
feel guilty.
Kind of low-key working.
So we have to. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said, "Oh, he had a restful weekend," and I said, I like that because it's important to rest. We don't rest enough in Lagos. We're always. Have you seen Lagos roads on the weekends?
Oh, there was traffic
Saturdays
all day.
And Sundays.
Yeah,
I'm always asking, like, where are you people going?
It's a Saturday.
Yes, no.
Don't you want to be at home and enjoy your rent?
It's not just Saturdays. Public holidays, COVID period.
Sundays
everywhere.
People are going somewhere. There's always somewhere to go.
And you know, I wonder where are these places? Because sometimes I'm like, okay, I want to go out. I was like, where do you guys go every single day?
Weekend. I don't try hanging out weekends. I don't try it.
It's tiring.
It takes away from your weekend.
You would almost imagine going to a cinema. You would almost start lapping each other because it's so packed. Like, I don't go out weekends. I don't, except if it's somewhere that maybe like it's rooftop or something. Exactly. Anyways, I'm not finished yet.
Oh,
now, as the youth in the house.
Oh no.
I'll say the only youth in the house. I don't know. Annie is in between. She's just in the house. Okay, so the thing today, by the way, is International Youth Day. In case you didn't know, so that's why I'm taking pride in it today. And the theme for this year is From Clicks to Progress: Youth Digital Pathways for Sustainable Development. Young stars are at the forefront of digital adoption and technology, and it's not every day that we, the youths, get to be celebrated. And so I had to raise a cup to my fellow young Nigerians. You know, every day we're hearing, oh, the Gen Zs, oh, the E's, oh, this, oh, that. At least they'll celebrate us today. What is day?
Are you a Gen Z? Blessings. Are you a Gen Z? You're not even a real Gen Z. What are you talking about?
Celebrate
I think you're like on the cusp of like the Gen Z-ish, of the Gen Z. Yeah. I miss Gen Z by like a year.
Ushered in the Gen Z. Like it was me they saw, and they're like, this generation needs a tag, you know.
That is
generation.
Yeah, the face, the beacon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And maybe I was sleeping a lot, so they're like,
there we go.
Can you imagine? Is it the Gen Zs? Okay, I don't understand. The Gen Zs who are always like that. I'm surprised they're always like that. A Gen Z wakes up in the morning, the first thing they do is take the phones.
We're supposed to be celebrating Gen Zs today.
I know.
And not Gen Zs. We're supposed to be celebrating the youth, not bashing them.
Oh, wow.
Mama, why are you
I think there was a wave
youth?
That swept me over the weekend.
What happened?
I don't know. Maybe there was a bashing wave, maybe? That is trickling or
faking. Wow, you are shady.
Oh my God,
you are shady.
I'm just calling it as is. But hey, yeah, cheers to the youth.
Cheers to every young person out there doing big things.
What is the definition of a youth? Between what ages to what ages now?
I think 30.
I think that's 30. No, not 30. 25. 20. What are we talking about? We actually need to define what a youth is.
No, I think
you're 18 upwards, because once you're 18, you become an adult.
Yes.
And then I think under 40. Once you're 40, or like I think to like you're 40 or 45. So 18 to about 40.
The age brackets keep changing. Actually, there's been discussions even at that. The millennials, the Gen Zs, then there's the other one. So I think there's always a shift with every year. The bracket widens or reduces, but I know that the youth, they call themselves proudly Gen Zs. The youth, actually, if you mention youth now, the first thoughts that comes to your head is Gen Z.
Yeah, but that's,
the millennials
that's not what it is,
that,
that's not what it is,
we self are part of this.
That's not what
the
it
millennials
is,
are also saying that, we self, we're on this table.
In fact, some people still see Gen Zs as children.
You know, the funny thing is, I feel like if you, so it happens with me, like my, my parents, my aunts and uncles and whatever, when they look at us, they think, oh, look at this little baby of yesterday. And I'm like, Mom, Dad, I'm paying my rent. Like, I'm not a baby.
I don't know why.
So it happens. It happens.
They do that a lot. You know, you have aunts that come and visit. They tell you, oh, where is Adanne? Adanne, come and say hello to your aunt. And they parade you.
Yeah.
I know I used to detest it when I was younger. Like, actually, parents are parading you. And that's where the talk comes. Oh, look at this baby of yesterday.
But funny enough, I think that it happens if you have a younger sibling, you would understand why it happens, because even you still see your younger sibling as a baby, like you're graduating university, so I think it happens with everybody. But because we see it as, oh, the parents are still seeing us as babies, but look at how you are looking at your younger sibling, and then you know that it happens.
Like, it's not even a joke. My younger sister, she's going into college, like going into university. Oh, she's already in her first year or something.
And then you're still calling her
wait, you mean you're in uni? You mean you're in uni?
Yes. Okay, guys, so I need to move. I need to
No, I wanted to ask very quickly, if you were to give maybe a piece of advice to the youth, especially in Nigeria, what would it be? Nothing about spiritual problems, please.
Well, I think off the top of my head, I would give the advice that I want to receive, which is to take life a day at a time. We have no idea what tomorrow holds, but you can maybe tweak your tomorrow a bit by the choices that you make today. So take it a day at a time, and no pressure, please. It's enough. We are trying.
Yes, it is. I would say that don't run faster than your shadow. Number one, use your tongue to count your teeth, and don't feel pressured by peers or by what society dictates. Chart your own course. Be bold. Be fearless, and just break the damn table.
All right.
What's your advice, Blessing?
So, no, I think that for me, it will be something that I learned much later that I wish I knew earlier on, and that's everything you're worrying about now, you look back at it in the future and be like, why was I even worried?
I like that.
And that literally changed my life. Like, there's no need to panic. It's a no panic zone. No matter what it is, you're struggling, fuel price hike, you're struggling, any bad governance, eventually it's going to get better. It will.
I wonder, okay, I'm going to move this on, but let me drop this. I'm wondering, what are the youth, what are you panicking about? What are you people worrying about?
Because we don't know what tomorrow holds now. We don't know what they're doing
Even the elders don't know what tomorrow holds. Anyways, like I said, let me move this along. So guys, I need your thoughts on this, okay? During the UK unrest, that went on, it's important to know that, okay, fine. When this unrest went on last week, over £60,000 was raised for a certain Brendan Nwabichi, a 33-year-old carer who found his car burned after a 12-hour shift. His employer started a GoFundMe with a £3,000 target, but the campaign quickly exceeded that. Brendan requested a Mercedes-Benz SUV, insurance, rent, and university fees covered. Now, due to the high amount raised and concerns about Brendan managing an expensive car, the campaign was stopped. And the employer decided that the funds will be allocated as follows. Listen to this, guys. £28,000 to Brendan for a new car and insurance, £1,000 to the affected staff, £36,000 to local charities, including £10,000 to Cleveland Police, and then £10,000 for cleanup efforts at churches and mosques in Middlesbrough.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. So, I don't know what you guys' thoughts are. I think it's just the the breakdown of these things that just gets me. I don't know if they should have given him the entire amount raised, or whether they are justified to actually share it the way they have shared it. It's like a will. Being very didactic.
I don't think they were justified to have shared it, except if the GoFundMe was raised for everyone. Employee that was affected, or everyone that was affected in that vicinity. I think it's cheating, right? And I'm not going to say this to him, but if he takes it to court, I think that he has a high chance of winning, because the GoFundMe was for him. Fine, it's justifiable that at some point it was stopped, because really he may not be able to manage an expensive vehicle, right? The GoFundMe is not going to be yearly. It's not a monthly allowance thing. So if it was stopped for that reason, fine and good. But the GoFundMe was open for him. It's just like saying the employer got that money and then split it. Okay, some for me, some for you. It's wrong, you know, and that's basically what he's doing, because now he's splitting ownership. Like, okay, you take this one, but because I opened it, you know, I'm gonna, which is, I think,
it's arbitrary. I agree, completely arbitrary. I mean, if like she said, if the thing didn't happen to Brendan, that GoFundMe wouldn't have started. So I understand wanting to give to charity. And you see, that's the thing. It's kind of like a catch-22, because we're giving to charity. We're doing good things for other members of staff. What I would have done, I would have said, okay, let's open another GoFundMe for other affected members of staff. Because this, for him, it seems like a very fortunate occurrence, a fortunate windfall. They were trying to raise 3,000, they raised 60,000. Now, fair enough, he just doesn't seem like he was planning on managing that money properly, because honestly, what is he looking for? An expensive SUV. For Mercedes are expensive cars, they are hard to maintain. So yeah, but that is his issue to deal with. I feel like, they should not have split the money. It was his money. Legally, it was his money.
Well, if they say the GoFundMe was opened by them, fine, okay. And he was lucky, like Annie said, 60K, from 3K to 60K. And probably because the UK is, like many countries in the West, it's a very controlled economy. They have very controlled economy and very strict on how they do things. My own is that for you to decide amongst yourself, between yourselves, and say, okay, this is how we are going to disperse these funds. A bulk of that money is going to charity. It's something that's, I've always said it, Oyibos don't do things for you free of charge. There's always something attached. Okay, so you said £3,000, okay, GoFundMe. That's the street thinking, that's my thinking. You know, go hard now, okay. But they didn't expect the windfall of £60,000 to come in. So in their minds, I think, they're believing that since he was for £3,000, okay, he's lucky enough to receive more than that, maybe 10K pounds. And the rest, they feel that it's within their purview to distribute it the way they distribute. 36,000 going to charities on basis of what? And who decides which charities get which monies?
I think this is similar to a story that I saw. So there's this lady, she was just riding along the street, and then her car stopped, and one beggar on the street came and helped her. And herself and her husband, I think they opened a GoFundMe for him, like, oh, this guy is this, that. And then she said that they needed so and so amount for him, you know, to get him started on life and stuff. And then they raised the money, and people got so compassionate and started donating more money. And at the end of the day, they gave him what they promised him.
And kept the rest.
No. And the justification was, okay, we said we wanted to raise this amount of money for him. We raised that amount, and you know, the rest of it, and they're like, no. And people came for them like, no.
Yes, as they should have.
You get, like, I wanted to give him more because he deserved more. I mean, he was kind enough to help you regardless of his situation, and now you're saying that you promised him this amount of money, and then you're going, man.
Do you see why government is not the problem? I'm not on the government side, but they're not the problem. The problem is the way we think. I mean, it's very hard. Yeah,
there are a few reactions to that. Can this be a growing thing now? When you see someone who you think you can ride on the person's coattails and put the person out there, okay,
and pay your rent for a year.
This person did this and did that. And then they open a GoFundMe and say, okay, we just want to find £2,500, euros, dollars for this person. And they go for it because people are usually moved by these kinds of things. And they donate 10,000. My brother, so you will now take out yours and give. That's really savage. But I guess we have reactions.
Yes, we do.
Oh my God. To these developments. Let's take some reactions. All right, so SJ says this latest update is an absolute insult. Claire's Care keeps altering the story to suit their agenda. They need to refund all donations and shut down the GoFundMe. Exploiting Brendan's trauma for their own gain is deeply troubling and utterly unacceptable.
Quite agree.
Yep. Please, at GoFundMe UK, let's know that this fraudulent use of GoFundMe is being investigated. The entirety of the sum was raised for Brendan. His employer is now declaring that the majority of the money will go for other users, which is not why it was donated in the first place. Now, Clear Care Services' commitment to destroying its own public image is beyond me. Every opportunity to do the right thing, which is also the simplest thing, just give Brendan the money that was donated to him. They do something else. Now they're distributing his money out.
You know.
Khadija says, I can't believe Clear Care would rather refund the donations and give Brendan what was raised for him. I think with these reactions coming at them, I think Clear Care will. You know how it is with the West when you have pressures like that. What do you think will happen?
I smell a race angle. I just feel like if this goes on for long enough, people are gonna say it's because he's black. And they might be right because £60,000 is a lot of money. And you know, I'm hoping that it doesn't become that because I get a little tired with the race wars, everything, you know, we pull out the race card. But it can be argued that it's because he's a black guy. What's he going to do with £60,000?
I think that, again, this, I don't know, I'm not going to say that for people in dire need because sometimes people open GoFundMe accounts for their friends. But I want to believe that going forward, people would rather ask for the person's account details because I don't believe that if something was in his account, they will start asking him to bring it out, you know. So if the GoFundMe is open for him, I think that it should be connected to his account.
A personal account. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to go on a short break. Stay with us. Jasiri will be right back with more fearless conversations and brilliant insights. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. It's still Jasiri and we're still in the studio. Remember, we're streaming live on our social media platforms. We are at News Central TV and use the hashtag Jasiri to be a part of the conversation so that we know that you're watching. Now, over the weekend, the Senate denied allegations of allocating new salaries and allowances to senators, asserting that they only receive what's prescribed by the Revenue Mobilization Fiscal Allocation Commission, RMAFC. Now, in response to claims by the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, that the senators receive incentives from the presidency, Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu issued a statement that clarified that senators earned around 1 million naira monthly, covering a basic salary and various allowances. However, the statement did not address the controversial running costs, which the former senator Shehu Sani revealed to be an additional 13.5 million naira monthly. Now you're talking. Now, Adaramodu also emphasized that the 100 billion naira for the constituency project is used for actual development work managed by government agencies, not lawmakers' personal gain. Now, he firmly stated that the Senate cannot set its own salaries and dismissed any suggestions otherwise as uncharitable and satanic.
Come on.
Reiterating the 10th Senate's commitment to national development without seeking extra benefits.
That's my response.
This is why
I can't move it through without laughing.
What did I hear? Satanic. When I say there's really spiritual, people say cut with the spiritual angle. But why does he have to go with satanic? Okay, let's dive deep. For me, I don't have a problem with the beautiful English you've written there. My own is that put your money where your mouth is. Can you let us see the love letters to show that, okay, this is, we earn 1 million a month.
Thank you.
It's easy to come and say, okay, well, actually, we don't earn much, it's just 1 million. How about the 13.5 million you earn monthly? What's hidden inside there? So if you want to make matters, if you want to make or come to equity with clean hands, show us this love letter that has everything stipulated so we know that it's not satanic or barbaric.
Or better still, you know, perhaps, you know, maybe the bank can alter your bank statement. Let's leave the bank. Maybe show us the projects, the developmental projects that are being worked on. Just show us one. We're not even asking for all, just one.
100 billion naira for constituency projects used for actual development work managed by government agencies.
Show us the development work. Like, I mean, yesterday I was looking at this organization, and they go around Lagos, like the slums of Lagos, and they try to get kids and send them to school. And these people were they were asking for, they were soliciting for funds, essentially, because it takes a lot of money to do that.
Of course.
How come we still have people running around the streets, poor, broke, uneducated, and we have this much money being pushed into the local government or the communities, and there's no development? How come there are no new schools? How come the schools that are there are dilapidated, are falling apart? They don't have chairs, they don't have textbooks, they barely have teachers.
Yeah. I see this as
you know, their salaries weren't increased.
It's sort of an insult, honestly. Okay,
it
so
is.
When the president gave his speech about the End Bad Governance protest, we were upset and all, but he reeled out his achievements. And let's be honest, some of them were faulty, some of them had issues, had some K-legs, but you could not dispute that they were not there. So all of this debunk, refute, show workings. What is the proof?
Yeah.
Developmental projects, 100 billion naira for developmental. It's such an insult on Nigerians. I've said this over and over again. When we refuse to ask for accountability, we don't get it. When we ask for accountability, we get an apology of a statement or a speech from somebody that thinks that we would not ask for further proof. Like somebody literally just outed you guys, like you guys are making more than you're saying, and then you're debunking and refuting, and there's no proof.
Yeah, and you can't say that you're doing 100 billion. Listen, guys, it's simple. We ask for accountability and we don't get accountability. You throw us off the scent with something else to distract us, and you expect, because it is something that has continued and has worked over the years, and you think by throwing us off the scent we would get distracted and say, kilo kami, and enter the next thing. But you don't know that now, guys, it's International Youth Day. The story is changing. The youth now, what they call them the next gen, are demanding answers. Because if you don't ask for accountability, you're not going to get it. It will not fall into your lap. So, Oga, with all due respect, we are asking you, break it down, aka what? Show working. It's one thing to say this is what you're doing, and you come and blanket roll us, you drop 100 billion. Okay, we are doing 100 billion of constituency projects. That is so, you know how you do balance sheets in accounts and you write miscellaneous or contingencies, and you put that. That's what it sounds to me. Contingencies, 100 billion.
Extra.
Where the projects, name them now.
Also, I'm saying we know what a million naira can afford. We know what it can afford. Not even just now, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we know what a million can afford, and it cannot afford some of the vehicles that we see our senators driving, much less the ones that their aides and assistants drive. So I'm saying 1 million naira basic salary.
Baba, show working.
I call
so simple
foul.
as that. You're now saying uncharitable and satanic, man, serious now.
No, it's sensationalism. Because, you know, like I think we've said it many times, religion has been used as a weapon. And so by the time you mention Satan, everybody goes, oh my gosh, the big bad Satan. Okay, let's talk about it. It's just sensationalism.
No, we don't
that's
need
all.
that. This is Monday, guys, and we're in 2024. Our eyes, I don't read. Everybody, I don't reach back. So, you know, you can be taking us for granted. There's some things you slam on us. We say, but, you know, some things you also say when you're in government, and then you say something, guy, you know that sanokolpa. There's something, see, il y a quelque chose qui ne va pas. Hein? Yeah, there's something when no balance. C'est ça. All right, so let's go into these ladies. No, you know, she's catch up Monday, so our eyes are ready. So let's take a look into our next story. Our next story is a continuation from a hot topic on Friday, after what I would like to call a clear bullying on Chidinma Additional over her citizenry, which led to withdrawal from the Miss South Africa pageantry. Well, Burna Boy is in the news today as he, along with many others, reacted to a white South African winning the Miss South Africa pageantry. My God, only in Africa.
So okay. So I'd have you know that Mia Leroux is the new Miss South Africa, and she is the first Miss SA winner who is deaf and has a cochlear implant. So we give them a thumbs up for the inclusivity, you know. And she would, of course, be the first contestant at the Miss Universe, I think, 2024 in Mexico, with such a disability to take part in the competition. For her tenure, she walks away with the Moana crown, a lavish, fully furnished apartment, a Mercedes-Benz, 1 million rand, and more prizes. Now, if you remember, and if you've been following the story, we know that this was the same crown that Miss Chidima Additional was competing for. And Burna Boy reacted and said, so after all that.
It's a wicked laugh. Now, this is a satanic laugh.
And somebody said we would rather have a white bee Miss South Africa than a black
woman.
Oh, my God.
Now, in her defense, though, I believe that Mia Leroux was born in, I think, Western Cape in South Africa. But the history remains, I mean, of her ancestry. Remains to be known. And this person says, Mia Leroux, a.k.a. JC Leroux, Miss South Africa. Parents from French descent, loved by South Africans. Chidima, born in South Africa from a Nigerian father. Xenophobic South Africans hate her. They say she's not South African. Xenophobic South Africans are an embarrassment to our country. And this is a South African speaking.
Tuso says, again, someone asked here on Twitter, how will Chidima represent the South African indigenous tribes when she can't speak any local languages? Well, how will Mia, the crowned Miss SA, represent the African tribes with that what? Satanic laughter.
Honestly, after Chidima's experience,
a deaf woman. Daniel Rega.
Come on.
A deaf woman, I don't like that word, just won Miss South Africa for the first time. That's a show of representation and inclusivity. What happened to Chidima is unfortunate, but it's also hypocrisy to mock the winner, Mia, based on her skin color. That's subtle racism and the very same thing we are trying so hard to end. Thanks, Daniel.
She's shift and sit down somewhere first
because you don't know what is happening. Nigerians need to understand that their opinions about what happens in SA is meaningless.
Wow.
They should rather focus on their misgoverned country, poor sportsmanship, and how they are scattered all over the world. Mia Leroux is our Miss SA, and there's nothing they can do about it.
My sister, clap for yourself. As South Africans, we stand united. We are not xenophobic, Afrophobic, or racist. We simply refuse to be taken advantage of.
What?
Tyler, Miss S.A., McG. Okay, Joy Zelda says, Nigerians say Chidima didn't audition to be Miss Nigeria. She's not Nigerian. She doesn't have a Nigerian passport, and she doesn't vote in Nigeria. So they don't want her to be Miss Universe Nigeria, yet wanted her to represent South Africa as Miss S.A. Disgusting.
Okay, so before we deviate from the point, because this is... So it's a whole lot, right?
Yeah,
first off, in the news, Miss Universe Nigeria has extended an invitation to Chidima to partake in their pageantry, and we love to see it. And I think that that's what that last tweet was referring to. This is the message that was written to Chidima, and it is signed by the National Director of Miss Universe Nigeria. So we remember what the story was. You know, Chidima Additional. The poor girl had to, drop out of the race at some point. And it's so unfortunate that we're seeing, I don't want to say that, I don't know if it's racism at play, but the xenophobia is obvious, right? And I think that for a long time, we've had this talk over and over again. There's this subtle... I don't know if I'll call it hatred between South Africa and Nigerians. And it has nothing exactly to do with the pageant. The pageant just highlighted it. The little conversations about Nigerians coming to take the jobs, about, and it's not just Nigerians, but this obviously makes it more obvious that it's more targeted at Nigeria, because this is someone of a French descent, not another year. The same year that somebody, and everybody was waiting to see, okay, who is going to win it? I'm not saying that they should have stripped her of the crown. If she deserved to win it, of course she deserved to. But I'm hoping that they can see how
ironic it
ridiculous it is. Like, did anybody not ask, okay, is she really going to win it? Is she really winning it?
So I feel like South Africa's hatred for Nigeria is not even necessarily just a Nigerian thing. I think it's symptomatic of a bigger problem. I think Africa as a continent has a self-hate problem, and we project that self-hate out in different ways. Bleaching our skin, for instance. Preferring to have other kinds of hair, and this is not a slight on anybody. I mean, the ways that we, the ways that we give more importance to the things that white people do or are or say. In your own country, a white person has a lot more respect and power and prestige than you do. So I feel like South Africa and Nigeria is just a symptom of a bigger problem where Africans, because of a lot of things that have happened in our history, which we can't go into, we have a lot of self-hatred, and we haven't dealt with that, and we haven't healed from that. And so instead of us dealing with it, we project it outwards onto other people. I get how ironic it is that a white woman, and she is a white woman. Yes. I don't know if I can say this on air, but Africans are not white people. Yes. Now there are white Africans, but originally Africans were not black people, yes, we are black right? But we've been made to believe that black is bad, white is good. And so whatever it is that falls into the caveat of black, including the human beings themselves, have almost like this covering of you are less than, you are inferior, you are bad. Not over me. I was just trying to make it a little lighter, but you get what I'm saying. So I don't even think South Africa understands that it's not Nigeria that's their problem. It's not anyone that's their problem. It's internalized hate and self-loathing.
I think we are petty as Africans. I know everybody, we have that. We have a bit of pettiness in each and every one of us, but with South Africa, I don't want to overflog the issue. Everybody has said that the xenophobia in South Africa is palpable. You can cut it with a knife. It is that thick. And the fact that there's always been that subtle war between Nigeria and South Africa. Nigerians, when we go anywhere, we announce ourselves. We are aggressive in the way we move. We don't mean we are really aggressive. Aggressive is just how we are.
We take up space.
Yeah,
we take up space.
Sure, that's a nice way to put it. Yeah. We take up space. But also, you've said that, white doesn't represent Africa. Let's be honest. It has nothing to do with racism. But white, if you hear Africa as a continent, you're not thinking of the Igbo person. Yeah. Well, interestingly, in North Africa, we have a lot of them, but they're not Igbo. Their color is almost milky. Yeah. It's a bit different. But let's say South Africans will argue that it's a rainbow country, meaning that they have, the people with different descents. Race, But it's very rare to find a Miss South Africa that is black. Because even in runways and modeling, in the modeling industry, you see that South Africans, is difficult for them they must go on strict diets because of how their body shapes are. They're just naturally endowed with that. And in the modeling industry, so it's very hard to see that an entire Miss South Africa pageant, you see blacks from top to toe. If there are 12 contestants, you see 1 to 12 blacks.
So if it's even about the, white Africans, black, like the North Africa, for example, they would say that. They've always said North Africa is not Africa. Yeah. But I beg to differ because we're all Africans. Yeah. But if you look at South Africa, like you said, they would argue that, from their history, you'd see they have a lot of mixed race children. They have a lot of pure breed whites, right? So it's not even...
but those were the Swiss people that came in to colonize. Yeah, the Dutch, the Swiss, whatever. Yeah, that's how the white people came. Yes. And so all their descendants that are mixed race origin, or the white people there, are naturalized South Africans. They are not born South Africans.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. That if you want to argue for them in that regard, that Mia Leroy, and this is no disrespect to her, right? But it's just because of the situation that the name. The skin color, everything is not South Africa. But I mean, you can even mistake Chidinma Additional to be a South African because she kind of looks like them. She sounds like them, right? But you now having to, it's the double standards for me. You having to defend. I mean, nobody has come out to say anything because to them it's not our business. But if you can defend that someone of French descent is winning the competition the same year that someone else had to drop out because you bullied her out of the competition because she has a Nigerian, then there's a problem.
There is a big problem, actually. Very big problem. We're going to talk about this problem when we come back, but for now we're going to take another short break. Please stay right there. Jasiri will be right back.
Many thanks for staying with us. You're still live with us on Jasiri. And very quickly, we have one of our correspondents on standby in Aba, Chinwe Ogele, who is giving us a situation report on the sit-at-home order that has been enforced. And people are now complaining that apparently Mondays are now looking like Sundays. Chinwe, good morning. Can you hear us?
Well, I didn't get that correctly, but I think you're asking about how it is in Aba.
Yes, basically. Yeah.
Okay. So the town, as usual, is how it is normally on Mondays. Okay. Just a few vehicular movements and a few people who dared the order, just to open their shops. But earlier on today, we had gone to some markets, the major markets in Aba. Ariaria International Market, a Yuku market that is known for selling beverages and provisions of all kinds. Then the shopping center that's for selling fabrics, and the new market, all are on the lock and key. Shops, on the major roads are also on the lock and key. And then the motor parks, we have a few of them that are loading, to take passengers to different parts of Aba and environ. So, but basically activities here are on a low key. And then also, I also saw something that is of interesting to me. I found out that a lot of the business people in this town have come together to make use of Monday. They decided that Mondays will no longer just be for idling away. So they now train, they do exercises every morning. So before 7 a.m., they were already in the field where they now conduct their morning exercise. So they say it's a way of easing off and not just letting the day waste completely. So, but the people are not finding the situation funny. Some people actually, but then there are also a group of people that are in solidarity with what is happening. So for them, it doesn't matter how long it takes for the sit-at-home order, to last. As long as the leader of the IPOB is yet to be released, they'll continue to observe and and stay indoors.
Chinwe, for that update, and of course we're going to be looking at Aba to see how the situation unfolds. I know that the sit-at-home order has been, in effect for a long time, and I don't know if it's going to end anytime soon. But thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you. And for our next story, we head over to Paris. Now, despite significant government funding, Nigeria ended the Olympics without winning any medals, prompting an apology from Sports Minister John Eno. He has attributed the poor performance to a late start in preparations as he assumed office only in August 2023. Eno highlighted the efforts made, such as facility inspections, forming an advisory committee, and organizing training camps in Germany and Spain. Despite these initiatives and full financial support, the results were disappointing. He called for a comprehensive review of the athletes' readiness, coaching, and administrative roles to improve future performances. If you look at our screens, your screens right now, you can see his statement.
This long love letter.
He has to defend his mandate.
So my confusion, though, is he's claiming that in his defense, the whole thing started when he assumed office, which was in August 2023. So basically saying that, he didn't have ample time. But there was still a 12 billion naira budget that was allocated.
Oh, yes.
The budget wasn't slashed because he resumed office late. Right. So the full amount was allocated. And then we came back empty-handed, basically.
Oh, this is why I miss Shola and Swo.
Honestly.
On the show. Oh my God.
So, I'm confused. I don't feel, unless I'm not aware, his appointment to that office wasn't a surprise to him. I believe that it's something he wanted, something he'd prepared for, and whether or not it happened late, it wasn't like someone called me now and said, oh, hey, Annie, come and be the sports minister. I would be able to give that excuse. I don't know anything about sports. But you being in that field, whether or not you assumed the role late, should you not have had your own personal preparation or preparation plan that you would put in place as soon as you got in there so that you would hit the ground running? It's confusing for me. And it doesn't even seem like a reasonable excuse. It feels like, hey, listen, guys, I can say I came late, but how come nobody is calling me out for saying you came late, but you also came without a plan?
So I think that the ministry should not even be excused.
Not at all.
Because it's like saying there's a country called the United States of America, but the country is I'm just using the US for example. We know that they're driving towards a bigger goal, getting better and things like that. Then you say that because a new president just came, the president is not really aware of the goal, so he has to start it. No, he's not done, right? So if someone else is coming into the picture, there was somebody there before.
Yes.
It's not, this Olympic was not surprise, we're having an Olympics.
That's what I'm saying.
It's been announced. I mean, they knew that they should be prepared. So the minister coming in, I'm just for lack of better word to say, should be a figure, that just assumes position
representing
to continue
a system.
Representing the system to continue the preparation. The system should have
already
been
be
preparing.
in place.
It's not the project of, okay, he's coming on board, let's give him this project
start.
to see how he does.
Okay, so it's like you come late to class, to write an exam, and you fail because you didn't study, and you fail, and then you say, I don't understand why I will fail. Okay, I need to recall my answer script.
And
so now, you're sorry to interrupt you. Yeah. So now you're saying, no, I need to recall this and that. You're saying that, okay, there are certain factors that are beyond your control. So who is to blame? The athletes, the coaches, the system? What is it? You've raised the valid points. Blessings has raised the valid point. The system doesn't have anything to do with you. The system should already have been in place. I'm sure if Swo and Shola were here, our guests on Hot Topic Special on Friday, were here, they would say, it shouldn't be surprising. And Swo actually called it. She said, when I think Shola was saying how he was hoping that Amusa would come home with something. Swo said nothing. She's not even expecting anything because of what she saw at the camp. Everything was poorly done, poorly prepared. The athletes were they were struggling. You understand? And then you say you are shocked that nothing came back. 12 billion.
I know for a fact that some athletes that competed in the Olympics had been preparing for like a year
in advance.
But you're sending your athletes like 2 or 3 weeks, max a month, to is it Germany? To
Germany
the
and Spain.
Yeah.
What happens to you taking that up as a project in Nigeria to have a facility that people can train? So it's like this, using the same examination analogy now, you're telling me that, okay, I have an exam in 2 weeks, and then you're just sending me somewhere to go and start preparing. There's no way.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't have checks and balances, and when there is no accountability. Every cause has an effect.
Of course.
But in Nigeria, it seems like we have a lot of causes, but no effects. You people can do things and nothing happens. There are no repercussions. There's no punishment. You're not made to pay for the thing that you've done. And that's why I feel like a minister can make a statement like that and say, well, we failed woefully at the Olympics because I came into the office late. That sounds like what you say when you go to school and say, oh, teacher, the dog ate my homework. It's what a child would say. And it is very, very, very insulting. Because the Olympics is not playing football in the backyard of your father's house. You know what the Olympics are. It's a major worldwide event that people... You see, we don't carry things with importance in Nigeria, and that is our problem. And we take it everywhere we go.
No. So we carry things with importance.
No, we can't. Like what?
We do now. It's just like private jets.
Okay, private jets. I'm sorry.
This is private jets. Priority. There are things that we
yachts.
Yes, there are things that are important to us. This is just not
renovating homes that probably didn't need to be renovated in the first.
It's a shame on the entire ministry.
Terrible
First of all,
shame.
to send somebody to say something like
that.
There's no other excuse you could have given.
Whoever wrote that speech should actually be. They should be sanctioned.
There's nothing else you could have said than saying that I just came into the office, and so I.
I'm even trying to play devil's advocate.
You need to stop it, please.
Because I was going to say maybe the man will say this is not my forte now. It's not my office. It's not my.
Then what are you doing there?
Cesar, I can't even I can't even hold brief.
So,
what are you doing there?
Ladies, there's on the bright side, though, surprisingly, despite not winning any medal at the Olympics, Rena Wakama, the head coach of Nigeria's senior women's basketball team, the Tigress, has been named the best female basketball coach at the Paris 2024 Olympics tournament. Big ups to her. Now, Rena guided the female basketball team to the first ever quarterfinals of the Olympic Games when they beat Canada 79-70. And this marked an impressive record of being the only African basketball team, both men and women, to progress to the last 16 at the event.
My sister Otilo, she has gone. She went there to sell her market.
If you're not doing it,
she's about to go.
You know what case my mind? If your country they do you, no do yourself.
Mama, don't go. You will see that from here. Just watch out. Let's be following Rena closely. My sister, you will hear that Otilo.
She has law.
Speaking of Otilo, we need to law.
We need to law. We hope that you had a very good time with us today. We certainly had a great time catching up with all of you. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. for another episode of exciting conversations and trending stories between us and our special guests. And so now, from me and the ladies, it is goodbye. We will see you tomorrow. Bye.
I love to make a difference as a journalist because when you speak to the situation or the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories. And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt. Knee on knee. This is News Central.
The man-nature relationship has always been indefinite. Nature seen as a provider, but man determining the pace that nature will take to evolve. The truth is, nature and man are inseparable. This relationship goes deeper when it involves art installations and how they can express the connections between man and nature. The latest installation that draws attention to this connection is an exhibition by American photographic artist Roger Barlin in Johannesburg, South Africa. Renowned for his thought-provoking work delving into the human psyche, Barlin says the display aims to explore the antagonistic relation between man and nature, focusing on the decimation of African wildlife.
What we tried to document the initial experience of safaris and hunting in Africa, more or less between 1870, 1880s and 1920, 1930s.
The two installations are part of the latest exhibition by the 72-year-old American photographic artist. According to Barlin, the installation is not like looking at the cloud or another thing on Instagram that you just forget immediately. It has a psychological impact that's likely to remain in somebody's mind.
So if you look at the history of humanity, it's just been the destruction of nature and the destruction of wildlife. This is the history of humanity. There's no end to it.
The display, titled End of the Game, is one of the first to be hosted in Barlin's newly opened Inside Out Center for the Arts in an affluent suburb of Johannesburg. End of the Game looks at the issue from both an aesthetic and documentative perspective.
So we would hope that the exhibition makes a deep impression on people, that they better understand the history of what happened, and they better understand, and they're challenged psychologically by my work. So it's twofold. It's historical, this is what happened here, isn't that terrible? And psychological, which is the Roger Barlin aesthetic.
The display zooms in on the golden age of African hunting around the end of the 19th century. It reminds us of the submission by the World Wildlife Fund, stating that wildlife numbers across the continent have dropped 66% since 1970. According to Roger Ballen, the exhibition hopes to psychologically challenge and make a deep impression on people.
Every day, maritime operations connect the world, transporting goods and fueling economies. Currently valued at about $25 billion, Africa's maritime industry and its connected sectors could be worth $50 to $80 billion in just a few years. But the industry must face its challenges, and that is where Maritime Radar comes in. At the heart of Maritime Radar is the focus on preserving Africa's waterways and marine economy for generations to come, while also building the continent's prosperity. Industry news, exclusive interviews, and News Central's unique storytelling sets the pace to bring to the fore investment opportunities in marine tourism and the blue economy, aquaculture, marine transportation, security, and much more. Navigate Africa's waterways and ride the waves with us.
Hello and welcome to News Central TV. I'm Darshan Usman. Here are some stories making headlines beyond the continent. Let's begin with updates from the conflict in the Middle East. The United States has warned that Iran and its regional proxies may launch an attack on Israel as soon as this week, following last month's assassination of a prominent Hamas leader in Tehran. Speculation has repeatedly mounted that Iran's reprisal could happen soon, and National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby says the U.S. shares the same concerns and expectations that it could be this week. He maintained, however, that it is difficult to ascertain what the reprisal could include, but said it may include a significant set of attacks. Hamas and Iran have accused Israel of carrying out Haniyeh's assassination on Iranian soil. Tel Aviv has not confirmed nor denied responsibility. Meanwhile, Israeli government says it is in a period of vigilance and preparation at a time when the threats from Tehran and Beirut could materialize. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant made this known during a meeting with the Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. Now, this development comes amid mounting international pressure from a ceasefire in Gaza, with Britain, France, and Germany issuing a joint plea for an immediate end to the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas.
גם לחיזוק ההגנה וגם ליצירת חלופות התקפיות בתגובה וגם כיוזמה אם יידרש בכל מקום ובכל אזור. כשהיעד המרכזי הוא הגנה על אזרחי מדינת ישראל. אנחנו בימים של דריכות ושל כוננות. האיומים מטהרן וגם מביירות.
Let's also tell you that Israel has confirmed that its negotiation team will attend Gaza ceasefire talks on August 15 as previously agreed. The announcement was made by Israeli government spokesman David Mencer during a press briefing on Monday. This development follows Hamas's call for U.S., Qatari, and Egyptian mediators to implement the ceasefire plan proposed by U.S. President Joe Biden.
Pursuant to the proposal by the US and the mediators, Israel will send the negotiations team on the agreed upon date, which is August the 15th. And the reason we're doing that is to finalize the details of the implementation of the framework agreement. Now, we want to get our hostages home, which is why we welcome the outline, which has also been supported by President Biden and the other mediating countries. Israel wants our...
Now, joining us to shed light on the ongoing situation is Bolu Michael B., a foreign affairs analyst. Hello, Bolu. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So, Bolu, what are Israel's primary objectives heading into the upcoming ceasefire talks? And how do you think that these goals might actually shape the outcomes of the negotiations?
All right. Well, Israel's main objective would be ensuring security of not just civilians, but also their military personnel, and also limiting Hamas capacity to act in any way. And this involves several strategies that they've put in place in their conditions, such as screening Palestinians returning to Gaza and also controlling the Philadelphia corridor. And if Israel is adamant, sticking to these conditions, it might make negotiation difficult when they meet in the next couple of days. And we're seeing signs that the negotiation might stall because Hamas is saying right now that they would not be attending the negotiation talk if Israel does not revert to previous conditions, because Israel is bringing down new conditions now, and Hamas is not looking forward to that at all.
All right, but how crucial is the role of the U.S., Qatari, and Egyptian mediators in the implementation of the ceasefire plan put forward by President Joe Biden?
Well, Well, the role of mediators, is to propose compromises and ensure as much as possible that they put, commensurate or adequate pressure for sides, warring parties to make certain concessions. I have said previously on the program that Egypt are accidental parties into this case, being their geographical location to Israel. The proximity is there; they are quite close in terms of border. I can arguably trust Qatar's intention, but the United States not very much, because in a couple of weeks ago, it was the other way around. But the sudden call for negotiation on the side of US may not be pure. It might be linked to the forthcoming election, which may hurt Democratic Party candidates. So I do not know the intentions of President Joe Biden, but the role of these mediators is to propose compromises, and the success will depend on how they're able to pressure both sides of making certain concessions.
All right, Bolu, now following the threats from Tehran and Beirut, Israel has actually said that it is in a period of vigilance and preparation. Now, what impact do you think that these threats, may have on the ceasefire discussions and the overall stability of the region?
Well, altogether, it might destabilize the ceasefire talks altogether. On the part of Iran, they are seeking to retaliate the killing of their leader, which happened not too long ago. Let's not forget as well that a couple of months or weeks ago as well, that Iran responded to an attack from the United States by sending so many drones to Israel. Luckily, it didn't really cause any much damage. On the part of Lebanon, if Hezbollah and other Iran-backed groups, continue their work or intensify their attacks, it might lead to wider conflicts.
Okay. Now, John Kirby actually did say that he shares some concerns that, there might be a reprisal, and the U.S. has claimed that Iran might attack Israel this week. What do you make of this?
Oh, well, they could strike any time, because if we look at the last retaliation by Iran, I don't think that Israel was prepared in any way. So they're just insinuations. It could happen tonight, it could happen tomorrow, it could happen next week. The point is that Iran should not be taken lightly in any way if they say they're going to retaliate, because they've said it before and they did it, and they're saying it again. So and they might likely do it at any point in time. The most important thing is for civilian lives not to be lost, and it's very important that warring parties, they protect the life of civilians by being prepared for any attack from Iran.
Absolutely, Bolu. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us on this.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
With that, we'll take a break, and when we come back, Beyond the Continent continues. Stay with us. Welcome back. The United States has issued a warning to Iran regarding its support for Russia, citing reports that Tehran is poised to supply Moscow with hundreds of ballistic missiles. Now, in the meantime, Washington has also announced plans to resume the sale of offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia, lifting a suspension that had been in place for several years due to human rights concerns in Yemen.
And our partners have made clear, both at the G7 and at the NATO summit this summer, together we are prepared to deliver a swift and severe response if Iran were to move forward with the transfer of ballistic missiles, which would, in our view, represent a dramatic escalation in Iran's support for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Iranian officials also continue to deny providing.
President Vladimir Putin has ordered his army to dislodge Ukrainian troops who had entered Russian territory, as authorities say over 120,000 people had been evacuated away from the fighting. Kyiv launched a surprise offensive into Russia's western Kursk region last Tuesday, capturing over 24 settlements in the most significant cross-border attack on Russian soil since World War II. Putin told a televised meeting with government officials that one of the obvious goals of the enemy is to sow discord and strife, to intimidate people, and also to destroy the unity and cohesion of Russian society.
Судя по всему, противник стремится к улучшению своих переговорных позиций в будущем. Но о каких переговорах вообще может идти речь с людьми, которые без разбора наносят удары по мирным людям, по гражданской инфраструктуре, либо пытаются создать угрозы для объектов ядерной энергетики? О чем с ними вообще можно говорить?
In the meantime, the International Committee of the Red Cross, a leading humanitarian organization, has marked the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, the international treaties that govern humanitarian treatment in armed conflicts. Now, speaking to the media, Red Cross Chief Mirjana Spoljaric highlighted that there are currently more than 120 active conflicts worldwide. She emphasized that while governments and media often focus on the devastation in Ukraine and Gaza, other conflicts around the globe are causing similarly shocking levels of suffering.
Years ago, former ICRC President Cornelius Omaruga spoke of 20 active conflicts. Today, there are more than 120 conflicts recorded by my organization. And while governments and media focus on destruction in Ukraine and Gaza, armed conflicts elsewhere take a similarly shocking toll. Violence in Ethiopia has claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. Fighting has displaced 8 million in Sudan and 6 million in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Away from that, an 11-year-old girl and a woman were hospitalized on Monday after being stabbed in central London's Leicester Square. A man has been arrested and remains in custody, according to a police statement, which also noted that authorities are awaiting an update on the victim's condition. Police have not released further details about the suspect, but a security guard who witnessed the incident recounted how he disarmed the attacker.
I heard a scream, and the moment I saw it, there was one person, roughly around maybe like mid-30s or early 30s, and he was like stabbing a kid. So I saw that he was stabbing a kid. I jumped on him, hold the hand in which he wasn't having a knife, and I just put him down on the floor and just hold him and kick the knife away from him. And then a couple of more people joined as well, and we just hold him until the police came. It took like maybe 3 to 4 minutes. Police arrived, and they just took him into the custody. And the child, just like all my colleagues, they gave him first aid, and in the middle, police came as well, and they just gave the first aid.
Still in Europe, a massive wildfire blazed its way into Athens' northeastern suburbs on Monday as hundreds of firefighters battled to contain it, forcing thousands of residents to flee their homes and sparking a Greek government appeal for international help. In scenes never before seen in the Greek capital, residents wearing masks against the choking smoke were desperately dousing their homes with water hoses in the leafy suburbs of near Penteli and Vasilia in an effort to render them less vulnerable to fire. EU spokesman Bolos Ujvari said in a statement that the EU civil protection mechanism was activated upon request of the Greek authorities, adding that Italy, France, and Czech Republic and Romania were sending units to help.
Εδώ είμαστε στο κέντρο, το κυρίως κέντρο συγκέντρωσης του πληθυσμού σε περιπτώσεις εκτάκτων αναγκών όταν υπάρχουν φυσικές ή τεχνολογικές καταστροφές. Τώρα με τη φωτιά που έχουμε αυτή τη φορά, φροντίσαμε ώστε να ενημερωθεί ο κόσμος που έχει σπίτι στην Αθήνα, επειδή είναι σε πολύ μεγάλη έκταση το μέτωπο, για να μην κινδυνεύσουμε, τους ενημερώσαμε και φύγανε για Αθήνα όταν άνοιξε η λεωφόρο Μαραθώνος. Όσοι είναι εδώ, τους πηγαίνουμε σε ξενοδοχεία που έχει κανονίσει ο Δήμος.
Ξαναπείτε μου πάλι.
Ανεξέλεγκτη, δεν υπάρχει με τέτοιον αέρα, ανεξέλεγκτη. Αφού το μέτωπο είναι τεραστίων διαστάσεων. Μιλάμε τώρα, ξεκινάει από...
Spain's ruling socialists regained control of Catalonia's regional government as a new cabinet was sworn in, ending over a decade of separatist rule in the region. The 16-member cabinet is led by Salvador Illa and is the first time since 2010 that the wealthy northeastern region has a government that does not come from the pro-independence camp. The socialists won the most seats in a regional election in May but fell short of a majority. Illa secured the support of the tiny far-right Comunes Party, part of the Summa alliance that backs Pedro Sanchez, the former Prime Minister of Spain, at national level, and moderate separatist ERC party to become regional leader in a vote on Thursday in Catalonia's Regional Assembly. We head now to Asia, where doctors in government hospitals across several Indian states have indefinitely suspended elective services as of Monday in protest of the rape and murder of a young female medic. The 31-year-old doctor's body, discovered on Friday in a state-run hospital in Kolkata, West Bengal, bore multiple injuries, with an autopsy later confirming sexual assault and homicide. Police have detained a man who worked at the hospital, assisting patients in navigating the facility's queues. Sexual violence remains a pervasive issue in India, where nearly 90 rapes are reported daily in a country of 1.4 billion people. And now to a little bit of sports. Hundreds of students have protested in the Bangladeshi capital of Dhaka to demand the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina face trial. Hasina, 76, fled to neighboring India a week ago as protesters flooded Dhaka's streets in a dramatic end to her iron-fisted tenure. Hasina's government was accused of widespread human rights abuses, including the extrajudicial killing of thousands of her political opponents.
যে খুনি শেখ হাসিনা জুলাই ম্যাসাকারে যে গণহত্যার নির্দেশদাতা, তা যার মদতে আমাদের বাংলাদেশের সাধারণ জনতার খুন হয়েছে, শিক্ষার্থী খুন হয়েছে, তাকে অনতিবিলম্বে বাংলাদেশে এনে বিচার নিশ্চিত করতে হবে, সেই দাবিতে আমরা আজকে এখানে একত্রিত হয়েছি।
না, আমরা আপাতত এই দেশের মধ্যে এই ধরনের কোনো ধরনের আশঙ্কা করছি না, কারণ আমাদের যে বিপ্লবটা হয়েছে এটা পুরো দেশের মানুষের বিপ্লব হয়েছে, কোনো একটা নির্দিষ্ট গোষ্ঠী এই বিপ্লবটা করেনি। সো এইখানে এসে কোনো ফেসিবাদ বা কোনো সংখ্যালঘু গোষ্ঠী যারা বর্তমানে প্রশাসনের দ্বারা আমাদের উপরে এত অত্যাচার নিপীড়ন করেছে, তাদের এতটা সাহস আশা করি হবে না যে এখানে এসে একটা পাল্টা কুকুর।
Team GB diver Tom Daley has announced his retirement on Monday after the conclusion of the Paris Olympics, saying it is the right time to step away from the sport. Daley announced his decision, saying he knew he was going to retire from diving before taking part in the men's 10-meter synchronized platform with partner Noah Williams. Daley, who is 30, won 5 medals in 5 Olympic Games appearances, the highlight being the gold he won in Tokyo in 2021 and culminating in a silver in the men's 10-meter synchronized diving in Paris. Former Manchester United defender John O'Shea has been named assistant coach to Heimir Hallgrímsson for the Republic of Ireland's national team. O'Shea, who served as interim head coach for recent matches against Belgium, Switzerland, Hungary and Portugal, was a candidate for the head coach role before Hallgrímsson was appointed. O'Shea previously worked as an assistant to Stephen Kenny. Paddy McCarthy will also continue in the backroom team while retaining his role at Crystal Palace. Hallgrímsson has added Gudmundur Hedersson as an assistant coach focusing on goalkeeping. And that's all on Beyond the Continent. Send your eyewitness report to the WhatsApp number on the screen. Do follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can watch News Central live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Avo TV, and YouTube. Many thanks for watching. I'm Darshan Usman.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, the stories that put Africa first.
With the position from the federal government, I emphasize this because if Akwa Ibom and any other state in this country had cooperation from the federal government, Nigeria would not be where it is today. The federal government just felt because, for whatever reason, let me try to give the reason, just felt that they had to control everything. Control power, control telecom, control police, control resources, control everything. And so there was no progress. We just became, as it were, we reduced to being vassals of the federal government. That is not a federal arrangement. Certainly not the federal arrangement that was agreed to in 1960 when we had independence. But the federal government, in spite of the opposition and resistance for the federal government, are managed to build 191 megawatt power plants sitting there. Just before I completed it, the federal government came out with what I consider the most ridiculous, most backward, most whatever word you like to use against that power, because if you generate, you cannot transmit, you cannot distribute. So what is the point? I argued, I said, listen, I have something sitting in my backyard called a generator. The actual name is generator. Why do you allow me to generate power from that thing and distribute to my house? Why don't, since I cannot generate and distribute, why don't I sell the power from my generator to the national grid? That's how ridiculous it is. I studied logic. And one of the things you do in logic is this reductio ad absurdum. Reduce an argument to its absurd limit, and then you will test its veracity. I reduce it to that kind of ridiculous extent. So you want me to generate power from my generator, put it in the national grid before I can use it in my house? Otherwise, if I build a larger plant, why can't I distribute to a larger thing than my house, maybe a community? If I build a much larger plant, why can't I distribute to my state? Believe me, sitting here today, I know I am convinced and I know I'm correct. If Akwa Ibom had been allowed to proceed along the lines I wanted to go and distribute that power to Akwa Ibom and boast, as we wanted to boast, that we are the first state in Nigeria to ensure and guarantee 24-hour constant power, several other states would have joined.
everywhere across Nigeria. With news coverage driven by the quest for solutions, News Central brings you the stories that matter.
Bringing you major headlines and latest developments from the creeks of the Niger Delta, South Nigeria. I am Austin Azu.
Live from the Federal Capital Territory, I am Joshua Imarai, bringing you exclusive insights and updates straight from Abuja.
Covering the rich cultural heritage and dynamic events of the North, I am Emmanuel Bagudu.
Covering the ongoing developments and triumphs of the Northeast, I am Umaru Kirawa, live from Borno.
Bringing you stories of growth and resilience from the Southeast, I am Chinwe Ukele.
In the intensity of Nigeria's middle belt, I am Chizoba Anyowe, bringing you stories of diversity and latest happenings from Jos.
With a dedicated team of reporters across the nation, News Central is empowering viewers to shape the future of their communities. Because your story is our mission. Stay informed, stay connected with News Central, with fearless reporting on what matters most.
Well, it's the start of a new week and we are back again with another week of market polls on News Central Television in partnership with Nairametrics. So you can sit back as we bring you that comprehensive breakdown of market activities in Nigeria and across Africa. I am Lekon Onobanjo, your host for this afternoon. Well, on the show today, Unity Bank Providers Bank merger with a 700 billion naira bailout from the CBN in view. Another era of banking consolidations. Are we to see the mergers or are banks as solid? Are they solid enough to actually raise the capital? Well, Fidelity Bank's hybrid offer ends today. Now, as the market positively impacted or reacted or otherwise to this particular offer. And FCMB Asset Management is set to float Nigeria's first private credit fund, something in the mold of Blackstone. The company is looking to raise 100 billion naira from this fund as it's targeted towards mid-cap companies. But first, let's get an overview on activities on the exchange today. Even as we look at the summary of the ASI, that is the All-Share Index and the market cap, even as we'll welcome you to the first trading day of the week. Market in summary, as we know it, Dangote is said to have gained, BUA lost, and Owando is said to be excited about its performance. But then when you look at the ASI, 97,880.94 in closing, while the market capitalization, 55.575 trillion naira. Well, you can see the percentage differentials there as it played out, so minus 0.72%. Now we look at the top gainers now. And we have Julius Berger topping the chart. Well, Julius Berger and National Salt Company were top top gainers as they both posted about 10% gains each. Now, oil and gas stocks are said to be feeding fat in the market with Total Energies and, of course, Moando posting about 9.98% gains respectively. Now, another Dangote company, that is Dangote Sugar Refinery, completed the list of the top 5 gainers with about 9.95% in terms of gains. Let's look at the top losers now. Now, we did have only about 20 losers in the market today. However, BUA Cement with its 9.93% loss had the most effect on the market. There you can see it. Of course, we understand that Skyway Aviation, Suno Assurances, WAPIC and CWG posted quite marginal losses, and there you can see it, most especially for BUA, minus 9.93%, all the way down to Sky Aviation, minus 5.43%, Suno Assurance, minus 4.76%. Then we still have a WAPIC at 77 kobo, minus 2.53%, and CWG closing at 6 naira 15 kobo at minus 2.38%. And we look at the top movers now. Now, topping the chart is GTCO. Now, as expected, our banking stocks led in terms of trading volume. Is about 123.9 million shares of GTCO were actually traded, while Access Holdings and UBA also posted high traded volumes. Now, we look at the currency to wrap things up. Looking at the African currency, the Nigerian naira for a dollar is still traded at 1,590 naira. And it was most quiet across Africa, even as the naira didn't post any much change as we saw last week. Now, the South African rand and the Kenyan shilling appreciated slightly against the dollar, but then it was just slightly. Now, let's just show you African stock markets overview. Even as we tell you that Johannesburg Exchange, the all-share index stands at 80.501.69, showing a slight decline of 0.29%. Casablanca Stock Exchange from Morocco, looking at the all-share index, is at 13,835.04, reflecting a gain of 0.31%. When you look at the Egyptian exchange, the EGX 30 index rose to about 29,706.70, marking an increase of 0.59%. Nairobi Securities Exchange from Kenya, we saw the ASI at 101.95 with a minor drop of 0.11%. And Ghana Securities Exchange, the composite index remained unchanged at 4,440.78. So it's now time for me to bring in David Olujimi, financial markets analyst with Nairametrics, who will be breaking down the market conditions and its performance. Just stay with us. We'll get right into it in a short while. Well, this is Market Pulse, and right now we are picking up on the pulse of the day. And joining me now to make sense of the figures is a business analyst and, of course, one of the analysts on Nairametrics. I told you his name earlier. I'm talking about David Olujimi. David Olujimi, you are welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's just look at it from what we've had so far. Unity Bank and Providence Bank have both announced a merger, as we understand, according to the books. Now, the first major banking merger that we are seeing since 2019. As part of the merger plans, Unity Bank is set to receive about 700 billion naira in terms of bailout loan from the CBN. So what are your thoughts on how this affects the banking landscape in Nigeria?
So basically, a collapse of banks is not a very good thing for the banking landscape, basically. We've had this situation in 2000, and we had a situation in 2009 where quite a number of banks had to lose their license it led to some form of anguish. It led to some form of panic in the system. So I think the CBN is trying to create that. They already said that we're not going to allow the liquidation or the closure of any more banks after the whole incident at Heritage Bank. So I basically just think that this is just a way of saying, okay, in order not to allow this to go on, let's do this. Plus, Unity Bank is in quite a sordid state. They are not in a palatable state with regards to their books. They have quite a number of obligations. Do not as bad as Heritage Bank, but I think just not to allow a collapse of the bank. The point of everything is we don't need to have banks shutting down in our country because a lot of consumer and customer deposits are there. That's it, basically.
Well, this seems to be the second time that Unity Bank is receiving a bailout from the CBN. The bank also was said to have received a bailout in 2009. So why is the case quite different from Heritage Bank, considering the fact that Heritage Bank was allowed to die, so to speak, even with the second time?
Okay, so Heritage Bank was in quite a precarious state. I'm not the spokesperson of the CBN, but when you look at the books of Heritage Bank had some very serious liabilities. They had like a 100 billion liability to First Bank. They had their financial performance was so terrible. It was bad. It was terrible to the point where I think the CBN just had to let it go. It was the sinking ship. It was a sunk ship per se. Would have needed a whole lot of money to get that bank running again. But the case with Unity Bank is that Unity Bank is a bank that I won't say we should let it die. I think Unity Bank is quite, let me use the word Heritage Bank, because it's quite an old bank. It was formerly Bank of the North. Now we have it as Unity Bank. And for the first time when the CBN bailed it out, the CBN said the bank has not had a case of poor running. It was just a case of inefficient capital, inadequate capital. So their situation is quite different from that of Heritage Bank. And I don't know if the bank will be allowed. I hope they don't get into this situation a third time, because I don't think the third time is the charm for them, because it's a lot. This is the first time we had it. The first time 2009. We're having it again in 2024, 15 years later. I hope we don't have it again.
That's quite interesting, I must say. Now, if you are to combine both the banks' paid-up capital, they will still need about 152 billion naira to actually meet up with a national banking license. And we know that Unity Bank shares are currently suspended on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and the bank has a market cap of about 17.7 billion naira. So what financing options do you think these banks have?
So one option they have is something we call the private placement. That's something I think that the Providus side of the merger can come to work out, because some of these banks that are not listed on the exchange don't have the option. Like now, presently at the NGX, where Zenith Bank's fact behind the offer is ongoing. So these banks that are listed on the exchange have these options. But some banks like Providus, Keystone, Polaris, and some of the other banks that are not listed on the exchange, like those banks don't have the option of coming to the exchange to raise money. Those banks have the option of private placements. They have the option of going out there looking for investors. They have to go out to look for investors to put in money into their bank. So this is the time where the management of these banks, the management of the two banks, Unity and Providus, will have to sit there, will have to be on their toes, and will have to get working. To get a 152 billion naira investment into your bank is not a small investment. So I feel like the available financing options they have right now is trying to get investors. They have to try as much as possible to get investors anyhow they can. And Tier 2 capital is not welcome in this case. So I think they know that the options are quite limited. So they need to do what they have to do. For Unity Bank, though is a listed bank, but the probability of coming to the market to raise, and this is a bank that has not paid dividends in how long, I don't know. It's a bank that has been struggling with negative equity for the longest period. I don't know if shareholders would be very willing to want to give more money to Unity Bank in the market. So I think the best option they have is private placements. Thank you.
So it seems as though Unity Bank seems to be the one in the murky waters. So I'm just trying to put it across to you now. If you are a shareholder also, probably a shareholder or maybe an investor, how do you think you would react to this in a nutshell?
How I would react to it is basically, it's a glimmer of hope, because Providence comes with a more solid book. Providence comes with a more solid book because they have a record of profit making. They are green, basically. They are a profit making bank. They consistently, though it's a small bank by the number of branches, they have just about 23 branches in the country. It's far smaller than Unity that has about 197 or about 208 branches. It's far smaller than Unity. But I think it's a glimmer of hope that we have a rescuing. These things have happened in the past. What we are hearing is a merger, but in the past we used to have cases where Standard Trust, a much smaller Standard Trust bank, acquired UBA, made it into what it is today. Had cases where the much smaller Access Bank acquired the Intercontinental Bank and made it into what it is, and now we have like this very large system. So we'll probably see a case. Maybe we'll probably see the same thing in the case of Access, in the case of Providence and Unity. But for me as a shareholder, I think it's a glimmer of hope that we would have a situation where at least we now have a bailout from the CBN for our bank. That means our banks and they are required to pay this loan over the space of 20 years. So I think they can get working with much alacrity now than focusing on some of the obligations which were due.
All right, David Olujimi, thank you so much. But we are not done with you yet anyway. There's still another part of discussion that we need to venture into. But then you're actually watching Market Pulse up next. Now, FCMB Asset Management manages close to about 400 billion naira worth of assets. However, the company is looking to move into a new asset class that is the first of its kind, according to details, a private credit fund. We'll discuss that in a short while. Do stay with us. You're tuned to Market Pulse on New Central Television, where we will be spotlighting something that has to do with the FCMB. Now, the asset management is targeting to raise about 100 billion naira within the next 1 year for its private credit fund. And joining me to further assess the viability and fact behind this move is still David Olujimi. Of course, he's the financial markets analyst with Nairametrics. So, David, first, what do we need to know about this private credit fund? What is the private credit fund? What are the facts behind the move?
So basically, a private credit fund is a fund where investors come together, pool funds together in a bid to give out credit to companies. So basically, it's a what's the word now? It's a situation where institutional investors, pension fund administrators, everybody comes together. Basically, those with a large amount of assets come together, pool funds together in a bid to give out credits. It's an asset class where it's an investment option. So they get their returns by the interests from the credit given out to private entities. They give credit out to like private companies and the likes. So for this FCMB's move, it's the first move we've seen. We've been seeing different kinds of asset classes coming up. In Nigeria now, we've seen infrastructure funds coming up, where funds are pulled together in a bid to invest in infrastructure, just like the one we have with the Nigerian Infrastructure Debt Fund by Chapel Hill Denham. Then we have United Capital Infrastructure Fund. So the federal government too has its own kind of credit fund. That is with NSIA, that's the Sovereign Investment Authority. That is Nigeria's sovereign wealth fund, where funds are pulled from government savings and all, and they are put to use in different sectors of the economy. Sometimes either to give out credit or to invest in different sectors like electricity, infrastructure, the likes, and returns are made via the revenue generated or the interest paid by the debitors, or rather, to the interest paid by the debitors, yes. So in this private credit fund, we are seeing a situation where the FCMB Asset Management is trying to come up with a new asset class for PFAs. They've been very insistent. They've been speaking about PFAs a whole lot, because when you look at data behind the returns of PFAs, you discover that it's not corresponding, it's not aligning with what inflation is saying, which is not very good for pensioners, people who are putting their money into these pension funds, like me and you and everybody who works. So it's a situation where they are trying to develop a new asset class, and I think it's quite a good move.
Okay, so you're saying it's a good move, but I'm wondering, how does it all go for the Nigerian capital market scene, and how attractive is the pool?
So basically, any new asset class is an improvement from the last. At least now we have ETFs in the Nigerian capital market. We've never had ETFs before. Now we're having derivatives. So I think some people have been trying to come up, the NGX has been trying to come up with derivatives. And then in the FMDQs, we have futures. Then every way for money to go into the capital market, it's a welcome development. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Anyhow money can go into the capital market, it's a welcome development. And in this case now, we've seen a situation where it's a financing. So the private credit fund is a new method of financing for businesses. It's not just that we are going to be having just banks as the only financing medium or financing method. We're also seeing the situation where private credit fund, companies can go to FCMB Asset Management and say, okay, we want to get this amount of money, give us this amount of money at this particular interest rate. And it's probably lesser, according to what I read, according to what FCMB Asset Management is saying. They're saying they're going to be offering these loans at lower than 28.67%, which is the average interest rate for companies of middle-sized companies in Nigeria, of medium-sized companies in Nigeria. So for now, we have a case where we have improved. We have a case where we have an additional source of financing for businesses, which is a welcome development.
Okay, so now we understand that the CEO of the FCMB Asset Management was very particular about the pension fund administrators. What are your thoughts on that?
So like I said initially, they were saying something about the fact that pension fund administrators, the returns generated last year. So when I looked at the data, we discovered that from June 2023 to June 2024, the returns by pension fund administrators was just about 22%. And you compare that with an inflation rate of 33.95%, that's a negative real return of almost 12%. That's terribly, that's not the kind of thing we want to be saying. So if we're going with that kind of...
Hello, David. I think we just lost connection with David Olujimi right there while I was trying to coast home as regards the pension fund administrators and what peculiarities the FCMB asset managers are concerned about. But then maybe we just draw curtains on that particular discussion. David Olujimi right there with the financial analyst. Okay, you're back. All right, so
yes.
All right, so I just like you to just, in about a minute or two, round up on what you were saying.
So I was saying that the real returns that pension fund administrators are having right now is it's not encouraging considering the level of inflation we have. And we discovered that about 64% of the money of pension fund assets in Nigeria are going into government securities, going into government bonds, treasury bills. So if we have an alternative asset class that can provide returns that are higher than what government bonds and treasury bills can provide, I think it's a welcome development for the country. It's a welcome development. It's 100 billion. 100 billion out of 20 trillion is just I don't know. I don't want to say it's just a drop in the ocean, but like they say, the journey of 1,000 steps begin. The journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step.
Okay.
So
Well, I understand. David Olujimi, because we're actually pressed for time anyway. But then thank you so much. You are a financial analyst at Nairametrics. Thank you so much for detailing these for us. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So earlier on, I shared with you African market updates. So I will just roll out the data right now, and I will just pick up from there even as we coast home. Let's see the details. Okay, so I'm made to understand that we don't have that slide, but then let's just understand that results were mixed, as I told you earlier, across Africa, as the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in some way declined. And of course, the Moroccan and the Egyptian Stock Exchange picked a bit in terms of gains. It's only the Ghanaian Stock Exchange that remained unchanged. And there we have it, your show for today on Market Pulse. And of course, for the week, we'll be running through up until Friday. Don't forget that you need to enjoy your earnings, not all of it, but you need to save some for the future. My name is Lekon Obanjo. Thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy your day.
On the go, live reports, real-time updates, unfiltered stories. I'm Bernard Akede. This is News Central.
Genetically modified organisms, or GMOs, are plants or animals whose genetic makeup has been altered through biotechnology to enhance desirable traits, such as resistance to pests or improved nutritional content. While GMOs offer potential benefits, they also come with concerns that need careful consideration.
The tests that are usually done by governments, by agencies that are promoting GMOs, don't last more than 90 days. And people are not going to eat GMOs for only 90 days and they say, okay, we've done it this fine. You could take something, eat or drink a particular thing, it would take years before the impact will begin to show. This very reason is why, like in Nigerian law and in many other GMO laws, they don't include strict liability.
One primary concern is the potential health risks. Critics argue that GMOs could trigger allergic reactions or other health issues. While many studies suggest GMOs are safe, public skepticism remains.
So, if they're so convinced, like we hear the Nigerian Biosafety Management Agency always say the GMOs we approve are safe. The GMOs we approve are safe. There is no reason to take them on their word. Let them prove it. Let them bring the risk assessment and publish it. Some scientists have done tests that last more than 90 days, and they've been blackmailed and pressured. So the truth is that there's no consensus globally about the safety or otherwise of GMOs.
As Nigeria continues to navigate the complexities of GMO food consumption, it is important to approach these innovations with caution and a commitment to safety. This includes transparent labeling and information on the benefits and risks. Secondly, ensuring that GMOs are tested thoroughly for safety and environmental impact before they enter the market, as well as supporting farmers with training and resources can help them make informed decisions about adopting the GMO technology. By balancing progress with prudent measures, Nigeria can make informed choices that benefit both its people and its environment. In Lagos, for News Central, Bettina Nweli.
As reporters, we don't just gather news stories, we experience them daily. So join us on Report Desk Africa as we share these experiences and review the top African stories. Only on News Central.
Mama is showing you everything she does, from bead making to adire and batik. This is adire, right?
Yeah, adire alabella.
Adire
alabella.
What does that mean?
Adire with wax, beeswax, our lost wax process. After the honey, the wax is what we use to do this. And it's called alaworan, the one with the figure. These are the Chibo mothers. During the time of when our guests are taken away. So the mothers went to the school and protest and said, we want our guests back. Nobody listened to them. I put the green and white to represent Nigerian color. Yes, and these are the real picture of the women. I only try to use bead to bring it out. And that is why you see the way they sit down, they are sad, they are looking. My work promotes more women, because I want people to see what women are doing in the society.
In a world where information seems to travel at the speed of light and traffic at a snail's pace, where the agenda of those at the helm doesn't always reflect the pressures on the streets, where the rubber hits the road, where there's queue of issues needing to be interrogated in the name of speaking truth to power.
Welcome to a place at the table,
where we set the agenda,
table the issues that matter to you,
and invite you to take a seat at the table.
Welcome to a place at the table. It's good to be back. To chart the way forward, we need to ensure we have a clear vision. My advocacy today is titled A Windfall or a Windfall. Go figure. Welcome to the table, Esther.
Thank you, Yinka. Windfall or windfall. This stuff is right up my alley. I'll be navigating identical territory as I lay out a vision for economic productivity.
Welcome, Esther. Yinka, seems like you met your match. I'll be dealing with issues of rebuilding trust between the people and its government. I'm sure you all agree it's timely, right? Wamaka, good to have you on the show.
Music to my ears, Bright. It's good to be here. I'll be tackling an identical issue of trust, but my recommendations may be more directed. I'm saying the INEC chairman must be held accountable. Deji, what do you say?
We've only just met, Wamaka, and it's like you're attempting to read my mind. Suffice to say, I share the concerns raised around trust. I'll be tackling the sustained problem of crude oil theft in the Niger Delta.
All right. Fresh panelists, fresh topics, similar passion for progress and development. Have we ever disappointed? No be today. On July 17th, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu requested the Senate to amend the 2024 Appropriation Act by adding 6.2 trillion to fund infrastructure development, education, healthcare, and welfare initiatives. To fund this, he requested an amendment to the Finance Act 2023 by imposing a 50% windfall tax unrealized profit of FX transactions of banks. The Senate subsequently increased the percentage to 70% and passed the bill. There's a lot to unpack here, but let me start with the obvious. What is a windfall tax? A windfall tax is a one-time tax imposed on companies that have experienced unexpected and significant gains, often due to extraordinary circumstances. They are usually levied to redistribute the unexpected wealth, generate revenue, and ensure equity. Windfall taxes are not peculiar to Nigeria. For instance, in May 2022, the UK imposed a windfall tax of 25% on energy profits. Also in August 2023, Italy imposed a windfall tax on profit earned by banks from high interest rates. Many have argued whether the windfall tax is justified or not. For me, the question should be, with a total budget deficit of 16 trillion, can the windfall tax fund this? The answer is no. According to Nairametrics, banks made a total pre-tax income of 3.7 trillion in 2003, representing a 197% increase from 2022. Out of this amount, about 1 trillion was due to revaluation gains from FX. With a 70% windfall tax, while factoring the 33% company income tax already paid, inclusive of FX gains, the best government can hope for is about 500 billion, which is merely 3% of the budget deficit. So how does government intend to fund the rest? There are other issues with this windfall tax that should be of concern, like the retrospective application of tax law, double taxation, and the disincentive to investors at the time of bank recapitalization. Unlike Femi Otedola, I'm less concerned about bank executives buying private jets as short-changing shareholders. I'm more worried about our debt sustainability. If this windfall tax cannot fund a material part of the budget deficit, then what exactly is the plan?
So, first, in my view, I'm against this tax because we cannot just keep moving from one tax regime to the other. It shows that government policy is extremely weak. Again, I think what the Senate did by jacking it up is too exorbitant, because if it was at maybe 30%, I'll say, okay, fair enough. The banks, they are living extravagant lifestyle, so government is trying to rein them in and get some resources for the poor in the country. But 70%, that's outrageous. What does the government do for business owners in Nigeria? Practically nothing. Many of these banks and these businesses, they provide their own electricity, provide their own water. They do almost everything. The government does nothing in return. So paying tax, because the Constitution has placed specific obligations on the government. And so when government fails to meet its objectives and its obligations, government should not expect citizens to go overboard in trying to meet theirs. So we have a country where things just don't work. And, in making the economy run smoothly, because these banks, there are workers in these banks who are Nigerians who are putting in the work. These profits should be shared to shareholders. Government is not a shareholder in these banks. They're already paying CIT and so many other taxes. And that's why we keep talking about multiplicity of taxes in the country. It's not good for any economy. That's why businesses are leaving the country.
I have a slightly different opinion on that. I do not have an issue with the windfall tax, because if most of the money came from the change in the value of the foreign exchange, then the government should get some of that value, I believe. However, the question for me in all this is, what kind of business environment or climate is the government creating? There is instability. You never know what's going to happen today or tomorrow if you're running a business in Nigeria, and that is a challenge. That's one. The second thing, as you mentioned, is where's the rest of the money coming? Something is wrong with the budget if you don't know how you're going to fund it. And it has to be something that's sustainable. So we need to trust the government that they know what they're doing. And in doing so, they have to show us where the money is going to come from. So I agree with you. And look at ways to cut. They need to look at ways to cut expenses. Because you can either increase your profit or reduce your expenses, or you do both. And the way we're seeing it right now, as a Nigerian, I'm not seeing sufficient effort on the part of the government to reduce its expenses. And so when you come and pose the entire burden on the people, then it's a problem.
For me, the question really is around when they take this money from the banks, how is it going to be spent? So is it going to be spent on capital projects, okay, that will benefit all of us on this table and everyone watching the show? Or is it going to be spent on the regular recurrent expenditure, which is really all about paying salaries and all, right? So I think that's where we should be focused on. The truth is that the banks will be fine, okay? If we're getting money from industries like manufacturing that are already bleeding, then I will sit on this table and say, no, we don't want that.
The banks are nobody's friends.
Yeah, the banks, I think the banks are strong, they are resilient, although we don't want to, overstretch them, right? So they will be able to pay, but we need to keep our eyes on where the money is going to and what it will be used for.
All right, so before Bright comes in, I just want to emphasize that when the banks made huge revaluation profits from FX, the manufacturing sector was experiencing the exact opposite. Huge FX losses. So essentially, this is about redistribution of that.
So for me, I think I have more questions than even answers. The first thing is, what do they put into consideration when they're coming up with this budget, right? Are you looking at what all the different points that we generate revenues? Are you also looking at the fact that we've over time not invested in those points that we can generate revenues? We're talking to the banks. We're talking about the banks now making more profits. We also know that the banks are also the infrastructure that is being used for corruption, right? So there's a lot of that money that actually comes from corruption, right? And then when we talk about how we're going to get the rest of the money, because like you said, apart from the banks, what other points, what other industries are having this, extra profits apart from the banks? If you're saying this is what we want to rely on, like you said in your advocacy, 500 billion is probably what's going to be left. That's not going to do anything compared to what is available. I think my suggestion would be, like she said, instead of focusing on a particular sector to provide this fund, identify all of the different sectors that you can invest in more to increase revenue stream for the country. When it comes to, it's one of our advocacies, when it comes to human capital development, we have a lot of young people, a lot of people in general, over 250 million people, that most of them don't have jobs, they don't have the skills to be able to add some kind of value. When you go to rural communities, if you find young, healthy people driving bikes, driving keke, imagine if you're able to increase their skills and their capacity, how much money they can generate.
I think you're already getting into Esther's third.
Yeah, so I feel like we should kind of focus more on, even if at the end of the day we're able to get a certain level of, when we're designing this budget, how much do we invest in things that can give us more returns?
What I'm seeing is Nigeria is like a patient in trauma. And so you have the trauma team. They're trying to, ensure that the heart is still beating. There's a bleeding, they're trying to stop the bleeding. And they're doing several things that are needed. But then someone comes in and saying, you know what, I think this person's fingernail is broken. Let me start doing a manicure. You're going to look at that person and say, what's going on with you? Why are you doing this now? Only the essential things need to be dealt with at this point. And even the things that will ensure the person lives to the next minute or hour, and then also ensuring that in what you're doing, you don't jeopardize their long-term health. And I feel like maybe the view is not being taken like that, and that's why we're having such a huge budget. Who's going to pay for it?
All right, okay. Balancing the books is critical to the stability of our nation. I know that Esther will agree with me.
I do agree, and increased productivity has a major role to play in this. Pay close attention. I have a few things to say on the matter after the break. What if we could get Nigeria to be one of the most productive nations in the world? Did I see you roll your eyes? Hold on. I know Nigeria is one of the highest unemployment rate globally as at 2020 when it was at 33.3%, until it was revised actually last year to about 5%. And there have been lots of debates around this efficacy in terms of the revision. But let's consider the possibility of making Nigeria a more productive country. We can start with understanding how productivity is measured. In simple words, it's how much resources or inputs are required to generate outputs. According to the International Labour Organization, Nigeria's labor productivity is one of the lowest globally at barely $7, relative to other countries that are about $50 and above. This, of course, contributes to the stunted economic growth we see. Productivity is key for economic development, and research has shown that it is driven by 4 interrelated components: innovation, efficiency in allocation and use of resources, fiscal and institutional infrastructure, and education. Let's simplify this. What really can Nigeria do to increase its productivity? I'll give you 4 of them, and there are, of course, more. The first is technology and innovation. We need to think of smarter ways of doing things. For every tax and transaction, pause and think, is there a smarter way to do this? Many times the solution lies in technology. The second is favorable business environment. Yes, government has its part to play in improving the business climate of Nigeria. The government needs to make it easier to do business in Nigeria. The third is a healthier workforce, and this goes beyond government. It reaches private organizations and business owners. Really, how many of us have our workers in an HMO, right? Many health maintenance organizations have made health insurance more flexible and affordable. Please, let's go the extra mile and enroll our workers. A healthier workforce is more productive and will help our businesses grow. The last but very important is education. We can't increase productivity without strengthening our educational system. Our schools need to equip students with suitable skills that enables them to add real value. You certainly will agree with me that improved productivity enables organizations to produce greater outputs, earn higher revenues, and ultimately economic growth and prosperity. Let's be a part of increasing Nigeria's productivity just where we are.
So I'm a manufacturer. And so a lot of what you're saying hits home.
Okay.
And my observations, or one of the critical issues we have, is our educational system. Specifically, developing critical thinking skills. That is a huge challenge. Our educational system doesn't seem to be focused on developing critical thinking skills. And that results in a lack of productivity. Because no matter how well you plan things, there will always be challenges. Is an individual able to apply their thinking skills to outcomes, to the intended outcome, if things go just a little bit off the way they ought to be? Another thing is, there seems to be a disconnect between what is policy and what should be implemented. And so there's a culture where we believe that this is what is on paper, but now that we're here, let us now do, this is the cocoa, let's do the real thing. That's a problem because people think through processes and systems and design them, and it's meant to be followed. When people feel like the system is just for decoration or show, you find out there will be a lack of productivity and a lot of waste.
We live in a society that these people, when it comes to how we design projects, even whether government or private sector or development agencies, it's like a charity case. Right? We want to support 500,000 young people. Let's train them in tailoring, in carpentry, let's send them to the farm. And if you keep looking at this situation from that perspective, if you're investing in the sense of I'm giving back, instead of investing in the sense of I want return, there are two different approaches. So when I look at all the different government programs from Goodluck Jonathan's time, from the UWin to the Shopee to the Empower. It's just, we have a lot of unemployed youth. Let's empower them. Let's train them. No, let's invest in them so that they can also turn around to become revenue generation. Their skills can now be used to increase our economy. Second is, we don't create long-term projects. Most of the things that we do, we focus on quick wins. There are lots of things, industries that we can focus on, like you said, technology is one. Sports. I mean, look at how much we can generate from just sporting events. And also, because we also have the number of people that we can work with. Then the creative economy, that's actually booming by itself right now, and it has nothing to do with the government. It's just young people saying, you know what, I can do short videos. Then we're talking about agriculture. We could literally become the food basket of the world if we decide to put a better structure around how we support farmers, we create, we provide tools and equipment to provide the training that's required for them to be able to, use their skills to get the best output.
You see, the United States of America, they have the highest number of millionaires in the entire world. They have about 24.4 million millionaires. Then China is next with about 6.2 million millionaires. We're talking about millionaires in dollars. In dollars. So the more rich citizens you have, the more wealthy the nation is. Because by implication, what it means is that citizens are able to pay more taxes to meet their obligations as citizens, as responsible citizens, and government is able to get the resources to meet basic needs. And yes, I agree with you when you talk about funds generation. There's a whole lot of money to generate. One of the most fundamental ways of generating funds in Nigeria, in regards to my own advocacy here today, which has to do with refining of crude oil. Nigeria should be not just the West African hub for refining petroleum products, but the entire continent. Imagine the number of effects we can create for our economy. Imagine the inflow and the tourism that will bring to the economy. Another sector that can generate a lot of money is aviation. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people. Every day you go to the airport, whether it's in the night, in the afternoon, in the morning, whether it is domestic or international, the airport is jam-packed because we have too many people who are in the nation who are upwardly mobile and who are moving. Look at the African map. Our country strategically in the middle of it all. So this should be an aviation hub to the entire continent. Nigerians have to fly to Addis on Ethiopia Air. We give so much money and effects to that country.
You're not going to Lome.
Yes, Nigeria even go to Lome. So why can't we think out of the box? We already have, because billionaires, the Warren Buffetts, Bill Gates, and the billionaires of this world, they see a business opportunity. The market is there.
They invest.
And they meet the demand that is readily there. We have the market, we have the business opportunity here. Because aviation can generate enough money to tackle our deficit in our budget. But we are not doing it because we have a leadership problem. Why does a governor need a 25-car convoy to be on the road? Why does the president need a 100-car convoy to be on the road? Why does the principal officers of the National Assembly, why do they need 2,000 aides? What for? In an underdeveloped nation, Nigeria is not a developing nation, Nigeria is an underdeveloped nation. So Nigeria is a prodigal son, living above his means and living extravagantly. And it cannot continue to thrive if it goes on this path.
The key here is that we must look at how do we get that number up? How do we get the productivity of every Nigerian up? And I think that, you have touched on every important point. Education, it's so important. I mean, look at the literacy rate in the UK. The UK is about almost over 90%. In the US is about 80%. So when you look at development and the literacy rate, you can almost see that it's at par. So the more educated your citizenry, the more developed your country will be, and it will answer to your question about critical thinking. Yes. At the same time. But there's one part of your advocacy that I think that you missed out. In terms of contribution to development, and I think that is power and energy. how it plays in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Because you see, the thing is this: the average Nigerian, it's not every Nigerian should go to the university. You don't need to do that. Not every Nigerian should go to higher education. I mean, sometimes secondary school education is just fine.
Yes.
But you see, the thing is, the productive capacity of Nigerian is hindered because of his lack of access to power.
I like that we're looking at it not just from what the government can do, but what we can also do. Because government has its part to play, but we also have our part to play, right? So no one gets to sit on the sidelines.
It takes a team effort, is what we are used to hearing. But what happens when trust is broken? How does that team function effectively? Last week, I was invited to attend the House of Representatives Town Hall to discuss the future of our country. The youth expressed their disappointment with the government and engaged in dialogue with the leaders. Here are my key takeaways from that meeting. Number one, lack of communication. The government has not been transparent with the people, and communication is a critical tool in leadership. The town hall was the first of its kind, which is concerning. Many programs and initiatives presented by the ministers were unknown to most of the attendees. If the leaders of youth groups and organizations are unaware of government initiatives, how can they be communicated to people in rural areas? Number two, erosion of trust. There's a widespread lack of trust in the government. The first step this administration should have taken is building trust, starting with an open government. Transparency and accountability at all levels of leadership are essential. Number three, equal opportunities. Many people feel marginalized. We need a country where the son or a daughter of nobody can become somebody. Until we achieve this, people will continue to distrust the government. Number four, disconnection from the people's struggle. Many leaders are disconnected from the current hardship facing the population, making it difficult for them to address the issue at hand. Number five, empathy in leadership. Empathy is a crucial aspect of leadership. Leaders should demonstrate empathy and genuinely care about what the people are going through. They should put themselves in the shoes of the people and show that they are working to solve the problem instead of blaming the opposition for instigating protest and discrediting the people's genuine concerns. It's also heartless for the opposition to exploit people's pain. This behavior is disgusting and shows that they are no better. These were my observations and suggestions. It is clear that the pathway to a better Nigeria requires a commitment from both the government and its citizens. By fostering a culture of transparency, promoting equal opportunities, and practicing empathetic leadership, we can start to rebuild trust and ensure a prosperous future for all of us.
Trust is built over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's something you do. It's an intentional act, right? And I love the points you brought out in terms of why trust has reduced over time. And I just want to focus on two of them. The first will be the disconnection from people, right? I don't want to blame anybody. Ask somebody that wasn't the CEO before, when he becomes the CEO of an organization, does he truly know what's going on? Not necessarily. But you know, that's why we have managers, okay? And the managers I see that I like what's going on in Nigeria now is the local government chairperson. So the local government autonomy, is it an opportunity for the government to be able to gain the trust of the people at the grass level? It could be, or it could even be an obstacle, right? And time will tell. So in terms of that disconnection with people, we really need our government to be closer to the people. It could be via the local government, like I said. The second is around the lack of communication. And I think it's not just even, government needs to communicate more, but there's also the other side of it in terms of misinformation on social media. So even if government is trying to communicate, we see things, all of us see things on WhatsApp, on many social media platforms, which are not necessarily what the government is saying. So there's also that battle of miscommunication that is all over. And so even when we see governments make some efforts, miscommunication just drives home the wrong points.
And so I just highlighted 3 things from your advocacy. One is the communication you spoke about. Government is still stuck in the 80s right? You know those times in the 80s where all you need to do is put something on the NTA.
Thank you.
And that's it. And then you go to sleep.
Somebody has to say this because I can't add anything to my advocacy. Somebody has to
it's like, you just put something on it, because, when we tell government that you're not communicating, it's, but it's on the website.
It's on the website.
On the issue of trust, there's a huge trust deficit. And I'll tell you something that just happened recently. Recently, this week, the CBN reached out to banks and said, okay, we want to know what's the demand of FX of your clients. All right, send it to us. And then we intend to fund the market. Now, the banks send those information to clients to say, okay, the CBN wants to fund the market. Send us your bids. And by the way, you have to back it up with cash. Now, because of the huge trust deficit we have, of the government, most of the customers said, I'm not so sure that I'm going to go and put my cash there because it can be stocked for the next 1 year. I mean, the CBN can go and say, sell to you one forward, and then they'll deliver in 1 year. So what happened was, instead of many clients really pushing their bids through, they just push the bid. So let me see what's going to happen. And guess what happened? The CBN funded virtually almost 100% of the bids, over 800 million plus, because people. And then when people realize that it's too late. It's like, oh, should I put in there? And why? It's a trust deficit. It's as simple as that. And then finally, empathy. Weissman once said, empathy is more valuable than competence. I would say that empathy with competence is the winning formula. Our leadership needs to be empathetic. Sometimes when you see the way some of our leaders talk, I don't want to mention some names of some leaders in the current issue around the protests and how they spoke.
Just mention Akpabio. We all know what you're referring to.
It's like, you wonder that, do they think sometimes about the people, the one who is not able to feed the family?
I just want to kind of highlight some of the things you said about communication. I mean, look at what's going on in America right now. You discover that Trump is doing stuff with Logan. Logan's one of the top influencers. He was on a live stream 2 days ago on Aiden's live stream. Aiden's like this guy that goes online and just shows his entire life. Trump was at his live stream talking about different things, playing all the Gen Z games and talking about what he wants to do for that group of people.
So I wonder, could it be that Trump believes that he needs the votes of the people, so he's appealing to them? And could it be that our leaders do not believe that they do? Maybe they believe they don't need us. Because for you to earn someone's trust, you have to value them and then work at that trust. You build it intentionally, as you mentioned. So if I believe you have nothing of value to add to me, why do I need to bother with trying to build trust? I believe that our leaders are showing what value they have for us.
But how they
through the efforts, they put at communicating. If they believe that they need cooperation and that whatever it is that they communicate or how they treat us counts next time, then they would work hard to earn the trust. But if deep within they believe that it is not necessary, then their actions will speak. They say actions speak louder than words, and it's speaking really loudly.
When you are genuinely working for the people can see it. There's no amount of communication in this world that will be enough to assuage people from coming to the street to protest, because the prices in the market don't reflect that this country is working. How can this president came on board, he moved dollar from 600 and something naira to 16. So what do you want him to communicate to the people? He should communicate how he moved dollar from 600 to 16. This president moved a carton of Indomie from 4.5 to over 10,000. So he should come and communicate to the Nigerian people how he moved price of Indomie. He moved a crate of egg from 1,400 naira to about 5,000 naira.
Don't you think we are? I mean, when you craft it in such manner, I think that's part of the misinformation that you're talking about.
Misinformation? How?
No.
How?
I think we need to be very,
Yeah, coming back to what...
It's a crate of egg, not 5,000 naira.
No.
How is that misinformation?
Okay,
so day one of this president, he removed first subsidy. He told the Nigerian people that they must make sacrifices. The Nigerian people started making sacrifice on day one. Fuel that was selling for 165 naira, they started buying it for almost 700 naira. So
when Babangida came into power, there was the similar situation where the country was broke. And then he had town hall meetings. I said, guys, we can either do this or we can either take the IMF loan. If we take the IMF loan, this is what's going to happen. What do you guys think we should do? I think we need to get to a point where we stop trying to fix the symptoms and actually focus on the cause. Because other governments have been fixing the symptoms. Oh, we have this issue. Oh, let's give them rice. They came with the intention to fix the cause, but if
this government is a rice-sharing government now.
Sorry.
We ask for fuel, they give us rice.
If you're intentional,
we ask for
road,
they give us rice. Even now, in the middle of this protest, this government is sharing rice.
What point?
I'm deeply troubled that we are mentioning, or some people are mentioning, Babangida's government with nostalgia. It shows you how low we have fallen. I lived through that era.
Oh my God.
And now it's an example for good.
But this government has not done anything. This government went to paint Third Mainland Bridge that was built by Babangida. They painted it and commissioned it.
They did work there though. Okay, I'm optimistic because nation building is impossible without a sense of, I dare to say, renewed hope.
Renewed shaggy.
The 2023 presidential elections in Nigeria were marred by widespread controversy and allegations of misconduct. The system was tested and failed. So we must challenge the system. A key failure was the non-transmission of many election results electronically, despite repeated assurances by the INEC chairman that this would be done on election day. This failure to fulfill a central promise undermined the credibility of the electoral process and raised suspicions of possible result manipulation. The failed promise to transmit results electronically was a broken contract with the Nigerian people. Additionally, there were numerous reports of logistical failures, including the delayed arrival of election materials and malfunctioning of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS. Such logistical issues not only disrupted the voting process, but also disenfranchised many eligible voters, casting further doubt on the election's credibility. The INEC chairman, as the head of the electoral body, bears ultimate responsibility for these operational shortcomings. Moreover, there were widespread allegations of electoral malpractice, including vote buying, ballot stuffing, and tampering with results. These allegations were particularly pronounced in key battleground states, where the margin of victory was notably slim. The perceived inability or unwillingness of INEC under its current leadership to address these issues transparently has eroded public trust in the electoral process. In the light of these failures, it is also crucial to call for a comprehensive review of the process of appointing an INEC chairman. Ensuring that the appointment process is transparent, merit-based, and independent can help prevent further leadership failures. How can one expect a fair game when the captain of one team appoints the umpire? Additionally, a thorough review of the wording of the 2022 Electoral Act is necessary. Clear and unambiguous language in the Act will strengthen its implementation and enhance the overall integrity of the electoral process. Finally, for the sake of Nigeria's democratic integrity, it is imperative that the leadership of INEC be held accountable and reformed. Removing the current INEC chairman, reviewing the appointment process, and ensuring the robustness of the Electoral Act are crucial steps to restore public faith in Nigeria's electoral system.
We have been involved for years, if not even decades now, advocating for electoral reform in this country. The last electoral amendment, we were very instrumental to its passage with my late friend, Comrade Ariodare Atoye. May his soul rest in peace. I know what we went through with this current INEC and the former National Assembly to get the amendment passed. You know, and sometimes I just sit back and I watch this country. Every election cycle, we always come back to this dance of, oh, let's amend the Electoral Act. And after the amendment, politicians find a way to beat the system, which is what they did in this last election. Then sometimes they go to court, and the court just say, yes, they are right. They've surpassed it. After all, electronic transmission of results is not a requirement. The wording of the act suggests that it's not mandatory. Having said that, it's also important to note that it's not just about INEC chairman. There's this problem with the Nigerian people, this idea of getting rich quick, this syndrome of, I must make them. My pastor don't talk, say I go make them. So, and because the INEC chairman is just one individual in INEC, it's the whole system in INEC. And the appointments procedure of the national commissioners in INEC, I can tell you for free, go and fact check me. Majority of the national commissioners in INEC are APC card-carrying member. I am in court with one of them from Bayelsa, a professor, who is an APC card-carrying member. I took her to court, her and the former president. Why will you appoint an APC card-carrying member as... So the political actors remove the word independent and they replace it with partisanship. If the people in my polling unit have determined in their mind that today there will be no rigging in this polling unit or in this ward, nobody can rig an election in any part of Nigeria. Even Obasanjo in his prime had to concede Kano, had to concede Lagos, had to concede certain states because security report was that if you rig this election in Kano, Kano will burn.
I'm one of the people that followed my ballot box to the collation center, stayed to count it so it would not be rigged. And my group was there till midnight until police were sent to move us away to ensure that the results were transmitted. They were never transmitted. And so it was with arms that we were pursued. And many Nigerians in 2023 behaved that way.
And everything that happens to us right now, the situation that we're in right now in this country begins with that election, with any election. And if we're not able to solve it from that place, because like you said, the police was involved in chasing you guys. And then there's also people who sell their votes. Most of them are actually out to protest now after selling their votes, right? So it's like, you can't do the same thing and expect a different result. It's delusional, right? So first of all, we need to really put all our strength to focus on making sure that the next 4 years, we're able to advocate to make sure that all the right structures are in place. And it begins with, like you said, you can't have the running party choosing who the INEC chairman is or who the board. It just, in what world does that even make sense?
Interestingly, I actually see progress that has been made in our electoral system, right? And I remember trying to vote over a decade ago and how difficult it was, okay? And now it's is less difficult. Let's give it to them, right? In terms of that progress that made. Does that mean there's still a massive gap? And I don't want us to wait till it's almost time for the elections, like you said, right? We need to be involved from the very beginning. There's going to be election in a state, in Edo State, in how many months from now, right? Many of us, because we are not there, it doesn't include concern me. But can we ensure that it's done right even at the state levels, right? And if it's done right, then it can be replicated. So there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, I was one of those in my community. We came out, we waited and all, we gathered our people to make sure things were done right and all. And I can see that increasing. And I'm already telling, I mean, for those of us that have children that will soon turn 18 and all, this is the time for us to begin to educate them on the importance of voting and ensure that they've not switched out. They might still be here, but they've not switched out on the country, right? So each of us have our place. We have our work to do, right? Of course, the Electoral Act, we need it, like you said, to be more robust. We can't hold only INEC responsible. This country is big. When you say 200 million people, and of course, not everybody is voting, but there are a lot of people. So can we be, in quotes, the INEC in our own place?
The whole process of appointing the umpire itself, that whole process must be taken away from the ruling party. The PDP did that at the onset because they expected to rule forever. So they put in structures, you know, that ensuring that they were able to just keep, you know, getting this thing. A lot of the INEC national commissioners were also PDP carrying members at the same time. And when the opposition came in and they just replaced, they followed the same playbook and just switched. You understand? So we need to make sure that the Electoral Act enshrines that, probably even a constitutional amendment to take away that right from the ruling party to appoint. Create an independent process where the INEC chairman and all the national commissioners, not just the INEC chairman, because the INEC chairman is just one guy, all right? All those national commissioners that are installed in states, they are actually really the main guys.
The point of taking roles is to say, yes, I'm accountable for this and I will do it. And I think we should call a spade a spade. A lot of good was done. However, at the end of the day, most of the challenges were in INEC's custody. Most of the failures were things that were in INEC's domain. It needs to be addressed. Even if there's an inquiry, and then let us do the inquiry and come up with the results and see what happens.
Crude oil theft in Nigeria is not just about the theft of a valuable resource, but reflects deeper systematic issues within the country's leadership and governance. Nigeria is one of Africa's largest oil producers, yet it faces significant challenges with crude oil theft. Criminal cartels and organized groups steal a substantial portion of the country's daily oil production. Recent high-profile incidents, including disputes involving NNPC and Aliko Dangote, the oil giant, have drawn attention to the problem and fueled suspicions of deeper underlying issues. Nigeria loses billions of dollars annually to stolen crude oil theft, which significantly affects national revenue and economic stability. These revenue loss undermines the country's ability to fund essential services and infrastructure. The theft perpetuated a circle of poverty and delusionment among ordinary Nigerians while enriching those in power or involved in the illegal trade. There are serious allegations of collusion between government officials and those involved in oil theft. Reports and evidence, including an authenticated video showing Nigerian naval vessels protecting oil theft operations, suggest that some officials may be complicit in or negligent about the theft. These points to a systemic problem where those entrusted with safeguarding national resources are instead facilitating their exploitation. Civil society efforts have been crucial in highlighting the issues and demanding accountability, but without significant governmental reform and enforcement, these efforts alone cannot resolve the crisis. To combat oil theft in the Niger Delta and its underlying causes, Nigeria requires strong leadership, transparency, and accountability. Addressing these challenges is crucial for ensuring that the country can harness its oil wealth for the benefit of all its citizens and build a more just and prosperous society.
All right, so oil theft, the biggest issue in terms of impacting our revenue in Nigeria. It was so bad at some point we were producing less than 1 million barrels per day. So bad. And it got to the point where even when oil prices were high and Nigeria should have benefited from that, we were not, getting anything. Today we understand that the production is somewhere around the 1.6 to 1.7 million barrels per day, which is good, but it still is a big issue. Now, my take is that there cannot be any oil theft in this country without collusion of government. It's impossible.
Correct.
Because you cannot move 200, 300, 1,000,
Not on that scale.
whatever. That scale. Without, the kind of vessel you will need for that kind of movement. There's no way you can do it without collusion of people in government, people in the Navy, because you have to move those through high waters, no matter what you do. And so that comes to that basically aligns with, your advocacy that to solve this problem, the government has to really look inwards. The reality is that the criminal is inside the house, not outside. And coming out to Nigerians to tell us that we have oil theft, yes, fine. But the problem is that the people who are supposed to police the waters have actually been benefiting from it significantly. So for me, I always, I know that we speak so much about solutions to this. How do we solve? The question I ask myself is, how do you solve a problem of theft? So it's not a policy issue. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, Esther. It's not a policy issue of saying, it's a question of just ensuring that what we produce is not in some way siphoned by criminal elements. And it's not so difficult. This oil ends up somewhere, okay? It ends up somewhere. I saw a video once of the control room of, is that Aramco in Saudi Arabia, and they're able to track every liter of crude oil.
We have the same facilities here.
So the question for us, so the question for me is, who is benefiting from this, and why can't we solve it?
The president knows the people stealing the crude oil. I'm telling you. The president and all the security agencies know the people stealing our crude oil. I can tell you that for a fact. Because we have a security system in this country called Falcon Eye. From the Falcon Eye, I have been to Falcon Eye. I've seen the capacity of Nigerian security network and intelligence. And I can tell you for a fact that there is no ship in Nigeria, whether docking, leaving, about to leave, that is not seen on Falcon Eye. There's none in the whole of the country. The Falcon Eye is so good that even the tiny ships at the Bar Beach can be caught on Falcon Eye. I've been to the room. It's not something that I'm being told. There's immense security in this country. But the people entrusted with the security of our country are the problem. And there have been so many reports, so many petitions to the president, to the National Security Advisor, to the Minister of Defense, to the people who should be stopping crude oil theft in our country. But nothing has been done. So it simply means that, let me borrow the word of General T.Y. Danjuma, that they collude. They collude with the crude oil thieves to steal our crude. Because there's no way you can. Let me just give you a snippet of how this works. So crude is taken from the creeks, is taken through the various channels, and it goes to the high sea. So before, there used to be massive crude oil theft in the creeks, but they got some locals involved. they got some security companies involved. So they have a joint task force. Because if it is only the Navy, they can easily steal the crude. So in the creeks, it's no longer the Navy alone. So you have the Navy, you have the Civil Defense, you have the Nigerian Army, and you have the private security. So what this does is when you have multiplicity of security people, it's more difficult to steal crude. Now, what they are doing is when the crude leaves and gets to the high sea, that's where they do majority of the stealing. They also steal our crude at the metering level because, unfortunately, and I think the head of the NUPRC said something like this, that as a nation, it's a shame that we are not able to actually ascertain the level of crude oil that we produce. So they under-declare at the metering level.
Okay.
So that is also high-level crude oil theft.
We sit down, we talk about power, how we can make power work, then we start talking about crude oil, stopping the theft. It's a bit mind-boggling.
Sure.
Because, we're intelligent beings. And it's not a lack of ideas that's causing the problem. And it's not a lack of knowledge of what the issue is. It's the will to do the right thing. That's our problem. That's why I'm back down to accountability. Who is responsible for what? If there's a failure, hold that person accountable or those people accountable, things will change. I agree with everything you've said, your advocacy, and I know it's important, but the issue is the will. It's the will and holding people accountable.
For me, it's very sad, to be honest. It's painful because I'm an economist, so we know how many millions of dollars we basically lose every day just because of this crude oil theft, right? And if we truly understand how massive, and I use the word massive, this problem is, we will take it more seriously. Do you know that if we were able to produce up to 2 million barrels per day, we may not be having the protests we're having? Then if we're able to now refine it in Nigeria, we'll certainly be in a better place.
A lot of us we're not looking at this direction. We're focused on, elections and unemployment and all of those problems. But this is another course, right? And it was until Dangote came screaming and started protesting before everyone now said, wait, what's going on here? People started going to Malta. I mean, if you go on TikTok, you start see people give it different breakdown, doing every investigation. And I feel that's where it starts from, because a thief can only thief freely when he knows that nobody's watching. And that's where the eyes of advocacy and journalism comes into play. How are we able to make sure that we educate people? Like, I just learned a lot from what he just said, when he was explaining how it works and how we do these things. We need a government, we need a leadership that have to come to that realization that there's nothing else to steal. You don't finish, right? We need to go back to how can we now rebuild? How can we can't loan money just to fund our lifestyle, to fund administration, to fund the National Assembly, to drive cars and have private chefs. We need to come back to the fact that we don't have that luxury right now, and make sure that we have people who are thinking of how can we rebuild this country from where it is.
But it boils down to the issue of the fact that the president must be willing to touch the untouchables, because the people who are doing the crude oil theft are actually, they are the, in quotes, owners of Nigeria.
The quick win is for the media to take over and tell us the story and educate us more on how this works.
We have laid all our cards on the table. Make what you will of it. Either way, the dialogue continues at this table and beyond, in search of a better society. Join us again, 8 p.m., same channel, next week. Till then, it's goodbye from all of us.
Adios. Adios.
Bye-bye.
One Nigeria.
Now let's begin in Nigeria, where the hashtag End Bad Governance protest, which started peacefully and left 17 people at least dead, they've started trial of the prosecution of demonstrators who have been arrested and detained in some parts of the nation, especially in the northern parts. Now we'll then move to Rwanda, where Paul Kagame was inaugurated as the president on Sunday for a fourth term after winning the elections with over 99% of the vote. This is The Conversation. I'm Darshan Usman. Let's talk. The prosecution of protesters from the hashtag End Bad Governance movement in Nigeria has exposed significant regional differences, with northern states actively pursuing charges against over 1,100 individuals. Now, states like Yobe, Kano, Gombe, Kaduna, Bauchi, Katsina, and Borno are leading the charge with various offenses, including vandalism and unlawful assembly. Now, while some states have released protesters on health and age grounds, others continue to detain and prosecute, sparking criticism from activists who argue that this approach suppresses dissent and may incite further unrest. Now, joining me on the show, that's The Conversation, to discuss more on this. First of all, we have Ibrahim Hussaini Abdulkarim, DG, Big Tent, Kaduna, and we also have Okiki Adeniran, legal practitioner, Lagos, Nigeria. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us on The Conversation.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
All right, let's begin with you, Ibrahim. Now, you were involved and are a victim in the hunger protest. Can you briefly share with us your experience during this protest?
Yeah, I'm here in Kaduna. I think one of the conversation I raised, not only to the security agencies, to even leadership in the northern part of the country, is that if you are calling for protest has to be guided. We know the volatile system we have. We are sitting on the cake of gunpowder in the north here, with teeming young people not having anything to do and very angry. So my conversation is that why not allow it to come with the leadership? Because if you suppress it and remove leadership on it, then definitely there's going to be chaos. And a lot of people didn't listen to what we are trying, like a week or 2 weeks to the protest. I reached out to all the people that I think they can listen. I told them that it's very important. If you're comparing what happened during the Jonathan's era, that was leadership. We saw the present president of Nigeria was involved, high-profile people, Falana, Tunde Bakar, and others, which gave the leadership for us to get what we want from the PDP government as then to reduce the price of the petrol that they have adjusted in 2012. So if you look at what is happening here, the young people gave a notice of 30 days. And within those 30 days, I thought we will organize, civil society will organize how this outing is supposed to be. But our government tried to use its own strategy and trying to refuse to allow people to come out. I think one of the major stand they have is that the protest should not take place at all in the northern part of the country. And I don't think it's being fair to the northerners and the people that are angry for people just to walk away from what they think is their fundamental human right. So I was out to join them. They passed through very close to my house on Monday, on the first day, that's on Thursday. And when I went out to join, I realized that there is no leadership. And I saw an army of young people from 6 years old, 7 years old to 16 years old. You barely see people that are they are looking.
Those people you said you saw, are they were they the peaceful protesters or those that wielded weapons?
Very peaceful. I joined them. Very peaceful. And I was snapping and I was sending. I was going up the bridge, capturing them. Very peaceful. And I didn't see anyone holding anything, a knife or anything that can harm anybody. What they are just chanting is that the government should reduce the fuel price, and the life is very hard for them. And I follow children, women, young women, a lot of people on the street on the first day. So when we reached to two roundabouts, the government house, we have seen the smokes coming up, and then a gunshot firing. Then I told them it's time for them to go back home. I was telling some people that are around me. I said, how can we now convince them to go back? Because no need for them to die, and they have like 9 more days for them to continue what they are doing. And that's what I understand the power of the leadership. When I talk to them, some few ones are saying, no, we have to reach the government house.
Okay. Just to be clear, were you in any way injured or even arrested or detained?
No. I was arrested in the second day. I was just speaking to you about the first day. The first day I moved there, I told them, go back home and come back tomorrow 8 o'clock. And then I was surprised because I thought there was leadership with them. I realized there was no any leadership. So they followed me because we moved with the band and we went back. And I was almost getting to 5,000 or 6,000 young people on that street on that day. Okay. So we went back, and then the next morning we came out to do a more organized protest, well more organized. And we put up to bring a DJ and also to have a direction where we can take them and bring them back home so that they can at least successfully do another peaceful protest.
All right.
After we reached the Kawo Bridge, all of a sudden we just saw police just coming. As the police were on the left side and we were on the right side of the main way, you just start firing. No any warning.
No warning.
As they come, they started firing live ammunition on the air and just firing what they call it
tear gas
to the young people. And the young people, everybody scattered and started running. I stood my ground and I refused to move. And the commissioner went around, the commissioner of police Kaduna State went around and come back, and he said that they should arrest me. So I didn't move, I didn't run, and then they took me to Wanrigachiku police station. From there, they moved me to the state headquarters. And that's where I understand that we really have to make sure that we change this, end this bad government, because that's where I see naked how bad society has rotten.
All right, Ibrahim, thank you so much.
In the police, on my detention in the police custody from 9 o'clock in the morning to 10:30 in the evening.
All right, thank you so much for sharing, some of your experience with us during the protest. Now let's move to Okiki. Okiki, you've heard all that he has said. Now, considering that everyone has the right to protest, can you tell us how exactly? And we actually heard that over 1,000 people were arrested and they're on trial at the moment. Can you actually tell us how these charges against the protesters is actually justified under the Nigerian law, especially or particularly when it comes to on the charge that's unlawful assembly?
Yes, thank you for having me again. Specifically to talk about the unlawful assembly, I believe that the charge of unlawful assembly being placed on the protesters by the police is actually unfair. We cannot deny the fact that, Mr. Ibrahim said, you cannot deny the fact that there were notices regarding these protests. The police were aware about the protest, and in fact, they knew that they were going to be gathering at a particular place. So charging, these young folks, under unlawful assembly will not be fair. It's not fair at all. Having said that, I'd like to refer to the fact that, the protests, most especially in the North, Kano, Kaduna, and some other places, went violent.
I'd like to also add that these issues that came up regarding being violent, I guess, was probably instigated by certain people. Like Mr. Ibrahim had said, he had said that it was there, it was peaceful, they were trying to, have a peaceful assembly and, to move around as regards the protest. But subsequently, the police came and started shooting at them. And, I'd said before that you cannot repel force with force. A peaceful protester who has, been thinking about what has been happening in Nigeria decided to come out to protest, and then the next thing he sees that the government is protesting against, starts, shooting at him. So and what you will probably see will be that the person will, want to revolt in a particular way. Is it right to, turn a peaceful protest to a violent one? No, it is not. However, our security agencies should learn that in issues or in cases like this, they need to take proper caution, as regards, calming people down and ensuring that they use proper instruments to disperse people instead of, live ammunitions.
Okay, now let's come back to you, Ibrahim. Now, looking at, the number of people who are actually on trial at the moment, whether it's they're using mobile courts or, the court itself. Can you tell us what this means, to try such a number of people for protesting in Nigeria? What would the impact be?
I think one of the things that maybe cause things to go this side of to generate into this level is that people that's supposed to be involved are not involved. For example, the media, the lawyers, and also people that are supposed to assist these young people, to be with them, to talk about them, and also to see the condition at which they are. Because one, the arrest is unlawful. Then the detention too is unlawful because some of them, like for example, me, because of my status, maybe I went there and I refused to even write any statement. I told them I have to wait for my lawyer. But I see the young people, nobody to support them. They don't have lawyers, nobody to be with them. And I was standing down there. I have to wait for my lawyer to come. And when my lawyer came and I started, they asked me questions and I wrote my statement and my lawyer demand for my release on bail. But those other young people that are with me, nobody is there. And I was so shocked. On that second day, on the third day, when I read on the newspaper and also I saw on the social media, the PRO of the Nigerian police at headquarters said there was no arrest on Friday. And I know I was arrested on Friday and my report has been taken and also I was detained for almost getting to 10 hours. And I can't understand what kind of country are we trying to create? Why the lies? Why not tell someone that we've been arrested and they were arrested for this? And one of the things that really pained me most in that after giving me, they released only me that day and they said I should come on Monday to go to court. And they assembled a court on Monday. And I went to the court.
Was it a magistrate court or a mobile court?
It's a magistrate court.
Okay.
They took me to. And I went, two of us, because they arrested only two of us from the Kawo axis. So, but they brought a lot of young people to the same court, but my trial is different. So when I went for my trial, and when the policeman is reading, he read something very awkward. All the charges he wrote, he knows he's lying. That's not what really happened. They didn't, we are not, it's not unlawful assembly. None of us is carrying any weapon, and there was no any disturbance of peace and of the area. But they concorded what they will concord to say. And in front of everybody, I said not guilty. Because there is no way somebody can say he's guilty.
Okay, but just to be clear, right? We know that some of these protesters, they might not be legal protesters, but some of them actually wielded weapons. Were they in cahoots with the peaceful protesters? Did they at some point, come together to march against bad governance?
What happened is that in Kaduna and Kano and other places, there's already what you call flashpoint, because in Kano, there is this tussle between the APC and the NMPP that's happening in Kano. In Kaduna, There is issue of the Shiite and also the government that is happening. So they know how to penetrate the system. And there is some young people that actually come out to loot. That's why I say leadership is very important, and they give notice for 1 month. I think they're supposed to organize how it's supposed to be so that like, for example, what we see in Lagos. Lagos, the police commissioner was with them and they participated. Even the one that you are showing on your television now, you can see how people are well organized and they do their protests very well. So I think Kaduna, what happened in Kaduna, they just want to suppress and say there is nobody is going to come out. Definitely, there are young people that have carried that are carrying weapons, but actually they are taking instruction from somebody, not within the instruction of the people organizing the protest. So what really happened is that once they now arrest them, they joined everybody into one cell. The cell they took us to, you see the kidnappers are there, armed robbers are there, every other person is there, which I think is not good for the young people because their offense is protest. Then the IGP of police has already said it clearly that those without weapon, those that are captured not causing or burning any places or causing unruly behaviors in the town, they should be released. That's what they tell them to do. But they just release those that can have a way for them to be released and just kept those that they think they have nobody
all right, just before I move to Okiki, were young people and elderly people arrested or were they let go?
They're only young people. I have not seen any elderly.
Okay.
I have just seen young people.
Young people. What was the age range, or what's the age range between?
Age range around 17 to 25, or 17 to 20 to 24.
Okay. All right. Let me come back to you, Okiki. Now, he talked about mobile courts, being used to try some of the arrested protesters. Now, how does the use of mobile courts in handling these cases, impact the fairness and also the transparency of the legal process?
Yeah, I believe that the use of mobile courts is basically because of the number of people that we have arrested, right? Mobile courts, as it is, it's a court of summary jurisdiction in the sense that it won't take a lot of time before most of the cases are tried, and if not found guilty, probably be discharged. So in this case, just like we have heard, the use of mobile courts will actually and it will certainly help serve justice quickly. I'd like to add this, that in criminal proceedings like this, it is expected that the prosecutor has very, very cogent evidence against the accused. And this is what we've heard, that, certain people, some of them, the young ones, even like the elderly ones, some of them were just, protesting peacefully rather than, being violent. And being in court, you can be sure that if the court will be fair, it should be done and it should be heard in a fair manner, in the sense that the justice or the judge or the magistrate should ensure that evidence put before the magistrate speaks directly to the offense that has been stated in the charge. Just like Mr. Ibrahim said, some of the offenses that I was put in the charge were not even, could not be contested or could not be, proven before the court. And you can be sure that if this is the issue, most of the arrested protesters will be let go. So to go back to the question, basically the mobile courts will be used, will be used so that, proceedings can be very fast and, it won't be elongated, just like we have it in some places.
All right, now speaking of these proceedings that you talk about, there has been criticism from the international community. We've heard from Amnesty International as well. Do you think it influences the legal proceedings and outcomes of these cases in any way?
Yeah, I believe that, as it is, just like I've mentioned, it will influence the outcome of the proceedings, and it will influence it in a positive way because as we have it now, the mobile courts helps, just like we have it in Lagos. If it's traffic offense, it can be tried there and there, and the magistrate gives a judgment, and then you move on to another one. So it will help the justice of the case. Mr. Ibrahim has mentioned that all the protesters that put together with the kidnappers and other robbers and other people, it will help decongest the cell quickly, and let go of the people that are not even protesters or probably not even accused of wrongdoing. So I believe that the mobile court is the right place to take them and to ensure that things are done quickly and properly.
Okay, now let's come back to you, Ibrahim. Now, we heard in one of our interviews on News Central, Omoyele Sowore actually said that their plans for a comeback of the protests come 1st October. Right now, I want to hear from you because you're like a mouthpiece for us in the north. There, will the crackdown or heavy-handed approach by the government affect future protests? Will this arrest, will the detention, will the injuries that the protesters have actually suffered, will it affect any chances of future protests, especially that for 1st October?
I think it's a wake-up call to almost all of us. I think from the Vice President himself, who has spoken, I know the Governor of Kaduna, Obasani, has spoken too, and also Governor of, Nasarawa and Gombe. They all spoke in the same direction, that in the north, we have a very serious issues and a very serious problem. These young people must be guided. We can't just have a society where people will just throw away just their children on the street. Uneducated, without job, without anything to put for their own lives. You understand? There is no any hope that they have, and then people are being frustrated because of the issue of the kidnapping. People cannot go to their farms because of what is happening in the villages, and a lot of issues in the northern part of the country. And most especially, the thing that is really hot in the north is the issue of leadership. You can see in Kano we have a situation where we have two sitting emirs claiming a throne that nobody can intervene between them, or somebody that would talk on their behalf to clear out. So my worry is that somebody will be somewhere in London or in US, and somebody will have an organized outing and calling for another protest, which will not go well for us, because we know the time bomb we are still in the northern part of the country. And I know these young people are going to come out. They are not happy with what happened now. My fear is that I don't want them to come out, maybe to start burning people's houses, and also maybe they will not even be on the street.
Hopefully we'll get to that.
Protest. Yeah, we can to replace what they call to replace riot with a protest. So it's actually on our own good for us. No matter what we do, we try as much as possible to make sure that at least between now and that October 1st, let's start talking to our young community
and this
leaders.
Is the reason why, Ibrahim, I actually want you to tell us, the repercussions for government if these trials are actually seen as politically motivated or even unfair.
Yeah, actually, it's not going to give a good outing if these people didn't get the right hearing, and also they use the power to maybe suppress people. They can only suppress them for a period of time. And maybe this one they gave a notice. Maybe we don't know when the next one is going to come. There's not going to be any notice. But I think that they can make best use of what happened within this 10 days of protest to now see how they are going to at least put suko. Because hunger is hunger. It's a language that any other person can understand. So they should not take it like NSAS protest or any other protest that NLC and others are creating. These are people that are coming out to say we are hungry. The life is too hard for us. And we want SUKO, we want government to look at this, and also we want them to end this bad governance, and also to make sure that at least we have a better life. If people are still feeling this, and then coupled with now a bad judgment on their children and their, what happened in Zaria when an army personnel shot for the curfew, shot a boy in front of his house when they took 300,000 also. You can see the conversation is not really going the direction any other person, more especially in the north, we are thinking of. So I think we need a lot of enlightenment, a lot of people to understand that we can achieve the same protest as it happened in Lagos and also take place here. But what we need is that the leadership, we need those people, those SAs, those commissioners, those ministers, those youth leaders, women leaders, all those people that used to say we are talking on behalf of people, collecting spaghetti on behalf of people, rapper on behalf of people, and share. Let those people be at the forefront so that it will not be given out to those hoodlums and those people that don't have even direction. For example, I ask people, okay, what if at the end of the 10th day, Mr. President said, okay, every zone, every state should now give their demand, which is called the Charter of Demand. So the Lagos guy, we have seen people well-educated, lecturers, teachers are going to give. But the kind of people we are seeing on the street in Kano, those hoodlums we are seeing, are they the ones that are going to give the Charter of Demand for Kaduna, for Kano, for the North? That's my question. We have to have people that know. It's the issue of life and death. These are people that are crazy. They don't know what they want. They don't know what they want to do. They are just angry and they want to ventilate their anger outside. Okay. Then we have unprofessional people in the police that they don't even know what the difference between regime protection and also civil liberty of people. All come to converge on one area, which is going to cause a lot of problem and a lot of issues. Okay. So I think for now, I think the North has already taken its own share. We have seen that the neglect that we have done, and also this the Amajiri issue and every other social vices that we already have in the North, is for us to put us together to make sure that at least we give hope, we give education, we give skills, we give jobs to these teeming young people. At least we just finished from Olympics. These young people can be athletes, they can be footballers,
Ibrahim.
Any other sport that they want to do. I think we need to do something in the North. Actually, we can't leave it like this to continue.
All right, let's look at the positives now, Okiki. Are there legal protections that can be afforded, by the protesters under the Nigerian law? Do you think that these are actually being upheld in the current prosecutions as well?
Well, there are ways at which the protester can be protected, actually. The Constitution gives an accused an opportunity to defend himself or herself. However, I believe that in this case, organizations such as the NBA or other civil organizations will probably, get into action right now to defend the rights of these protesters. And also, to say that Mr. Ibrahim has spoken so well about what was done regarding his own case. I believe he also can help the young protesters, in encouraging lawyers who are on ground to help the protesters. I'll give an example of Lagos. At the time when the protest was on, we had colleagues who were at the protest ground, and immediately these protesters were arrested. They moved together to the station and they got their bail immediately. So I believe that such things can be done in case we have a ground. We can encourage or try to beckon on organizations such as we have legal aid under the NBA that can produce or suggest lawyers to the protesters, and in fact visit them at the station and at the courts to fight for their rights and get them out of the police cell.
All right, just before we wrap up with you, Kiki, what role do accusations of foreign influence, such as waving the Russian flag, play in the legal proceedings and political discourse?
Right. I believe that the waving of the Russian flag, right? I believe it's a very wrong step to take. Right. I believe that, in fact, if we have an issue in our country and we have an issue presently regarding leadership, it shouldn't get to the stage where we, fly a flag that is not our own flag. And the meaning of that, or the question we should ask regarding that, is that to what end are the protesters doing this? Are we trying to call for the infiltration of that particular, country. Just like we said on this platform, it is very important that we are guided as regards what we do, even when, we try to ventilate our points and also our grievances to the government. We need to take proper steps and, be within the ambit of the law when, trying to, state things that we believe should be done by the government. So I believe that the waving of the flag, right, is not legal, is not what should have been done by the protesters. I'll give another example. I remember during the EndSARS protest at Lekki toll gate, the protesters were only waving the Nigerian flag. And, it in fact says one thing about the protesters or the citizens, that, we are patriotic about the country, and that is why you're waving your flag. Waving on that country's flag, right, is not, and should not be encouraged by any quarter.
Okay. Just before, in 30 minutes, Ibrahim, let's hear from you about, waving, 30 seconds, I beg your pardon. Let's hear from you about, those protesters that were arrested, including the tailor, for waving a Russian flag.
That's what will happen if you allow people that don't know who they are. Nobody defines them to be citizens. They take drugs, and there's no coordination. If there's, let's say, Shehu Sani in front of them, they will not carry the flag, because he will not allow them, because he knows the consequences of for carrying this. In my own group, there is no way I can allow anybody to carry it, because I know the consequences for carrying another country's flag. So I think when you allow things uncontrollable, definitely it's going to have a problem with you. Open a tap in your house, leave it open. By the time you come back in the night, you will not like to sleep in that house, because it's going to mess up everything for you. That's why we have control. We open it. Even your electricity, we have control over it. Even your air conditioning, we have control. Nothing is allowed uncontrollable. Why would we unleash and allow a whole protest to take place in the north without people being involved to participate in it? If you can't stop it, you go to the television, the Imam said they should not come out. They say we must come out. We are going to come out. Then if you know that at the final hours that they are going to come out, then make sure that you come out with them and guide them. Look at them, look at their ages. They don't even know what they are carrying. They don't even know what the significance of carrying it. If you ask them why, they don't know. They just say they are just hungry and angry.
Okay. All right. Well, it was quite an interesting conversation. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me on the conversation and speaking on this. Ibrahim Hussaini Abdul Karim, Director General, Big Tent, all the way from Kaduna, and Okiki Adeniran, legal practitioner here in Lagos, Nigeria. We appreciate you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
With that, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll move on to our foreign story. Stay with us. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us on The Conversation. Paul Kagame has begun another term as Rwanda's president, despite international concerns over human rights and his consolidation of power. Now, he pledged loyalty to the republic and vowed to defend the constitution and the laws. Kagame's leadership has brought economic growth, but also raised concerns or questions about democracy. His extended presidency until 2034 has sparked debate over the fairness of the process and its implications for governance. Now, joining me to dissect more on this is Modest Nkurikiyimana, journalist, political analyst from Kigali, Rwanda. Hello, Modest. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope I got your name right.
Hello, and thank you very much for contacting us, Fauna.
All right. All right, Modest. Now, Kagame has been in power since 1994. That's 30 years. Now, with a leadership style that's been described as both strong and authoritarian, how would you say has he managed to maintain control for so long?
Thank you very much. But saying that Kagame has been maintaining power and being authoritarian, that depends on people saying that, because when you ask Rwandans themselves here in Rwanda, they can't testify that. Simply, That has been testified by his opponent and, of course, other political partisans who maybe were willing or targeting their own interest or for their own purposes. But when you check through Rwandans across the country, you can't hear a citizen or even political internally here in Rwanda saying that. So from the time he has been in power, actually he was elected for the first time in 2003. Up to now, you can count the years. Of course, it's around 30. But I think for him to maintain Rwandan people and, of course, making it or putting it on the pace where Rwanda is, I think it's just what it's connected to actions, not to any other thing, because he has really done the things. The economic progress is really outstanding for those who have been in Rwanda and who can check for that.
Okay. Now, you did say that, you can't hear the Rwandans actually, talking about saying like positive things about the president. But then some people see Kagame as a politician who has brought stability to Rwanda. Some others, though, have actually said that he's a leader who has suppressed opposition, and which is not good for democracy. But with a GDP growth of, $1.4 billion in 1994 to $12.1 billion as of 2020, has his economic vision come at the cost of democratic freedoms? Would you say so?
Yes, with a very big yes, because in 1994, Rwanda was zero and was fully destroyed. So from scratch and building what he has built, I can even not say that he is alone or he is simply Kagame who has made it, but he might have the brain behind him. He might have good economic engineer who are there supporting him. He might have strategists in terms of building nations. So for sure, what Kagame is doing and what he has done, it's something that is something adorable. I think the world should even be learning on that. And it's not something dictatorial, as people used to be saying, to say, but it is something that politically and economically you can count, and the number are there. People can count and they know we have been from here to here and we are forward to this point. That's actually what pushes citizens, and of course some politicians who could actually play as opponent miss what to do, because neither politicians being in Rwanda or those who are abroad, they really miss something to comment or to do, because rather than simply saying, no, this is the...
Hello, Modeste, can you hear me? Hello, Modeste.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes, I was coming back to the issue that you are saying that he has like suppressed opposition. For me, who is in Rwanda and who have been in Rwanda from somehow very long, he has never done so. But what he does create a very big gap with his opponent, to the level that even those who would plan to beat him miss something to do, because politicians here always, they used to say maybe we are going to do this, but when they are planning to say doing something, he has already done it for people, for citizens. That's why he can even be elected at a level of 99 point something. It's really not simply verbal, but it's action.
Okay.
That really has helped Kagame to look outstanding.
All right, now still speaking on, democracy and also the opposition, he himself, Kagame himself, has actually said that Rwanda is not a democracy, but it is not a dictatorship either. Now, with a ranking of 154th out of 180 countries in the World Press Freedom Index, what would you say this means for Rwanda's democratic institutions, if there are still any left, by the way?
It would be better if maybe we based on numbers and what has been done compared to what can be said. As you know, different countries are led differently based on the choice the citizen and their leadership has chosen. Rwanda is led its own way as Israel or United States or even Nigeria. The way Rwanda has chosen to be is actually what I can say is helping her or it looking like on the side of either the opposition or even the rest of the countries. I think every leader should actually be accountable to what he has done for his citizens. When you come in Rwanda, when you visit Rwanda, you will see people claiming less based on what Kagame has promised them to do. So for me, I don't think what people say, what journalists or media write, being local or international, many of them, when I read through, many of what people say is wrong compared to what Kagame has done.
Well, speaking of the media as well, you know, his government has also been accused of suppressing not just suppressing opposition parties, but also independent media, you know, with only 3.8% of Rwandans using the internet. How has this impacted access to information and political participation? And I'm not talking about, you know, international media now. I'm talking about the local media itself.
I personally have been a journalist operating in Rwanda since 2010, and I've been working with the serious and great media houses. I can name like BBC, like freelancing with the Voice of America. I don't want to underline the local media here. For those who are professional, I repeat, the professional journalists have fully access to information. Of course, I will mention that sometimes, yes, someone can be denied information, but I think that's what happened all over the world because we have been traveling all over, everywhere. But in Rwanda, the government has established the law that every person, every local leader, and whoever working for the public is allowed. It's in a law. He is obliged to provide information for journalists, and this does not only concern the international journalists, but also, but mainly the local ones, as they are serving the public. Simply, you will hear from as somebody who has really been, and you can even ask my fellow journalists in Rwanda. I'm not someone who is really coming from nowhere now. We have really had access to information, and of course, some local leaders can deny some information, of course, because of censoring themselves and expecting maybe you are going to uproot or put them on a high spot and making something worse. But whenever you accuse somebody to have denied information to you, I'm here quoting journalists, I'm talking in behalf of my fellow journalists. When you accuse anybody to have refused to provide the information to you, you get punished. I will illustrate that based on an example of somebody who actually was working for Deutsche Welle, Fred Muvunyi. When before going to Germany, he once took on a call to an institution which was refusing him information, and the institution was seriously punished. Simply, for sure, the information is fully and is accessible. Expect some journalists who can, of course, censor themselves because of course, the fearing the government agents. But the law for leaders to provide information is there, and it has been, of course, we have contributed to make it. Whenever, as people are human, in Rwanda, as in Nigeria, leaders can deny journalists information, but when you take them in court, they get punished seriously, which shows it's not the willing of the government to deny information to journalists, but it was simply that person. But whoever gets accused of that gets seriously punished for that.
All right, just before we wrap up, Modeste, would you say that in general, that the lives of Rwandans have actually improved compared to before Kagame actually took power? And what are the expectations for Kagame's legacy, both domestically and internationally?
Thank you for that question. Locally, surely and 100%, I can say that citizens or people have really developed. But again, I will not compare their development to any other country, because the development of Nigerians will depend on their either natural resources and other things related to economy. But let's compare, let's compare like 10 years now and 20 years before. Like for example, you can't see in Rwanda now. You can't see somebody who don't have shoes in either any countryside in Rwanda. Two, they all have access to potable water for purified water. They all have access to electricity, and using that, all those infrastructures, of course, they try to make some small businesses that help each and everybody to grow. Now, before
just in a few seconds, we're actually about wrapping up, Modeste. Can you wrap up your thoughts in a few seconds, please?
Oh, thank you. For sure, the development of some Rwandans have been really highly growing, depending on the strategies that Kagame has put in place. And when you compare the lifestyle or the life of Rwandans before 2010 up to now, there are many changes, like people who were living in very destituted houses. Now they are all clean, having good houses. They have electricity, they have water, hospitals, basic schools. Infrastructures have been straight, and it can help everybody to develop himself or herself. For sure, what Kagame has done is really something that can help each and everybody. It really helps everybody to struggle and see whether he or she can grow.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking time to speak to us on this. Modeste Nkurikiyimana, journalist, political analyst from Kigali, Rwanda.
Let me thank you very much for learning to pronounce my name, which is very hard. It actually means I follow God.
Yes, indeed. All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you for your time. All right, with that, it's a wrap on the conversation. Thank you for staying tuned, and we'll be back again same time on Wednesday. I remain Darshan Usman. Have a wonderful day.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
It was the governor's first time meeting with such youth leaders since assuming office in May 2023. With heavy hearts, these youths thronged the Little Rayfield Government House to present their agitation and seek ways of reversing the biting economy of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, there is an occasion to build this movement and to not stop within the plateau, but to cause it to cascade over the nation. That actually we can live as a people, Muslims, Christians, and traditionalists, irrespective of your faith, we can live together and build a civility.
Accountability for federal funds allocation. We request a full account of how the 26 billion naira allocated to Plateau State by the federal government 2 weeks ago has been utilized. If the funds have not yet been expended, we request that the government promptly release a detailed spending plan to the public.
There are people who you have asked them to vacate the streets, but there's no alternative for them. We ask that the government of Plateau State look into this. We created a space for people who are doing their businesses in terminals. We ask that people who are doing their businesses on other places that have been asked to vacate, the government should provide an alternative place for them to also do their businesses.
Receiving the Memorandum for Action and Charter of Demands of the Just #End Bad Governance Coalition, Governor Mutfwang promised to forward same to the President for further actions.
That the years 2015 to 2023 were the years when Nigerians and Nigeria were stripped of the dignity of humanity, and we moved from one of the biggest economies in Africa to the poverty capital of the world. These were the years when the locusts ate our wealth. These were the years when the fault lines of our divides were heightened. These were the years when corruption became a culture. And we have come in at a time when things are really bad. And I agree with you totally that the time has come and the time is now when we must change the story of our nation.
The presentation was made by these leaders of youth movements in the state in the presence of the cabinet members of the state government. They praised security agencies on the plateau for their display of professionalism during and after the protest for the general maintenance of peace in Plateau State. In Jos for News Central, Chizoba Anyowi.
On a bright Friday morning in the month of August, thousands of visitors trooped down this path. The destination is the ancient city called Forbidden. It is located in the center of the imperial city of Beijing. Students and other holiday makers determined to savor what makes this place revered for centuries. This city was built within 14 years, between 1406 and 1420. It sits on a 72-hectare space and is surrounded by a 9.9-meter wall. There are over 900 rooms here. From the reign of Emperor Chu Di, who built the city, commoners were not allowed freely in there. Key element of that era is that the emperor's power could not be challenged. These contributed in giving the forbidden title to the city.
Forbidden City suffered so much in history. Now, first time in 1860,
Anglo and French Allied force invaded China. They launched the Second Opium War. Forbidden City was burned by fire. Okay, almost all the treasures were robbed by them. So if you like to watch Chinese treasures, I recommend you go to British Museum. There are so much. Okay, Chinese vision.
After some invasions in the 17th century, successive leadership in the country ensured the preservation of the city as a reminder for the future generations of where they are coming from. Getting information from officials here was difficult due to language barrier, but it was gathered that during holidays like the summer, the city receives hundreds of thousands of visitors daily, and even the light midday shower was not enough to deter them. At the other end of Beijing city stands the Great Wall of China, listed as one of the wonders of the world. The over 21-kilometer wall was constructed in 7th century BC. It stretches along the ancient northern border as a means of protecting the territory from rampaging nomadic groups. The most popular parts of the wall were built between 1368 and 1644. More than 2,000 years after the building of the wall started, the Chinese have not forgotten how much the wall contributed to their survival.
Great Wall is a symbol of China, yeah? I think each one knows this place. Okay, now speaking of the Great Wall can be traced to the 7th century BC. At that time, China was divided into 7 kingdoms, same to Europe. Okay, in order to defend the enemy from neighbors, all the kingdoms built a long wall around their frontiers. These walls were today's Great Wall's base.
This inscription says, "You are not a hero if you have not been to the wall." For people from different parts of the world, visiting this place means the same thing.
It's quite big and steep, and there are a lot of people.
Oh, it's amazing. I like this place and I wanted to visit, and I'm here and I'm glad.
The people here, it's amazing, the culture, and also the food is wonderful. All the people, it's so kind. Then it's a really good experience, and being here is amazing. I think it's one of the most wonderful places I have ever seen in my life.
Before getting to the wall, every visitor, children and adults alike, share in the same experience of walking up the hill, even before the cable car now intervenes. Mao Zedong is known as the father of modern China. This statue stands in the middle of the Orange Island in Changsha district of Hunan province. Built in 2 years between 2007 and 2009, the monument is 32 meters tall and 41 meters wide, signifying the number of years the man popularly referred to as Chairman Mao led the Chinese Communist Party. All the way from the entrance, hundreds of people are conveyed in sightseeing vehicles and a lot more walking on foot to share in the memory of the man whose dream triggered the birth of what China has become.
That's the statue of Chairman Mao, Comrade Mao Zedong. And this statue, it's made of maple stone. And that when he was 32 years old. So the way he's looking at is the eastern way. That's where the sun rises. And also, that's where his university located. It's also on that way.
In almost every part of China, there is a preserved pointer to the country's journey towards the superpower it has become. A lesson for the present, which is that behind the glory and glamour of today are hard work and determination of yesterday.
It's day 2 in a new working week, and we are back here live on News Central Television, ready definitely to rumble on Breakfast Central, taking a look at the big stories that's making the rounds, top stories like we call it, and no doubt I'm sure you have yours. The front pages of the papers are today very, very hot, because the stories that we'll be looking at from the front pages are equally interesting. But when we talk about our top stories, a lot of questions come to mind. But for me in particular, as we start off on a Tuesday morning, I think I would like to start off with one big question to you as a Nigerian. What do you think will help our economy get better? Well, you might want to think about that in the course of the show for the next 2 hours. Possibly at the end of the show, you will have answers to that question. I'm Joe Hansen, by the way, and I'm saying good morning and welcome to Breakfast Central.
And I am Osaogi Ogbonwan, welcoming everyone who's joining us from Nigeria and, of course, watching us virtually across the world. Remember, the phone lines will be available sometime around 8 a.m. this morning, so you can share your thoughts with us on the newspaper headlines and major stories making headlines across Nigeria. We have the next 2 hours, just like Joe has said, to discuss some of the big conversations happening here in Nigeria. One of the things we will be stopping over at is in Edo State, where there seems to be 2 deputy governors currently. Philip Shaibu, of course, declaring that he is resuming office and asking all staff of the deputy governor's office to resume as well, or face disciplinary actions. But what that means is that Edo State currently might have 2 deputy governors, one from the PDP and one from the APC. And Godwin Obaseki, is likely to have an APC deputy governor working along with him or not. There's been a response, obviously, from the Edo State government, of course, countering Philip Shaibu's statements, and, of course, asking that he does not bring chaos to the state. So these are some of the things that we will talk about this morning. Of course, in the newspapers this morning, one of the things that I've also seen is the launching of the CNG buses in Nigeria. The Nigerian president, of course, has kicked that off, with many reactions to it as well. People saying that that's not exactly going to have any effect in reducing the cost of living or, improving on the quality of lives of the average Nigerian, because it wasn't, buses weren't one of the things that Nigerians stated that they needed in the start of this administration. Joe, what do you think?
Well, you are right. Nigerians are reacting quite differently concerning the CNG buses. Think about that. Let's look at it practically. If you're going to board the CNG bus from Victoria Island to the mainland, yes, quite frankly, the prices would come down. But would it really come down to what the average Nigerian can pay? Because remember, the price of converting those cars are quite different from what the reality tells us today. And we do know the Nigerian factor that will come in. The driver, the area boys on the road who will tell you where's the money for tax. You're paying for this tax, you're paying for this, you're paying for that. By the time you add all of that into the money that you're going to remit back to even the company of the person in charge of the CNG buses, and it's not just going to be an easy walk in the park. It's going to be a very tough one for Nigerians. But then again, let's also look at it from a positive light that, okay, we've been talking about CNG, now it's being launched. Let's see what it will do to the economy. Absolutely. And I mean, so I would give, kudos, that it has finally been launched, even if it's just 30 of them. They say it will carry about 100 passengers every day, or each bus will carry about 100 passengers every day. So yes, that it has been launched, but I just still interpret these things as temporary fixes. They are not necessarily sustainable at the same time, except there is a clear roadmap and a clear path, with which we can convert 70% or 80% of vehicles in Nigeria to CNG operated. If there is no actual roadmap or clear, path, then it's really just a temporary fix. It's not anything that will be sustainable. And what Nigerians really need is proper transportation infrastructure that works for the whole country. And I'm talking about much better roads. I'm talking about trains and airplanes, and of course, for the waterways, proper infrastructure. In the news this morning, I think it's one of the stories, about, or maybe in the last couple of weeks, we've seen about a boat capsizing, leading to loss of lives, which of course happens in different parts of the world, no doubt. But when you hear about it in Nigeria, it's not because it was some freak accident that no one expected.
most of the time it's because proper safety measures were put in place. And it's almost the same thing when you hear about the road traffic accidents in Nigeria. So there are certain things that Nigerians would rather have than these, ideas that really just come out of nowhere, which is, of course, the CNG buses. But again, kudos to the government for at least kicking it off in the first place. But again, I believe that we need proper transportation infrastructure, and that would also help not just with moving around the country, but also with agriculture, with businesses. These are some of the things that I believe would be put in place. And for those who say, oh, Mr. President is not a magician, nobody says that he is. Nobody's expecting magic. But there's ways that, these plans can be communicated to Nigerians, and everyone will listen to them and say, okay, we understand that these are not things that would happen in the next 6 months, no miracle is going to happen in a year, but we would understand that the most basic steps are being put in place. If we're taking loans, we know the reasons as we're taking loans to set up these basic infrastructure in healthcare, in transportation, in security, and general infrastructure. We would know the reasons we're taking those loans. But if there's no proper communication, if we don't have these things broken down step by step to the average Nigerian, it's difficult to convince the people that you actually know what you're doing. And it's one of the reasons when we see these stories in the news, everyone just looks at it and turns their face the other way. Because nobody really can, trust that these decisions were made, from the right place. It's not that difficult. I've been speaking, a lot, about the importance of communication between the Nigerian government and citizens. It took the president a couple of days before he eventually addressed protesters, during the End Bad Governance protest, and that was a sign that there's no actual interest in proper communication. It might be wishful thinking. We might be asking too much, or for too much rather, when we say that we need to have a media chat every day. If not from the president, then at least from his media representatives. We see these things happen in other countries where, in the US, it's a perfect example. There is a proper media chat almost daily between the press and the White House press secretary. Yeah. Can we have something similar? Even if it's not daily, let it be every couple of days that we have proper conversations. Let Nigerians understand where the plans are, what the plans are, understand, the proper communication between the presidency and the Nigerian people. It creates some level of trust between what the government is doing and what the people are, are expecting. Some level of trust, but we don't have that.
It's a cause for worry, no doubt. And just to add, before we go straight to our top story, that in the same line of communication, we've seen communication breach, even within the presidency. Amongst themselves, where you have the special advisor talking, you have another one talking, the other one counteracting what this one has said, and the other one waiting to counteract this one. And then the one that shocked me the most, before we go straight to our headlines today, is the Minister of Information. I'm talking about Honorable Mohammed Idris, blaming the media, saying that the media is the reason why there was a protest, because the good deeds of the president is not articulated properly to Nigerians through the medium, which happens to be in quotes.
That's just very sad. This is the same president who has not had any media chat since he assumed office.
Anyway, thanks for staying with us. It's just our morning wake-up conversation. Let's go straight into what we have for you today here on Breakfast Central. This morning, Patriot Group visits Tinubu's 6th new constitution, a follow-up conversation, and we're going to have a guest who's going to talk more on what their plans are.
And also in Edo State, the government accuses Philip Shaibu of impersonating the deputy governor.
Police refute claims of protest-related casualties in Kano State.
Also this morning, NLC raid a move to sabotage efforts, and that's once again from the police. We also will be bringing you the newspaper front pages, sharing with you the major stories making headlines across Nigeria this morning. But first, breakfast headlines. Now let's begin breakfast headlines by telling you that the Rivers State High Court on Monday sacked Tony Okocha as the caretaker committee chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State. Justice Sika Aprioku overturned the removal of Emeka Bekele as APC chairman and reinstated him to the position. The court also invalidated the dissolution of the elected state working committee led by Bekele and annulled the appointment of Okocha and his caretaker committee members. Still in Rivers State, the Rivers State Police Command has confirmed the explosion at the Secretariat of the Action People's Party, APP, in Port Harcourt along the GRA axis on Monday morning. According to the command spokesperson, Grace Iring Koko, a team of bomb experts was deployed to the scene to investigate the circumstances surrounding the blast. And now the Nigerian Labour Congress has tasked President Bola Tinubu's administration to stop the blame game, reverse his policies that have caused hardship to Nigerians, and engage in meaningful dialogue with relevant stakeholders. These, among others, were contained in a communique issued at the end of the Emergency National Executive Council meeting of the NLC. Now to Edo State, the reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, claims he has resumed office and directed his staff to follow suit. He issued a stern warning to banks, cautioning against conducting any transactions with the office of the Deputy Governor without his explicit consent, labeling such as illegal. Now to education matters. The West African Examinations Council has withheld the results of 215,267 candidates from the 2024 West African Senior School Certificate Examination. Speaking on Monday while announcing the release of the 2024 WASSCE results, the head of the Nigerian office, WAEC, Dr. Amos Dangut, stated that the results were withheld in connection with various reported cases of examination malpractice. And now in South Africa, a new report from the UN Aid Coordination Office reveals that food insecurity levels in Zimbabwe are rapidly deteriorating after it was hit with historic droughts due to the El Nino weather pattern. Earlier this year, Zimbabwe's President Emmerson Mnangagwa declared a national disaster to tackle the prolonged drought crisis. He said the country needs $2 billion to tackle hunger caused by low rainfall, which has wiped out about half of the maize crops. And that's all on Breakfast Headlines. Let's move back to Breakfast Central now. Before we get into our top stories, I am Osaogie Ogbonwa.
From the hills of the Southeast Africa, reporting coverage on the ground, exclusive reports, and the latest news, all right here. We speak to the people live, get their perspectives on the latest news, the happenings, and the trends. I am Bongani Siziba, live from Johannesburg, South Africa. This is News Central.
The Nigeria Police Force has shed more light on the raid of the office of a foreign national at the Labour House in Abuja, saying that intelligence information revealed that perpetrators took advantage of the recent #EndBadGovernance protests to create crisis in the country. The Inspector General of Police, while responding to questions on why the police were not in support of the hardship protest, says that available intelligence revealed that some of the organizers planned to use the protest to sabotage the country. Our correspondent, Idong Joseph, reports.
The allegations by the Nigerian Labour Congress over the raid of its national secretariat by security operatives has continued to generate reactions nationwide. While the NLC is demanding an apology from the federal government and police over what it described as an unwarranted invasion, the police is saying it acted within the rules of the law. The police also denied that it raided the NLC headquarters, but a private office belonging to a foreign national in the Labour building, over intelligence information that the suspect was engaging in terrorist activities and sabotage efforts using the recent End Bad Governance protest in Nigeria.
Why the noise about the raid on Labour House when the police didn't raid Labour House? We raided only a shop that the individual was using as a front, and we have been monitoring his activities. He was very active in the Sudan crisis.
Oh, wow.
And he's in Nigeria mobilizing people to destabilize our country.
Speaking at the Nigerian Police Force Youth Summit, which held in Abuja, the Inspector General of Police says that criminal elements tried to take advantage of the protest using the cover of its popularity on social media. He called for collaboration with youth in the country, saying that the police is open to a partnership.
I don't believe that protest that is mobilized on the social media is hijacked. Hijacked by who? By the same people that were mobilized for the protest. So our experience in previous protests would not make the police to want to take part in any protest that we know is going to be violent.
I have seen that we are not communicating enough to the Nigerian youth. And this is why I appreciate what is happening here.
But the police has the wherewithal. They also have the responsibility to get members of the community to cooperate with them.
While it has been agreed by all stakeholders here that citizens are expected to play a role in ensuring adequate security, many believe that the ideas presented here will help contribute to fostering youth involvement in national security issues. In Abuja for News Central, I am Idong Joseph.
Very, very clear in that report that it's called to question once again if the Labour Party office was actually raided by the police. But then again, you do have the police hunter himself making it clear that it wasn't their office. So this leads to a lot of questions upon questions. But one of the things we also picked, I personally picked in that report from Idong Joseph, is the fact that during that conference, one of the panelists said we are not communicating enough. It still boils down to how we opened the show this morning. And I think when you have a miscommunication, or you have a situation whereby people are not hearing from you, it all of a sudden becomes the norm. And that's why people would go ahead to find out things for themselves. And we saw how this led to the #EndBadGovernance, where people said, okay, you know what? It's high time we take these things to the streets, and we have our list where you need to attend to us one after the other. I'm going to say here, very frankly, kudos to the police. I think they did a fantastic job at some point, ensuring that everything that took place at that time worked smoothly. But then again, communication seems to be a major challenge here.
I mean, kudos to the police if you're focusing on Lagos. But if we go outside Lagos, if we look at the reports from Kano State and other parts of northern Nigeria, I don't think there's any kudos that they deserve. There are still claims that they fired live rounds that led to the loss of Nigerian lives. Amnesty International and a few other newspapers reported, that. So for Lagos, maybe yes, they
They
seemingly, even if, I had still had issues, and I remember a conversation with Benjamin Hundenyi, I pointed out those issues, that I still don't believe, as professional as they claim to have been, I don't believe that it was necessary to use tear gas in Lagos at all. There wasn't any need for it. He had his argument, which I totally do not agree with. And I've made my points clear concerning that. There's no need, there was nothing in Lagos that needed the use of tear gas. But there is that. The NLC story, the NLC claims that the office was raided. We had a report. Our reporter was, at the NLC office, and also did a report there. And that seems to be the NLC office, except they don't know how to identify their particular office or not. I'm not sure who exactly is being deceitful now. It's either the NLC doesn't know exactly which of the buildings, or the offices in that building they use and belong to them, or the police is not being very honest, or the Ajo police not being very honest in the situation. So I'm not sure which it is. But I remember that we did a report. We spoke to people, who were in that building, and they gave their side of the story. And from that, their report, it was raided by armed men that they said was likely the DSS or the police at night. And nobody was arguing whether it was the NLC office or not. So if they say, if the police says it wasn't NLC office per se, maybe it's the same building, but it wasn't the office then, maybe there needs to be some proper interpretation.
I think what you're saying is it's just the building next to the NLC office that they decided to raid, haven't watched the person. But I think the point is, while they were doing that, people took advantage of the hashtag end bad governance protest and decided to go into the NLC. So, bottom line, communication. When the NLC came out, the police did debunk that statement that, we're not the one who raided the office. The DSS also said we're not the one. But then again, who do we believe?
So while police were carrying out a raid, random people
were also carrying out theirs.
That's very hard to believe.
So there seems to be some...
And I mean, by the way, the FCT didn't have that level of, I wouldn't call it violence now, that you would expect that while the police carrying out a raid at night, then random strangers or random protesters will be active at night. There wasn't any protesters at night. Will then go and break into another office. So I don't know. But the point is, the NLC has had their, their allegations. The police, has their own, response to it. And just a lot of questions still need to be asked. But we, of course, will be interrogating issues, concerning that particular story. But let's move to Edo State now. We'll get into that conversation after this very short break.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
It's not just news to us, it's our voice and our story. It's our report, how we tell African stories for Africans. With detailed, timely and authentic reports, News Central is your home for true news and African stories. I am Omolola Ololade. This is News Central.
headquarters of political drama seems to be relocating from Rivers to Edo State. The Edo State government has accused Philip Shaibu of impersonating the state deputy governor despite being removed from office in April over allegations of gross misconduct. The reinstated deputy governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, revealed in a broadcast that he has resumed office in line with the ruling of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which faltered the process of his impeachment.
However, the Edo State government, through the Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nehikare, urged the public to disregard any correspondence from Shaibu, stating that the issue is still in court, following a motion for stay of execution pending appeal. Chris revealed that security agencies have been alerted to a potential breach of peace, and Shaibu will be held responsible for any security breaches arising from his actions. This morning, joining us is political strategist and analyst Bob Manuel Omoru. Thank you for being here, Mr. Omoru. Let's look at this drama, quite frankly. Just as we said at the opening of this conversation, it seems the headquarters has indeed moved to Edo State today. It's been a tussle from back and forth. Now we have two deputy governors and we have two persons speaking, giving brief here and there, and the governor standing tall and, of course, holding brief for one of the deputy governors, asking Nigerians to neglect whatever the judiciary has said. What's your take on what's really going on in Edo State?
Thank you for having me. Good morning, Nigerians. The matter in Edo State is a simple one, and I'm quite puzzled when you try to compare Edo State to Rivers State, but that's fine. The matter in court is clear, and the court itself was clear on her judgment. So I am a bit worried and surprised that the Commissioner for Information, Chris Nehikare, would come to the public and in an attempt to, of course, distract the people. And I would think the court would take note of that, because that is outright contempt of court. The court was explicit in her judgment and in her pronouncement, reinstating Honorable Philip Shaibu as the deputy governor of Edo State, and gave perpetual injunctions. And of course, I am aware that the Edo State government approached the court again for a stay of execution. And the matter was adjourned till 24th of September. That means it wasn't granted. Now, if the court did not grant the stay of execution, it means her earlier judgment must be followed to the latter. So where they are now bringing up this insinuation or this deceived tendency to dissuade the public from the cruise of the matter is laughable. And I want to wonder again, is it the same Edo State government that refused to obey all court rulings that is now asking the people to be wary of Shaibu, who is the real deputy governor of the state that we are aware of, or as pronounced by the court? So I don't really know what their problems are. But as it is, as of today, the court was straight in her judgment. The court was explicit. The court said Shaibu remained the deputy governor. And the narrative here, you said there are two deputy governors in Edo State. There are not two deputy governors in Edo State. There is only one. Right Honorable Philip Shaibu is the known deputy governor by law, by the electorate, and to the people of Nigeria. And even the one Obaseki tried to smuggle into government, as we speak, it doesn't stay in the office of the deputy governor. It doesn't go with the paraphernalia of that office. Even the cars is driving, none of them has the emblem of the deputy governor. It shows that they also know that the court was final in her judgment on that matter. And if they have any other thing, they should wait till 24th of September if perhaps Justice Omotosho will grant stay of execution, or they head to appeal, which we are aware that that is where they are heading to already. So that is the matter on ground.
Help clarify exactly what status quo is currently. And, you know, when you apply for a stay of execution, is that the way it works? You then wait for a ruling which might come in 2 months or in 3 months before the stay of execution for the previous ruling is approved or not?
Yes, you applied for the stay of execution, and then the Honorable Court, in her wisdom, fixed a date to listen to your complaint as to why you want the stay of execution. The court did not, after that, say, Shaibu, pending when this stay of execution is granted, stay out of office. No, the court did not even overturn herself in her previous ruling. The court maintained the status quo that Shaibu remained the deputy governor of Edo State. So until there is another interpretation or another judgment, whatever the court have said at the ruling stands until that stay of execution is granted. So Shaibu is to be in the office pending when the court say otherwise, or a superior court say otherwise. And as long as there's been no pronouncement, no judgment, Shaibu remain the deputy governor of Edo State and act in accordance of that. So what the Edo State government is doing is trying to distract the public, and of course, we know why they are doing that. And of course, it's a contempt of court, because the court never said Shaibu is not the deputy governor. The last pronouncement of the court is Shaibu is the deputy governor of Edo State, and that all allowances and other obstacles to him in the period he was out of office should be paid. And there were specific injunctions given on that matter. So Omobayo is not the deputy governor of Edo State. And you know, if you want to really know Nigerians and law, our people know how to keep the tenancy of the law more than even those in government. The both of them were in the United States for Afema Congress. You saw what happened there. So many people chased Omobayo away, said, no, by the ruling of the court, Shaibu is the deputy governor, we can't have you here. And he went back to his hotel. So if the common man could interpret what the law is, how come a state government with an attorney general and with lawyers surrounding the government cannot understand what that interpretation, as simple as it is, what it stands for?
Yeah. All right.
But I am not surprised. I am not surprised. This is not the first time. Today, as of today, last year, over a year plus, the court, that the Judicial Commission, declared 8 judges to be sworn in as High Court judges in Edo State. It took Obaseki over a year and pressure from the public before he could swear in 5 remaining 3. The 3 are still in judicial limbo. They are still out there, not knowing whether to resume office or just to go about their normal business dealings. The same Obaseki is an anti-constitutional man, we know. The same Obaseki shut out local government over 2 to 3 years without duly elected officers. And what did he do? He came up with another pseudo political move, which he called local government licensing officer. Where in the world have you heard of local government licensing officer? It's either you're a local government chairman or you're an acting chairman in the space of XYZ period when there will now be a real election to bring in the elected chairman of the people's choice. So this has been all their tactics and antics, we know. These people, especially the Edo State government, don't follow judicial judgment. They don't. But yet they want to always rush to court to get judgment.
Well,
and the same court, you don't obey them.
That's not very.
They fail. They have.
That's not very strange, you know. I mean, generally with Nigerian politicians, they normally will follow court judgments that are in their favor, and those judgments that aren't in their favor, they struggle with abiding by them. But and now we might have a situation where there's a PDP governor and an APC deputy governor in Edo State, with Philip Shaibu taking, of course, over back his seat until the 24th of September. How do you think that would play out?
Well, the Philip Shaibu that I know, and at least from what he has displayed most recently when he was attacked in Benin, I see in him a very fine young man, and one who has rule over his emotion, one who is always aware that he is a leader rather than being a subordinate. I know that. I don't see any issue coming up from him to the governor. And I am very, very certain with this last broadcast, he's just out to discharge his constitutional duties. And I see that coming up. We have had issues in the past where governors and deputies fall to different political parties. Some manage it well and some couldn't manage it well. But in this issue, except the governor is puzzled with the all attempt to always be violent as it is, I don't see Shaibu disrespecting his office, and I don't see Shaibu being at loggerhead with the governor. But I see him
that's not
always.
That's going to be difficult. I mean, they've been at loggerheads for years now. How do you say you don't see them being at loggerheads between now and the 24th of September when they currently are battling each other in court? How does that happen? And this narrative that you're selling about Philip Shaibu being some innocent little angel in Edo State, not very many people will buy that. That's not what it looks like. He's moved political parties. He dumped the APC in 2020. He went to the PDP. He's dumped the PDP. Now he's back to the APC. In the next 6 months, he might be back to the PDP again. That's not exactly his character, the way you're describing him, is it?
Okay, let me give you the point. A man that has friend must show himself friendly. There's a friend that's still closer than a brother. That was what Shaibu proved to Obaseki. You didn't really know the crux of the matter that led to their decamping from APC to PDP. His Excellency Oshomole wanted Obaseki out at all costs because of this same attitude of always being at loggerhead with political leaders, with party faithfuls, and all the rest of it. And of course, Shaibu stood and said, no, these things are manageable. And it was his loyalty to Obaseki that led to him leaving Comrade Adams Oshomole to PDP. And his matter was clear. I am loyal to my boss. Until there was an attempt to remove him from office, you didn't see Shaibu in court. You didn't see Shaibu make public statements berating Obaseki as other deputy governors will do. They will go straight headlong with their boss. He never did that. He was quiet. He was calm on this matter until there was a question on his office. That was what pushed him to the court. And for those who think, Shaibu is XYZ, well, except they have any public outing where they can question his character, those things are just mere rumor. Right. And let me tell you, the absence of Shaibu in the Edo State government for that period he was not on seat, it affected almost every fiber of Edo State. You go to Bender Insurance, go and check their performance, check our youth in sport, check their performance. Shaibu is the real engine of the Edo State government. The moment he left, everybody knew that leadership left. He is the one who perhaps has been ensuring that Edo State people are still in tune with this Obaseki government. Because Obaseki already lost everything that makes a leader worthwhile in the eyes of the people. You can say that for free. There are classified information that will not just be released on media, except I forward some documents to you, and then we can speak on that.
All right. Mr. Moro, you've spoken so highly of Philip Shaibu, and it shows that it's obvious that you are a huge supporter and a huge fan of the deputy governor. But of course, the Justice Omotosho-led decision has shown that there was a flagrant disregard for the Constitution in ensuring that they impeached the deputy governor. But the point here is, you do have Godwins who assumed the role of the deputy governor, and funds were being spent already. And Shaibu resumes just a few hours ago, yesterday, and tells all the banks and tells everyone who has done business with the deputy governor of Edo State that they are transacting business at their own risk. And anybody who has spent whatever whatsoever should return that. Now, we're going to have a lot of discrepancies when it comes to budgeting, money, and so on and so forth. How do you foresee this playing out, especially now that there seems to be a fracas in between the entire decision, seeing the deputy governor coming back and Godwin's still in the mix, in the picture as well?
Well, I think I want to also make this clear statement. As I speak with you now, Godwin is not the deputy governor of Edo State. Godwin can...
Noted, we know that. But of course, you have the governor who's already brandishing, calling him the deputy governor. He's deputy governor, because there was also a statement released by the governor saying whatever Philip Shaibu is saying, no one should listen to him. Everyone should pay attention to Godwin. So there's a divide. And yet, the concern of the Edo people is monies have been spent, whether we like it or not. So how do we put all of these things together, and how do you see this play out?
Well, from the decision that the deputy governor has taken, Right Honorable Philip Shaibu, they are in tandem with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. in the discharge of that office, if anybody will be called accountable, it is Honorable Philip Shaibu. So if at the period he was out of office, anybody has taken any decision, he has the right to put a stop to it. Yes, I'm aware that the governor already has an SSA on Deputy Governor's office, who is now his previous Deputy Governor that is still branding as the Deputy Governor. The best way to do it is, if there have been any shady deal, and Honorable Philip Shaibu is saying there should be a stop to it, I think what is right is what he has said. And if perhaps there has been, the best is to report to the anti-graft agency for swift action, because we must continue to call leaders accountable. The court cannot say X, Y, Z, and you are saying A, B, C. The court has the final say on that matter. And if the court has spoken, the man resumes his office and discharges his duties. If there are discrepancies, there are information that needs to get to appropriate headquarters, or there are issues that has to do with finance that is not clear, the right agencies should be involved. As the issue of Edo State is now, EFCC has been involved for some time. I am aware that the Commissioner for Finance has been invited. So if banks and other agencies also know that issues like this have been at hand, the best thing they should have done is to consult their lawyer before dealing with the Edo State government, as particular to the office of the Deputy Governor. And if that is not done, then they should bear every cost as their own risk too. Because if they could take such action, deal with an office where the real owner of the office is not there, then they should be ready for any eventualities. So I think in the tenets of the law, Shaibu must discharge his duties to the fullest. If there are issues that cause for accountability, he knows the right agency to do, and those agencies will be employed. So I don't see discrepancies in his decision. His actions are spelled out in the Constitution, and he will discharge that absolutely. That is what I believe in. And that is what you also know, that the Constitution prevails above personal emotions.
All right. I mean, I hope, maybe, I don't know if we have time, to once again go back to, the responsibilities of Philip Shaibu, as Deputy Governor. You said, that since he's been having these tussles, and as, in the period that he was kicked out, the state wasn't working. Bendel Insurance wasn't scoring goals and whatnot. So I hope we might have time to go back there. But I want to share your thoughts on what exactly is the bone of contention here, aside just being reinstated as Deputy Governor all the way till November. It wasn't picked up in the party's primaries. The PDP has picked its candidate. The APC, where he's a member now, has already picked their candidate. Labour Party has their candidate. So is there anything, that is the bone of contention? And, I mean, what is the APC's chance in the elections in November as well?
Thank you so much. Let me start from the last one. As I speak to you, the APC is already 13 local governments ahead of other political parties. The 6 local governments in Edo North, the 5 local governments in Edo Central, and of course the 2 local governments under the control of the APC Deputy Governor. And strategically and very consciously, today the news of the campaign or the resignation of Barrister Omosede Igbeneghu, who has been a major contender with the APC Deputy Governor, just got to my table today that she has resigned from the PDP. So it means that the 2 obvious are no-go area for both APC, for both PDP and Labour Party. Then let me go to the issue, the tussle between the governor and the deputy. People were made to believe that it was the aspiration of the deputy governor that started the whole of this crisis. That is not true. And let me clear this. I am a member of the People's Democratic Party and a noble stakeholder at that to date. Prior to this time, I knew that there was an issue between the both of them. And my access to information is something that is unblockable and is not flawed. Now, I got unnotable information that before the advent of the 2024 electioneering process, before even Comrade Philip Shaibu said he wants to be the governor of Edo State, he wants to contest, there was an issue. And the issue borders on governance and management of office. And I challenge the government of Edo State and anybody who is close to come and challenge me. There were issues. And what were the issues? Comrade Philip Shaibu has told the governor that there are no visible projects in Edo North and Edo Central for them to campaign in the future, where they will fly a candidate for the office of the governor, as we have today. Those were the beginning of their matters. And however, it didn't go down well with the governor, and the governor started giving him some distance and all the rest of it. Shortly after about 3-4 months, he went to the governor to tell him of his intention to vie for the office. As at that period, in 2016, I started the SAN agenda. 2020, I repeated it again. 2024, I came up with the ASAN agenda again. And the governor, being one who has promised the ASAN people that the next governor will come from their side, kicked into that particular agenda. And the governor told him that there are cries from everywhere that they want ASAN agenda. And of course, the man told him there are no constitutional provision saying that power should be zoned. Let's go to the field. PDP has always been free for all tickets. And so he told him he was going to run. And then, of course, the present deputy governorship candidate of the PDP was also on the race. He stepped aside, and then Comrade Shaibu decided to pursue his ambition. That was what now triggered what we are now seeing today as you must be impeached, you must not stay in office, and all the rest. It was not the election per se or the interest to become the deputy, the governorship candidate or flag bearer of the party in 2024, eventually to rule Edo State in 2024 and beyond, that triggered this matter.
Yeah, just for clarity.
Triggered the matter, but
just for clarity.
And for me.
Hold on, just for clarity. I'll let you go on. I just want to clarify. You said Philip Shaibu went to Governor Obaseki and asked for the ASAN agenda. Am I correct?
What he went to tell the governor is that he wants to run for 2024. The governor then told him about the ASAN agenda.
Okay.
So it was the governor who told Philip Shaibu about ASAN agenda. And Philip Shaibu told him that the constitution of PDP and that of Nigeria does not actually spell zoning. But PDP
has there been any conversations prior to that in Edo State politics with the agreement that Edo Central deserves to have the candidates zoned to Edo Central for 2024?
In all sincerity, there's been no discussion on that. In 2016, when I started the ASAN agenda, our leader of blessed memory, Chief Tony Aneni, called me and said, you are a young man, I see your zeal. I'm happy we have people like you, but it's not yet time to drum for ASAN agenda. There are political calculations and pendulums. We must follow them. In his word, may his soul rest in peace. And the ASAN agenda laid to rest. In 2020, we came up with it again until the decamping of Obaseki to PDP. Leaders then called that since the party at the national has decided to give Obaseki the ticket for his second term, we should pause on ASAN agenda. And that was how we paused it again until 2024. So there's been no discussion as to zoning. We just felt, we have 3 zones that make up this thing, just morally, not under duress or being financed by anybody. And I make bold to say that these things should go to the third zone.
So do you still believe in it going to Edo Central, even if, according to you, there's been no agreement or no conversations about this prior to this election? Do you still believe that Edo Central deserves to have a governor?
Yes, I do. I have always opined, and I know that the best brain to govern any society cannot be found in a particular zone. You have to allow power rotate.
All right.
That is just conscious side of being moral. And I have not seen anything that stops ASAN from not producing. What I am for.
Will you have supported Philip Shaibu if he picked a ticket?
Yes, I would have done that. If he has picked the ticket on the platform of the PDP, I would have supported
any party. Because he seemed like he was desperate. He would have picked it from anywhere. What I'm asking is, you have been carrying the ASAN agenda for so long. Philip Shaibu, is he from Edo Central?
He's from Edo North.
So it didn't matter to you. ASAN agenda didn't matter to you anymore If Philip Shaibu had picked the ticket?
No, I want to. You didn't allow me to land before you gave the other condition. Labour Party has an Edo South man, APC has an Edo Central man, and the PDP has an Edo Central man. If the pendulums has played and all gladiators allowed without the interference of the national, I didn't see an Esa man picking any of the other two except for intervention. Now that God has, by his own wisdom, done that, I will always stay with an Esa. But when there are no options and I see Shaibu on the ticket, because I know what he can do, I will support him. That's what I'm saying clearly. I will support him. But now that we have an Esa man on the ticket, I am going for that Esa man to the end.
All right. We'll see. I mean, the elections are in a couple of months. Yeah. Monday, Ukpebolo, and of course, the Labour Party candidate, Olumide Akpata. We also, of course, have the PDP candidate. Everyone, of course, will be fighting to the end. As well, Godalo will be fighting till the end of the elections. I did see a poll yesterday. I'm not sure who organized that poll. I don't trust it, but it didn't show a lot of faith in the APC candidate. But we'll see. November is very close by. Thank you very much for stopping by, Bob Manuel Umoru. Look forward to speaking with you again. All right. Anyway, now 52-year-old Angel Innocent has been allegedly picked up by the Nigerian Department of State Services (DSS). Angel, an End Bad Governance protester, spoke with News Central TV in Abuja during the protest prior to the disheartening event.
And bring people and paying 5,000 for each person. Sheyi Tinubu, these guys, they brought yesterday 10 buses here. Luckily, those people say it's their money. They join us for the protest. You understand it? So today he paid them. That was why the day was much. Now they want to stop us for the right. Tell me the truth. Which country does not have any right to protest? Tell me the truth. Why are the government? Why do we have a leader? Why do you have a father in a home? You have a father to cater for you. It's only when you did not give your father responsibility, you go out and start drinking kai because there's no responsibility. But why are you in Nigeria? What is the privilege of being in Nigeria? What is the benefit of being in Nigeria? Tell me what you guys are enjoying as a Nigeria. Now what they do, they make us slaves. Alcohol power they are into is the one that control this world. They don't have feelings. They don't have feelings of human beings. People are dying, they don't care. There's no right to live. No right for anything. Look at police, only for this small crowd. Please, tell Tinubu he should come down. Tell the wife, she's their mother. She's their mother like me. I won't like my children to suffer. She's supposed to. Their hearts are sold to devil. Their hearts are sold to devil. Tell them there are mothers like me. I'm fighting because I want them to change. I have a son. I won't let it to go through what these people are going through. I can take care of my son and my son.
The lady you see there on your screen is 52 years of age. Once again, her name is Angel Innocent. Now, sadly, her house was invaded on the 7th of August by men who have been allegedly identified as operatives of the Department of State Services. Now, Angel has been talking tough, like you saw in that video, but her whereabouts are still not known yet. Coincidentally, a member of the family has reached out to us here on News Central, and hopefully we would get to hear an update if she has been released. But that's exactly what the update is. And if you go on social media, you'd find the hashtag FreeAngel, which is currently still trending, if I'm right, at this time of the day. But then again, it's one conversation everyone is taking to social media, calling for her release. And that's the update that we have for you. Anyway, away from that, the Kano State Police Commissioner Salman Dogo Garba has stated that no deaths were recorded during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest in the state, contradicting reports of at least 5 fatalities. Garba announced this during a press conference where suspects were paraded, adding that 873 suspects were arrested and a large quantity of exhibits recovered.
He highlighted the command's achievements in maintaining law and order, including the arrest of suspects for various crimes and the recovery of stolen items. However, families of deceased individuals are still grieving, and the police statement has raised questions about the accuracy of their claims. And And of course, you know, these are some of the things that we've spoken about. You know, I mean, the whole of last week, you know, I'm asking the police to provide some level of clarity as to whether lives were lost to the bullets, live ammunition of Nigerian police officers or not. And of course, you know, maybe disregard or dispel the reports by Amnesty International, the Punch newspapers, the Vanguard newspapers, and I think the Daily Independent that reported between 14 to 17 lives that were lost. The police, of course, you know, in their statements during the End Bad Governance protests, only mentioned that IUD was detonated during the protest in Borno State, I believe, which led to, you know, loss of certain lives. But of course, the independent reporters have said otherwise, and of course, you know, have claimed that the police did fire live ammunition that led to the loss of lives. We're still following a story in Kaduna State where the Nigerian army is alleged, of course, a soldier from the Nigerian army is alleged to have shot through the doors of a family house, which led to the loss of one life in that house. So there still needs to be some level of clarity, and of course, you know, a proper investigation must be carried out to ensure that every life that was lost during the NSAS protest and bad governance protest, I beg your pardon, gets the justice that they deserve. It's been a very interesting morning here. Another thing I should quickly mention from our conversation with Bodmanuel Umoru, I think in Nigerian terms, if Olive was here, she'll probably provide some clarity. She's a legal expert. But when an appeal is sought for the stay of execution, you know, I think it is the initial judgment is frozen until that appeal is heard. And it's a thing that I probably should have mentioned, and I caught myself there, should have mentioned during the conversation with Bodmanuel Umoru, that in Nigerian law, when an appeal is sought for a stay of execution, the initial judgment is frozen until that appeal is heard. But we will expand on those conversations as we go further. Let's take you through a recap of some of the things spoken about in the last hour, and also what comes up right next. Yes, Edo State Governor accuses Shaibu of impersonating the Deputy Governor as he announces his return. Police refute claims of protest-related casualties in Kano State. And also we shared with you the NLC raid was a move to sabotage efforts, says the Nigerian police. But that's not all this morning. Let's also let you know what's coming up next in the second half of Breakfast Central.
Coming up next in the second hour, Patriot Group visits Tinubu's seat, new constitution. We'll be talking about that story. We also have the front pages of the newspaper starting right now, so get your fingers itchy and start dialing. We'll find out what you are saying on social media. We'll be right back.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
I am Sunny Irabo, and I have something special for you. Join me every week for thought-provoking conversations with Africa's most influential leaders and change makers from diverse sectors.
The solution to this is not about begging for food or giving food away. The solution is for Africa to have a bowl in hand, not to beg, but to put seed in those bowls and grow its own food.
Together, we'll explore innovative solutions to the continent's most pressing challenges, from social commentary to politics, the economy, health, family, and lifestyle. We will connect the dots with exclusive interviews with those who are at the forefront of realizing the continent's potential. Expect fresh, interesting, and engaging interviews on the issues that not only matter to us, but that affect Africa and Africans. Sunny Irabo live on News Central.
The front pages is here, and that hour is here as well. That time where we take a look at what the newspapers are saying. Joining us this morning is publisher, The Niche newspaper, Mr. Ikechukwu Abichi. Thank you for being here.
Joe, it's always my pleasure. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I mean, I'm going to borrow a leaf from Osage's question to you while we're off air. I hope you enjoyed the CNG bus when you're coming.
Yes, fantastic development.
Yeah, that's it. I like that. I like that. I like that.
Let's see if every other person's enjoying it. It's in the news this morning. We're going to kick off with this Nigerian newspapers this morning. So what we can find. It says the federal government rolls out 30 CNG buses in Abuja. Says it's economic necessity all Nigerians must embrace. Each bus to transport 100 persons daily with alternative to diesel usage. In Edo State, it says, I have resumed duties as Deputy Governor. Philip Shaibu says, you can't return. You're an imposter. Government replies. We struck at NLC building to fish out terrorists hiding there, says the police. And also Shetima blames underdevelopment in North on leadership. Wow. Good morning, Kashim Shetima. These are the major stories on this Nigerian newspaper's front pages.
All right, let's check out one more before we go straight to Ikechukwu, who's here with us as well. Let's see the next paper and see what we're going to talk about. It's got to do with Vanguard. Tinubu commissions 30 hybrid CNG buses at the top left. You can see it there, top left corner. Alleged 5.4 billion naira shares. CBN, FBN Holdings ask court to dismiss Barbican Capital suit. Anyway, this stresses harsh economy forces shutdown of over 50 firms, 80% others in low capacity utilization, over 100,000 employees thrown into job market. Labour begs federal government to please intervene. Yes, they are begging. Tough times. Shaibu resumes as Edo Deputy Governor. Catholic bishops to federal government save Nigerians from multi-dimensional poverty, they say. Will engage market leaders to check exploitative pricing, FCCPC boss. And the question is, where have you been, sir? Where have you been? Madam, where have you been? The entire FCCPC. I think it's about months since we mentioned that the prices have gone up, and it's so good to hear from you, by the way. Final story from me. Southeast monarchs clergy decry ethnic profiling of Igbo. That's another story to look into on Vanguard newspaper, the front page. Well, let's start off with one. I think I'm going to go off with this one here on the front page. It's got to do with the Catholic bishops, the federal government, save Nigerians from multidimensional poverty. What's your take on that? They've been quiet for a while in this entire back and forth conversation of what the economy is looking like. And now, all of a sudden, it's good to hear their voices.
No, I don't think it is quite correct to say that they have been quiet, because they have been talking. But of course, you know, the way the Catholic clergy, particularly the bishops, the way they do their own things, they are not the aluta kind of people. They give their advice quietly. So they've been talking, and this is just a continuation of what they have been doing. And they have been advising the government. You see, when you say you've rolled out 30 CNG buses in Abuja, and each of those buses will convey 100 people in a day, it means you're talking about 3,000 people in a day. How does that solve the hardship that everybody is complaining about? How does that make life much more bearable for the people? I think the government is majoring in minor issues that do not address the hunger, the poverty that came about as a result of the policies they deliberately embarked upon. So the Kali bishops are talking, and of course they have not said anything that other people have not said. Multi-dimensional poverty. Over 60% of Nigerians are multi-dimensionally poor. And that is unacceptable. Look, we continue saying this every day. The primary responsibility of the government is the welfare of the citizenry, security of life and property of the citizenry. This government has failed woefully. It bears restating that this government has not lived up to expectations. And people say, give them more time. Well, but we are assessing the last 15 months of the Tinubu presidency, and there is nothing. There is no index of human development that has gone north. All of them have gone south. In the last 14 months, mention every index of human development that you can think of. They have all gone south. So let's wait and see. And there is nothing that is out there that the government is doing that seems to suggest that it's going to get any better today and tomorrow. And this excuse of, things were terribly bad. Didn't you know that things were bad?
Of course they knew. And when they talk about, give them time, I always like to remind everyone that what time is long enough for Nigerians to then accept that, okay, we're not going anywhere. And it's always a reminder that Nigerians don't have 3 years to just give you to, do trial and error. Nobody has 4 years of their lives to just hand over to you, to play around with, and then after the 4 years, we then say, oh, true, these people didn't really get it right. And that's why when people point it out in the first 14 or the first 15 months, don't tell them that they're silly or they don't know what they're saying. It's because many Nigerians have realized that for decades, they've been giving people time. Nobody has time anymore to just hand over to anybody to play with their future.
Also, don't forget, the immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari, also
asked for time.
Went on the same trajectory. The 16 years of PDP ruined this country, and therefore we needed more time. And there we are, 8 years after. They ruined totally everything that even their successors, who are members of the same political party, are now saying that the guy destroyed Nigeria. So, and Tinubu has come in now and he's asking for more time. To paraphrase you, how much more time can we afford as Nigerians to give to a bumbling government, as it were? Look, see, how can you sacrifice 4 years of your time for a government that seems not to have a clue as to how to make things better? We sacrificed 8 years under Buhari, and people are saying that it is only normal, acceptable, that we should also sacrifice another 4 years under Tinubu, and perhaps another 8 years, making 16 years of trial and error.
Yeah.
The policies you've come up with are not working. It is as simple as that. If you like, bring 1 million CNG boxes. They are not going to make anything better. Because, okay, how many people are even privileged to go on those CNG buses? in a day. You and I that have our personal cars, that will have to go to the filling station, that will fill the fuel tank every day.
Yeah.
I was home over the weekend. I traveled to Imo State, and the least you could buy a liter of petrol was 870 naira. To travel from Owerri to Mbise, that is less than 1 hour, and come back to Owerri, I was spending almost 25,000 naira. It is not sustainable. I don't know how else to put it. It is not sustainable. What Tinubu is doing is not sustainable. Can we go back to the status quo and look at these things once again?
But I mean, they've said that the core problem is the price in fuel, that once fuel has returned or reverses back to what it used to be, automatically it will affect every other thing. But let me just quickly bring this forth as well. We talked about the bishops earlier, and the reason why I initially brought that one up was because you did have the charismatic bishops who visited the president before the protest and said they were not going to join the protest, that he's doing very well. Yes, I remember we had that here on News Central as well in the news. But let's take a call first. Samuel joins us from Abuja. Samuel, good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, go ahead.
I want to just make a contribution to the
please do.
under discussion. I think generally our leader, Nigeria, to have a teaching hospital. It has become a teaching country where every leader will want to come and experiment and learn. Every time they fall back to the excuse of asking for time. The rulers actually send the buses and they want us to celebrate. That does not address the question. Where the food are coming from? How many they send the buses? Will they get there to go and bring the food from the hinterland? And they left the bad road hindering the movement of people from bringing the food. They left the insecurity and they're just scratching the surface in the time. Even in the time here in Abuja, how many people even vote for them that they are putting the buses to think that they are solving the problem? And is that a solution to our problem? They knew it. They have traveled around the world. They saw good things how it's happening there. But when they come back home, they turn us to teaching hospital so that the country will be teaching them how to lead. They have time experiment this, experiment that. Those are not the things. You can't just wake up one day, remove fuel subsidy, and then you float the naira. Those are the two key things that has brought this country to the level we are now. That's the way the address should come from. Let it go back to the basics. When you get it right, you can go back to CNG buses. That is just the thing.
All right.
The finance are not working. And so out of the CNG buses, 330 of them solve the problem of 36 state plus Abuja, and then over 200 million people. I think that they're taking us for a ride. I pray they do this to just meet them on their feet there.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Samuel.
All right, thanks, Samuel.
Thanks for calling.
All right, let's quickly jump to all the stories. Yeah, I think in Edo State, you could quickly react to the the two deputy governors, the stay of execution, the you can't return, you're an imposter, APC deputy governor, PDP governor. It's just a lot of chaos.
And that's what our politicians are putting us through, chaos upon chaos upon chaos. But I think the issue of Edo State is a straightforward matter. The courts ruled that Shaibu remains the deputy governor until there is a superior, another judgment by a superior court. I think he remains the deputy governor. The problem is that we have a lot of impunity in this country, particularly at the level of the executive arm of government. A governor feels he's above the law. The president, of course, is above the law. And they cherry pick. They decide which judgments to obey and which judgment not to obey.
Yeah, just for clarity, and I don't know if you would know, is there is it true that in Nigerian law, when you apply for a stay of execution, the initial judgment is frozen until that appeal is heard?
I am not a lawyer, but I have also spoken to lawyers. They said no. If you file an appeal against a judgment, that does not automatically translate to a stay of execution of the judgment, unless because what was given was clear. It was not ambiguous.
Yeah.
So going to court to say I have filed an appeal, which you have the right to, does not necessarily stay the execution of the judgment that was given by the court. So, like I said, I'm not talking as a lawyer because I am not one, but I have also listened to some learned gentlemen, and the vibe I got from what they told me is that
it doesn't work like that. Because I did a quick Google search, and that's what it shows. But let's see, Hope Benjamin is a lawyer. Good morning, Benjamin.
Good morning. Welcome. How are you doing? I'm not a lawyer, but I want to make a contribution.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not a lawyer, but I want to make contribution, please.
It's fine. Go ahead. It's open. Go ahead.
Yes. I know the court has done their own because they asked him to. He has the right to resume. The right thing for the governor is for them to appeal.
Okay, go ahead.
For them, because they have nullified the impeachment. The court has nullified the impeachment. Right now, the Shaibu has the right to resume as the deputy governor.
Okay, all right.
Anyway,
all right.
Thanks for calling, Benjamin. Thanks.
Yeah, because what was given was a declaratory judgment. And I think the appeal court has to make a declaration one way or the other before we can say that stay of execution comes into effect. And unless and until they do that, I think that Shaibu constitutionally has the right to say he has resumed. But it is neither here nor there. He can't work with the governor. It is
But the same Shaibu has already warned people who have transacted any business with Honorable Godwins that they should be careful. That they are not dealing with him. That, in short, he has even told his own workers that if you don't resume today, you would face the wrath of the law. You could be fired.
The truth of the matter is that the relationship between Obaseki and Shaibu has irretrievably broken down. If what Shaibu is looking for is that so that at the end of the day, because if you were impeached, it then means you won't be entitled to all the payouts, emoluments that come to your office when you leave. If that is what he is looking for in the next, so that at the end of the day, he will be both de facto deputy governor and de jure deputy governor, fine. But if it is that he will have anything to do
with governance in the state in the next couple of months,
I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, well, I think I tried to make that point earlier, but I mean, they both would sort themselves out. But there's a story here that I thought was very interesting, and I very likely would use it for a monologue maybe tomorrow or next. Shettima blames underdevelopment in the north on leadership. Kashim Shettima was governor of Borno State from 2011 to 2019.
For 8 years.
Great, for those of them who may not have been hearing the name for the first time. But he blames underdevelopment in the north on leadership.
And he's correct, he's right. Except that he also has to add himself to the list of leaders from the north that have refused to lift their people up. Look, the problem, not only in the north, the problem of Nigeria, as Chinua Achebe said, in his book is simple leadership failure. And Shettima was, after all, it was under Shettima that Boko Haram blossomed in the north. Yes, it didn't start with him. It started with Ali Modu Sheriff. But under Shettima, the Chibok girls were adopted. And he was warned. There was a security decision that students in schools should not be allowed, particularly in remote areas. He didn't heed that call. So there is leadership failure in the north. If we are talking about multidimensional poverty in Nigeria, 70% is in the north. If you are talking about out-of-school children in Nigeria, almost 80% in the north. So everything we are pointing at that has gone wrong with Nigeria has more to do with the north. And what are they doing? What are they doing? And don't forget that since Nigeria had independence, we've had more rulers from the north, the same north.
Yeah. Just kindly hold on. Good morning, Daniel.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, go ahead quickly.
Okay. My contributions will be this. On Shuaibu. Yes, I'm not a lawyer. However, I know that filing for a stay of execution does not amount to a pronouncement that should override whatever decision had been taken earlier by a court. A court of competence jurisdiction has to be the one to do that. I did see an APC gentleman talking about that, one of the aides to the governor of Edo State, talking about that a while back, maybe 2 weeks back or 3 weeks back. And it was definitely wrong. It's inappropriate in every sense. Filing cannot override a court decision. That's logical enough. Then there's an issue I would like to quickly speak to that is not related to what you're discussing now, if you don't mind. It's about
Go ahead quickly.
It's about Bernard Akinde's harassment. I don't know, but I noticed there isn't the sort of camaraderie you should have amongst journalists. Yes, News Central made a lot of, let me call it noise. You know what I mean by that. Made it loud as possible that this happened. But it did not echo on channels. It did not echo on Arise and several other TV stations. You begin to wonder why. As concerned as every journalist should be. Neither was it in the newspapers. But it happened. Interestingly, some few days back, a Channels TV reporter, a lady, was equally harassed. Her tablet collected, whatever they had recorded, deleted. And they announced it. It's not announced in every other TV station. I think there should be a synergy amongst journalists to have a voice, to speak together, so that the voices will be loud enough and heard all through the quarters. Thank you.
And I agree. All right. Thank you very much. Good point you made there, which I agree with. I just wanted to quickly throw in, as we talk about, the North, if you remember during the End Bad Governance protest, one of the fears that they continued to push out was, once, the North breaks down in law and order, it's uncontrollable, and people need to be careful, so that the North doesn't completely, get disrupted. And in my head, I kept thinking, that the reason that you have those number of jobless people running around, and possibly going to cause complete anarchy, is because you've kept them unemployed. It's because you have the largest number of unemployed people and the largest number of children on the streets in that region. If you didn't have that as the status quo, as we said this morning, then you maybe wouldn't have those fears.
Leaders from the North have, over the years, inexplicably dehumanized their own people, made them poorer, refused to educate them. And the result we have is the phenomenon of Amajiris all over the place. Uneducated, illiterate people who are there. And before now, they have always served a purpose, serving as the foot soldiers of the political leaders to cause mayhem when they need them. Whereas these political leaders are all educating their children in the best universities all over the world, but they have refused to invest in education. They have refused to empower these people economically, socially. The result is that, look, when you create these social problems, somewhere along the line, it turns back to haunt you. So now, what has happened with the End Bad Governance protest is that the monster that has been breeding has turned back to haunt them. And the people like Shettima, they are no longer protesting against a Goodluck Jonathan. They are now protesting against their own political party, against their own political interest, and they are beginning to shout that who underdeveloped the North? The first prime minister we had, in fact, the first and only prime minister we had in this country, hailed from Bauchi. After that, after the counter coup of July 29, 1966, we had Gowon. After Gowon, we had Murtala Mohammed. Then Obasanjo came in. After Obasanjo, we had Shehu Shagari from the same north, Sokoto. After Shehu Shagari, we had Muhammadu Buhari from Katsina. After Muhammadu Buhari, we had Ibrahim Babangida from Niger. After Babangida, we had Abacha from Kano. After Abacha, we had Abdul Salami from Niger. And then we had election. Obasanjo came in. After Obasanjo, we had Yaradua. After Yaradua died, we had Goodluck Jonathan. After Goodluck Jonathan, we had Muhammadu Buhari. So in the how many years of Nigeria's independence, the North had held sway over 60% of the time. So and look, allocations are made through local governments and all that. Kano State alone has 44 local governments. It then means that Kano gets much more allocation than almost the whole of the Southeast put together. Between Kano and Jigawa, they have, that used to be one state, they have as much more local governments as any other place. The Northwest is the only zone that has 7 states. Southeast has only 5.
Yeah.
So, what are we talking about? They have the bulk of the money coming to them in terms of federally allocated revenue.
Yeah.
And what are they doing with it? Why can't they educate their people? So, Vice President Shettima is coming to the table late, but it is good that they are beginning to realize that they have pauperized their people themselves, and they don't have anybody to blame for what has happened to them. Will they make amends? We'll wait and see. But if they don't, this monster may consume them at the end of the day.
And just to also put it in perspective, even in times when there was a southern president, there was always a, northern born vice president. So they've always had some level of representation, even in Aso Rock, all the while. The strong points that you made really, of course, should not be forgotten is the part where you said the monsters that they've been breeding, would eventually come back. And it's the scary part. That's why I pointed out the End Bad Governance protest. The only reason that they were worried And people were pointing out Northern Nigeria and seeing the numbers that were rising from Northern Nigeria because they understand that that is a ticking time bomb, even worse than most of the parts of the country in the South. The ticking time bomb really is the number of uneducated and unemployed people that you have in those parts of the country.
Also, it can only get worse. We're talking about hunger in the South. Go to the North and see hunger. The poverty in the North is hydra-headed. You have hope that where things may be better, that makes things a little easier to manage. When somebody has no hope and has no skill and is not equipped with what it takes to navigate this very difficult terrain, it becomes much more difficult. So what happened in Kano, what happened in Kaduna, what happened in Katsina is only symptomatic of the level of poverty, the very abject depth that those guys are plumbing in terms of lack of education, lack of skills, and lack of the resources to live as human beings. They have been reduced to subhuman level, and the reaction you are seeing, which manifested in the End Bad Governance protest, and which will continue, because there's nothing that is being done today to mitigate that problem. It can only get worse.
All right. Hillary, good morning. Good morning, Hillary. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hillary, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Something on the Coach Shetimas. Yeah, I'm with you. Hello?
All right, you're going to have to call us back, but please turn your TV off before you call, or turn the volume down before you call.
All right.
Please call us right back.
Try and call back. Okay, we have just 2 minutes to wrap this papers up, or a minute, beg your pardon. In 1 minute, let's take a look at what one of the papers is saying. Most importantly, I think that's what we should do since we've been able to cover the other one. So let's take one last paper very quickly. Let's see if we can do that with, let me see here very quickly. Okay. Let's
bring the
try
Daily Independent, you know,
yes, Daily Independent. Daily Independent.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that. Let's take one story. Police cordon off Rivers APP Secretariat after explosives attack. We saw that happen yesterday. The APP Secretariat was attacked yesterday. They said it was attacked with explosives, and many have said that this is as a result that of the fact that the Rivers governor, Siminalayi Fubara, is in quotes allegedly moving to the APP.
I just hope and pray that politicians don't set Rivers State ablaze, because it doesn't all this it doesn't make sense. The crisis we've had in Rivers since May 29, 2023 are unnecessary. And that is because some people think they are gods that must be obeyed. What is going on in Rivers is simply ego war. And people are prepared to go to ridiculous extent in order to assert their hegemony, in order to claim that they are the godfathers of Rivers State. I just hope and pray that they don't set that state ablaze. Okay, if you go, I don't know the reason. It is speculation that Fubara wants to join APP. I don't know why he would want to join the APP in the first place. But assuming, without considering that that is true, why bomb the Secretariat
How does that stop him?
It doesn't add up.
How does that not stop him from joining APP if indeed he wants to join the APP? Don't forget, yesterday or 2 days ago, yesterday, the courts also ruled that Okocha, who has been the interim chairman of APC, has no locus. And therefore, they went back to Emeka Beke, whose tenure, 4 years tenure, as the Rivers State APC chairman, still subsists. All these things revolve around just one man who is creating confusion in Rivers. How can you, a state you govern for 8 years, how can you make it lawless, ungovernable? Are you considering the impact of this nasty politics on the welfare and well-being of the people of Rivers State? Are you ever giving any thought to the fact that the people of Rivers State also need good governance, and that good governance cannot come in an atmosphere of chaos that we have created in Rivers State? So I don't know what it is that they want. The police, if you ask me, has not been neutral in all this. I wish and hope that we will have a Nigerian police that could win itself from the influence of political actors and godfathers and do what is right for the people and for the country.
All right, brilliant. Gichukwu Amaechi, as always, thank you very much for joining us and for very, very brilliant thoughts on these issues across the country. We'll see you again next week.
Also, the pleasure is always mine.
Thank you.
And Joe, good to see you again.
Same here. Same here.
All right. Stay with us to take a short break. When we come back, we, of course, will continue this morning. We have a guest joining us to discuss the calls for a review of the Nigerian Constitution by, of course, the Patriots Group. Stay with us.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Nwili. This is News Central.
As reporters, we don't just gather news stories, we experience them daily. So join us on Report Desk Africa as we share these experiences and review the top African stories. Only on News Central.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade, and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business, and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasami Peter. You're watching News Central.
Former President Olusegun Obasanjo says Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Will the Patriots be the heroes who would stop an explosion from happening? That's a big question. Now, last Friday, the national leaders of thought, the Patriots, led by former Commonwealth Secretary General Chief Emeka Anyaoku, met with President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa to address the country's instability and insecurity. They emphasized the need for a democratic people's constitution to address the country's political and economic challenges, including separatist agitations, insecurity, and national protest. They also urged the president to initiate a national dialogue with leaders of nationwide protests and to refrain from using lethal weapons on protesters.
President Tinubu, in his response, acknowledged the importance of a new constitution, however, noted that his top priority is to retool the economy for sustainable growth and development. So he pledged to review the request for a new constitution and invite the Patriots for further discussions. Well, joining us is Ankyo Briggs, the South-South delegation member of the Patriots and convener of the Niger Delta Self-Determination Movement. It's a pleasure having you join us here this morning.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so stemming from the conversation had with the president just a few days ago, can you share with us why this is very, very key, especially looking at the current situation that we find ourselves as a nation?
It is very key because, number one, this is not the first time that people are calling.
All right, well, we, okay, I think you may have mistakenly muted your device. If you can help click the sound button. Okay, brilliant. We have you now. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay, fine. This is not the first time that this call is being made. And then this is a group of people that are non-partisan. Most of them are non-partisan anyway. I definitely am. And the fact that this 1999 Constitution is a constitution that binds the hands and the feet, if you like, of both the citizen and the representatives of the citizens, so that changes we want to make. We found ourselves in the past amending the Constitution, and we've agreed to a very large extent that the 1999 Constitution is quite a worrisome constitution because it's not a constitution of the people of Nigeria, by the people of Nigeria. So this has led to why it was necessary. If you remember, our last leader was Professor Ben Wabweze, who passed away. And we now have the new leader. And at the colloquium to honor the past leader, the late leader, Ben Wabweze, was when the decision was made. Now, when that decision was made, there were lots of present governors, past governors, senators. And so I don't seem to understand or, if you like, appreciate the argument or the discussion sometimes in the past few days where people are thinking or saying that the president has been hijacked and we have brought up this issue at a wrong time. We made the request to see the president as far back as April or May. And this is the first time that the president is responding, asking us to come and see him. And so that's why we have made that a presentation to him. It was a presentation we decided upon more than 3 months ago.
Okay. Give us, further details, because it's not the first time, like you've said, that we're talking about, constitutional review. If you remember, the Buhari administration did make, certain changes here and there, which they described as a review of the Constitution. So give us, some clarity as to what type of review you would want with the Constitution. What do the patriots want to see change with the current Nigerian Constitution? Bear in mind that in 2014 also, there was a national conference that was held with the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan government. The resolutions of that conference, have been abandoned since then.
Yes. We're not talking about making amendments to this present 1999 Constitution. We are talking about a new Constitution. In the presentation that was made right at the beginning, when our leader spoke, he used the word illegitimate. And a lot of people have made that illegitimate constitution. That is to say that what he actually said is that we want good governance under a legitimate Nigeria People's Democratic Constitution, which would best ensure the unity and peaceful development of the country. So there is nothing like amendment. We're not asking for amendment of the 1999 Constitution. We're asking that the people of Nigeria, through the president should send a bill to the National Assembly requesting that this call is made. And if we have highlighted how we think or how we're proposing that it should be done, which is by election. We have also said that the 1960 Constitution, including the 1963 Constitution, and so many other constitutional reviews that have been made in the past, and even the 2014 report of the National Conference, of which my humble self was a delegate, that all of these things should be looked at by Nigerians that are going to sit down with the plan and idea that we're sitting down for a new constitution, not to sit down to review 1999 Constitution and amend it in any way, shape, or form. We are calling for a new constitution that Nigerians have the right to reject or accept.
Okay.
Because we are also that there be a referendum when this is done, so that the people of Nigeria will have the say as to whether they accept this new constitution or that they do not accept this new constitution. Okay. I think it's very important that that Nigerians are allowed to understand, and let us not have a situation where what we said or are saying is being misrepresented and misinterpreted. The president said to us that we are a group he cannot ignore. So when he said, and don't forget, the president himself is known to have fought for this constitution that we have today. And it was after they succeeded that this new 1999 Constitution was brought on board. And so the president himself is not a stranger to this call we're making.
Okay, one last question from me. Yesterday, we did have a few guests who looked into this request or the change or a new constitution, so to say. And one of the key questions asked was that one of the things posed or put forth to the president is that there's going to be a constituent assembly where 3 persons will be selected from the 36 states of the federation. And these persons will be non-partisan. They would have no affiliation with politics. Can you explain to us very quickly, because we're running out of time, how you intend to make these selections of these three persons?
Okay, first of all, it was suggested that it should be done by directly electing the individuals, but this proposal we have made is that by a long shot not cast in concrete or in iron, as they would say. This is just our suggestion. But in suggesting that, we have also taken into consideration along the way that it might come to the point where it definitely will also be done by recognizing and accepting that we have various different ethnic nationalities within a state. Like, for instance, in my own state, in Rivers State, we have Ogonis, we have Payes, we have Ikwere, we have Ijaws, we have Eleme people, we have a lot of ethnic, Egi people, we have other ethnic nationalities. So when you come to Rivers State, you definitely will have to take into consideration that there are other ethnic nationalities. And I think we've made that also clear, that right from the beginning, that Nigeria is a pluralistic country, like so many other countries across the world. And what that means is that we are recognizing that within Nigeria, we have people, ethnic nationalities of over 300, more nearer to 400, that speak different languages and have different culture and have different religion. That's the meaning of a country that is pluralistic. And so you can't come to Rivers State and just choose, say, an Ijaw person and an Ogoni person and an Ikwere person and say, these are the three representatives of Rivers State. It won't work because there are other ethnic nationalities. But we will develop this idea with other people within Nigeria to arrive at the very best that we will bring up to get a new constitution. The idea is not to amend the Constitution of 1999. The desire is to have a new constitution. We must understand this. It's a new constitution we're looking for. Okay. We're not looking to amend the 1999 constitution. We believe that the 1999 constitution was never workable, is not workable, has not worked, and we need a new constitution. Other countries have done it. There is nothing peculiar about Nigeria. We can do it.
All right, thanks a lot. Well, we'll see. I mean, time will tell. The president has said that he's currently focused on Nigeria's economic challenges, and he would attend, maybe consider your request in the future. So let's see if, he actually does that or not. Time will tell. But thanks to the Patriots, of course, for the work that you've done. I see all the faces there, very prominent Nigerian faces who have always spoken for the birth of a better Nigeria. And so we applaud you and, of course, every member of that group for the work you've done. Anchor Briggs, thank you very much for joining us this morning and for speaking with Nigerians. We look forward to more conversations with you in the near future. Thanks for your time.
And have a good day.
All right. And that does it for the show for today. It's been so many conversations, so much, but it's like we should continue, but we'll do that tomorrow, by the way. In case you missed out, don't forget to watch the show. You can get it on YouTube and the likes, all right? I'm Joe Hanson.
And I am Osaogi Ogbonwa. Thank you very much for joining us today. See you tomorrow.
Since the last day of last season, we are ready to do it all again.
Phil Foden is having the season of his life. brilliant! Just brilliant! That is quite something!
Stay connected for all the football you want, starting from 5,100 naira per month.
Jasiri is where the conversation starts. We amplify diverse voices and challenge narratives.
Bringing societal issues to the fore. This is where everyone has a voice.
That perception that I have your type at home, actually four of your type at home, it starts to shift just because you are like, well, this my type is right here.
Exactly.
We break barriers and bridge generational divides.
So who is going to make Gen Z believe that it is giving?
I love it. She
said it. To speak your native language.
Silence is not an option.
We are unconventional, but unique. Brace yourselves.
I had no holes in my ear until I was 14 years old.
And now how many do you have?
I have holes in places you don't want to.
Join us weekdays at 10 a.m. right here on News Central.
Send us iReport of happenings, authentic and verifiable updates around you. We want to see Africa through your eyes. Be an exclusive iReporter with News Central. Reach News Central iReport desk on WhatsApp 234-912-004-2643 to report breaking news. You can also send via email to ireport@newscentral.africa. News Central, Africa first.
Hello and welcome to News Central Now with me, Blessings Musugu. The top stories at this hour. Rivers State APC Caretaker Committee Chairman Tony Okocha rejects court judgment on his sack, heads to appeal court. Senegal Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko on first official visit to Mali seeks to mend ties with breakaway Sahel state. Tanzania authorities re-leaders opposition figures 24 hours after arrest. We have the details shortly. And let's begin by telling you that the Caretaker Committee of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in Rivers State, led by Chief Tony Okocha, has rejected the judgment delivered by Justice Sika H. Aprioku of the Rivers State High Court on Monday. The judgment was in response to a suit filed by Sam Etete Gwong, challenging the dissolution of a state working committee in Rivers State due to alleged anti-party activities during the 2023 general election. Now, according to Chibike Ikenga, Publicity Secretary of the Caretaker Committee, the party had earlier petitioned the Chief Judge of Rivers State to recuse Justice Aprioku from the case, citing concerns about his impartiality. However, the petition was ignored. Ikenga stated that the matter was not a vacation case, but was adjourned and surprisingly brought back during the vacation period without any urgency or time constraint. Now, the party is questioning the judge's decision to proceed with the case despite their objections. Earlier on, we were joined on the news to discuss this by human rights lawyer Henry Ekine.
That will attract criticism to the judiciary. But I think in this one, it's about stating the law. I had actually followed the events that led to the action that was instituted with respect to the All Progressives Congress, the leadership of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, where I recall that there was elected, a set of elected members of the Rivers State All Progressives Congress to constitute the State Executive Committee. And then while their tenure was subsisting, then the National Working Committee constituted a caretaker committee. So I followed that on. I think I understand that the issues were about the subsistence of the tenure of those elected members. So the court today, I followed the report, has actually stated the law. When you elect, we should have democracy. If we pretend or profess to be a democratic state, then we should really uphold the tenets of democracy.
And now, reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, has resumed office and directed his staff to follow suit. He issued a stern warning to banks, cautioning against conducting any transactions with the office of the Deputy Governor without his explicit consent, labeling such actions as illegal. Now, in a video broadcast, Shaibu further mandated that any staff members who have not yet resumed work since his reinstatement must do so immediately or face consequences.
Reiterate my dedication to serving the wonderful people of Edo State. My reinstatement as the Deputy Governor of Edo State is a testament to the divine grace of God Almighty and the steadfast prayer of all Nigerians, for which I am truly grateful. In recent weeks, the Federal High Court in Abuja reinstated me as the Deputy Governor of Edo State, acknowledging the illegality of the impeachment. Upon my arrival in Benin, a tragic event occurred as an assassination attempt was made on my life.
Meanwhile, the Edo State government stated on Monday that Philip Shaibu is impersonating the Deputy Governor and should stop presenting himself as such. Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nehikari, noted that Shaibu is not the Deputy Governor of Edo State, and any correspondence from him in that regard should be disregarded and considered a forgery. Some more stories now. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and Borno State government have engaged in high-level discussions aimed at facilitating the repatriation of displaced persons from Cameroon, Chad, and Niger to Nigeria. This was when delegation of the UNHCR visited Borno State Governor at the State Council Chamber in Maiduguri. News Central's Umoru Kirawa completes the report.
With the substantial return of peace in most communities that were hitherto insecure in Borno and the fringes of the Lake Chad, so many displaced persons have been resettled. While constructions are still ongoing in the hinterland communities, the challenge now is that of making the people independent in their quest for survival. Representatives of the United Nations Refugee Agency and the Borno State government have initiated strategic talks to address the complex issue of repatriation from neighboring countries.
Our responsibility, our mandate is to support government in providing protection to refugees, but also to internally displaced persons and to find solutions.
Our main request is one. Government has to take ownership. If anybody who does not want the state government to take ownership, then we want to maintain our dignity and convey a message to this organization that we thank you very much, we are okay, and we don't need such interventions.
A paradigm shift towards sustainable development, focusing on rebuilding communities and providing socio-economic support is part of the strategic talks.
The sustainable response goes beyond the initial humanitarian assistance that has been provided. What we have seen here in Borno, but in a number of locations, is the fact that the humanitarian assistance has continued for a long period of time. And because of all the crises that are occurring around the world, we have seen less and less, that we have been able to mobilize less and less of these humanitarian resources, and that has had an impact on populations.
And we have resolved all issues that henceforth we shall work together in synergy. We shall do a joint planning mission, joint monitoring and evaluation mission, so that we shall have value for money on what UNHCR is doing.
This comprehensive strategy aims to not only facilitate a smooth return, but also to support lasting stability and self-sufficiency for the affected populations. In Maiduguri for News Central, Umoru Kirawa.
Now joining us on the news to further discuss this is Dr. Musa Usman, a communication expert. Thank you so much, Dr. Musa Usman, for joining us. Dr. Musa, can you hear me? Could you please unmute your device? We can't hear you on this end. Dr. Musa Usman, if you can hear me, please unmute your device.
Clearly?
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear now. Thank you for joining us. All right, Dr. Usman, now Borno State Governor Babangida Zulum has said that approximately 1 million displaced persons are set to be resettled. And he also reiterated his commitment to help these displaced persons be repatriated with dignity and comfort, emphasis on comfort. Now, do you think that the country has what it takes to get them comfortably settled back in?
Yes, I believe the Borno State government has done a lot in terms of resettling these refugees who have crossed the border into neighboring countries. A lot of investments have been made in terms of providing shelter, in terms of restoring civil authority, in terms of restoring markets, schools, and other public service institutions. Investment has been made, restructuring has been done. So I think what is basically necessary now is for the United Nations High Commission of Refugees and the federal government to support the Borno State government to settle the the refugees in the communities. It's not going to be easy for the state government to do it alone, because there are thousands of people that actually cross the border into Niger and parts of Cameroon that need to be brought back home. And I I think the groundwork has been done in terms of providing the facilities to resettle them with dignity, as the governor said. So the state government needs the support of all these institutions, both the federal government and the United Nations, in terms of resettling these refugees.
So we understand that the duty of the UNHCR is not just to help these refugees get resettled, repatriated and resettled comfortably, but do you think that they will take it a step further? Because one of their mission statement includes the fact that they would also make sure that they're well settled and they're well catered for. So do you think that they would go further to help the Borno state government provide some of these necessities that they need to get settled in? Because like it or not, the country is battling, economic crisis at the moment. So the government may not be able to do it alone when it comes to getting them settled in. So do you think the UNHCR will weigh in on that as well?
I think they should. They have done it previously with other countries in Africa and Asia. And I think they can do it here in Borno. They have the resources, they have the manpower. And I think they have the capability to actually do exactly what you are saying. The beautiful thing is that we are not going to start on a clean slate. No. Over the last 2 years, the state government has done a lot in terms of preparing the grounds for
Dr. Musa, do we still have you? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yes, so the facilities are provided, a lot has been provided. So what we need to do is to build on these things that have been provided by the Borno state government. I think the UNHCR has the resources, they have the manpower to support the Borno state government in this regard.
Okay, now in Zulum's statement, he also said that his administration has shifted its focus from humanitarian aid to developmental initiatives, which he described as the humanitarian peace development nexus. Is there a distinction between the two? Dr. Musa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Did you get my question?
Yes. What the governor is actually saying is not just about repatriating these refugees, bringing them back and then keeping them there. No, but providing opportunities for them to pick up their livelihood in terms of because most of them were actually fishermen and subsistence agriculturists. So the objective is not just to bring them back, but to bring them back to restore their livelihood so that they can eke out a living through what they know how to do best in terms of fishing, in terms of animal husbandry and agriculture. So that in a way, it will help to sustain the development process within the communities. It's not only about bringing them back to rebuild communities and then settling them, but what will they do after they have been resettled? That is the fundamental question. And I think that's what the governor is alluding to in terms of these developmental efforts that you mentioned.
All right, communication expert Dr. Musa Usman, thank you so much for joining us on the news and sharing your thought.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we're going on a short break now. You're still live with us on the news. When we come back, more stories. Don't go anywhere.
From the hills of the Southeast Africa, reporting coverage on the ground, exclusive reports, and the latest news, all right here. We speak to the people live, get their perspectives on the latest news, the happenings, and the trends. I am Bongani Siziba. Live from Johannesburg, South Africa, this is News Central.
Many thanks for staying with us on the news. Now to more stories. In light of the ongoing economic crisis in Nigeria, there are growing calls for the repeal of the immunity clause found in Section 308 of the 1999 Constitution. This clause currently provides immunity for state governors and their deputies from prosecution, which critics argue fosters a lack of accountability and corruption in governance. Lekon Onobanjo brings us details in this report.
Section 308 of the Nigerian 1999 Constitution provides immunity from prosecution for presidents, vice presidents, governor and deputy governor during the time in office. Specifically, it states, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this constitution, no civil or criminal proceedings shall be instituted or continued against a person to whom this section applies during this period of office. This immunity clause has been a subject of debate.
If you look at the International Criminal, for instance, the concept of immunity doesn't exist in that jurisdiction. Because if you commit any crime under Article 5 of the Rome Statute, that is war crime, genocide, crime against humanity, all of that, you can't be availed immunity. If we look at the Nigerian case, there is the contradiction. When a president or vice president, a governor or deputy governor comes into office, they have to swear to uphold the Constitution. Now, having sworn to uphold the Constitution, if they violate that same Constitution by committing crimes, why should the Constitution grant them immunity?
Against what many Nigerians felt would have been a milestone in the anti-graft crusade, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, in a report dated May 5, 2024, denied releasing a list of 58 former governors said to be under investigation for allegedly misappropriating 2.187 trillion naira over 25 years. It, however, confirmed ongoing investigations of some former governors. How soon, if at all, will justice run its course?
It is a question around a fair justice system. It's a question around discriminatory law enforcement. We are younger people for stealing Yahoo people, and whether I see EFCC going after Yahoo. But how many times have EFCC commented this issue around Malta and the petroleum blending of fuel in Malta?
In African states where there is a sit-tight syndrome, where you can have presidents who are there for many years, if a crime happens and they continue to pile up the crimes, even the witnesses may die before the time for the prosecution, or there will be so much that has overwhelmed the state such that the idea around prosecuting a certain crime will be discarded because of the many issues that need to be dealt with.
How can the rule of law be observed with the immunity clause in place?
Immunity does not protect against investigation. Immunity only protects against prosecution. So nothing stops the police, the EFCC, or any other law enforcement agency from prosecuting, from investigating criminal actions, if they are covered by immunity. We are only a state that has been captured, a state that is at the heart criminal and corrupt state. So instead of them to prosecute fairly, they prosecute based on discretion.
The issue of accountability is important for any relations, particularly governance, for it to go well. Because once powers cannot be interrogated, then it will be power on rampage. Then people will do whatever they want to do because they know that accountability will not catch up with them. The governors, the deputy governors, the president, the vice president should be at the forefront of protecting the laws, should even be the ones championing themselves and saying, look, we want to be accountable.
As the nation grapples with economic challenges, critics assert that removing this protection would help restore accountability and promote good governance. From Lagos for News Central, Lekon Onobanjo.
That was News Central correspondent Lekon Onobanjo on economic crisis in Nigeria. Now to more stories. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed an application seeking to stop the #EndBadGovernance protest. Justice Peter Lifu dismissed the ex parte motion filed by 15 Nigerians, including Danladi Goje, Buki Abayomi, and Adiza Abo, who sought to restrain the protesters from continuing their demonstration. The applicants claimed that their fundamental rights would be breached if the protest continued, but the judge ruled that there was no evidence to suggest that the protest would resume since it had already ended last week. Justice Lifu also criticized the applicant's lawyer, Sembele Soka, for failing to provide the required affidavit to support the request for an interim injunction and substituted service. The respondents in the matter included various organizations and individuals involved in the protest, as well as the Attorney General of the Federation and security agencies. This ruling means that the protests can continue and that the court has refused to grant an interim injunction to stop it. In August of 2021, the Indigenous People of Biafra Group, IPOB, declared a Monday sit-at-home in the southeastern state, including parts of Rivers State, as a way of demanding the release of its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, who is standing trial for treason at the Federal High Court, Abuja. Now, the enforcement of this order by supposed supporters of Kanu took a different dimension when they resorted to the use of extreme force that has repeatedly resulted to the loss of lives and destruction of businesses in the southeast region. The Monday sit-at-home is now persisted for 3 years in most parts of the zone. In this report, News Central's Chinwe Ugele takes a look at the real impact of the order in the commercial city of Aba and how residents are coping with the situation.
What a Monday in the southeast looks like. Aba is a typical example of what you can see in some major cities in the southeast, where shops and markets are closed to customers.
Market in overseas, no cool market, you don't buy in a market. Across the borders, what will be problem for na Igbo? He said, "I sit at home, sit at home a day." Me, I don't see market in buy. I don't know what I go do. Money, I don't pay transfer to money, plenty money. I don't come for Igbo. He said market, you know.
Before August 2021, Monday was the most important day in the southeast zone for commercial activities, mostly in Aba, Abia State, and Onitsha in Anambra State, due to the volume of business transactions that are carried out on this day. Today, the opposite is the case.
Since the collapse of Monday in Aba, it hasn't been easy for us, especially we traders.
In 2023, the Igbo Apex Sociocultural Group, Ohaneze Ndigbo, revealed that enforcers of sit-at-home in the southeast had killed over 250 people, including indigents, security personnel, and visitors. That same year, the Indigenous People of Biafra, through its spokesperson, announced the cancellation of the order, citing hijack by criminals who hid under the group to perpetrate crimes, but was challenged by a group loyal to Simon Ekpa, a factional leader of the same body, who insisted that the order must continue.
I don't know, because if you come out, you can know the people who can come and shoot you. That's why we are going home and stay.
The people of this town, Enyimba City, as it is popularly called, are in solidarity with the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, who's being held by the federal government over charges of terrorism.
N'aka nke ọzọ, nwanne anyị aga na-anọ na prison anyị na-rejoice. At least ihe ndị ọ na-agwa anyị na ndị ihe anyị na-ahụkwa n'anya, ihe ndị o kwuru ekwu mezuola nụ. Anyị ga agụdị ruo 10 years coming, anyị ga na-eru mgbe ahụ. Because otu ahụ nọ nga ha ọ dị anyị mma n'obi.
Aside losing finances on Monday, which is obviously the biggest negative impact of the sit-at-home, some of the residents have turned what would have become their greatest setback to positives, whilst hoping for the day everything will normalize.
No, it didn't affect it again because I've been a culture. So we are used to it now and we readjust in anything we are doing now. So we take Tuesday now to become a Monday as a businessman. So Monday is now our time of moving around, seeing our loved ones, doing our training and so on and so forth. I always Monday like Saturday. I keep fit. In this field, there were a lot of people. I had almost 500 and something members. I just happiness with the fitness.
Although other sectors are gradually picking up on Mondays, commerce remains in comatose.
I just wish the thing will be resurrected again Mondays, so we can go back to our business, so that we can meet up to targets. Business is target.
One recurring comment from every respondent was the call for the release of Nnamdi Kanu as the only panacea to ending the sit at home.
For how long would the people continue to sit at home every Monday whilst losing millions of naira? In Abafo News Central, Chinwe Ugele.
Now, the Nigeria Police Force has shed more light on the raid of the office of a foreign national at the Labour House in Abuja, saying that intelligence information revealed that he is taking advantage of the recent #EndBadGovernance protests to create crisis in the country. The Inspector General of Police, while responding to questions on why the police were not in support of the hardship protests, says that available intelligence revealed that some of the organizers plan to use the protests to sabotage the country. Our correspondent, Idong Joseph, reports.
The allegations by the Nigerian Labour Congress over the raid of its national secretariat by security operatives has continued to generate reactions nationwide. While the NLC is demanding an apology from the federal government and police over what it described as an unwarranted invasion, the police is saying it acted within the rules of the law. The police also denied that it raided the NLC headquarters, but a private office belonging to a foreign national in the Labour building over intelligence information that the suspect was engaging in terrorist activities and sabotage efforts using the recent EndBadGovernance protest in Nigeria.
Why the noise about the raid on Labour House when the police didn't raid Labour House? We raided only a shop that the individual was using as a front, and we have been monitoring his activities. He was very active in the Sudan crisis.
Oh, wow.
And he's in Nigeria mobilizing people to destabilize our country.
Speaking at the Nigerian Police Force Youth Summit, which held in Abuja, the Inspector General of Police says that criminal elements tried to take advantage of the protest using the cover of its popularity on social media. He called for collaboration with youth in the country, saying that the police is open to a partnership.
I don't believe that protest that is mobilized on the social media is hijacked. Hijacked by who? By the same people that were mobilized for the protest. So our experience in previous protests would not make the police to want to take part in any protest that we know is going to be violent.
I have seen that we are not communicating enough to the Nigerian youth. And this is why I appreciate what is happening here.
But the police has the wherewithal. They also have the responsibility to get members of the community to cooperate with them.
While it has been agreed by all stakeholders here that citizens are expected to play a role in ensuring adequate security, many believe that the ideas presented here will help contribute to fostering youth involvement in national security issues. In Abuja for News Central, I am Idong Joseph.
Now, several young Nigerians have called for more seats at the table, a call for increased representation in the country's governance and decision-making processes. This was as some of them converged on the capital to mark the International Youth Day, where they urged leaders in the country to prioritize youth inclusivity and accountability. News Central's Joshua Imarai has the story.
The commemoration of the International Youth Day in Abuja has seen a renewed push for inclusivity as young people gathered around the country under the theme From Awareness to Action, Empowering Youth in Nigeria for the SDGs. The event sparked fresh calls for youth inclusion in decision-making processes across all sectors in the country, emphasizing the need for active participation and empowerment.
How can we take action and make progress with young people? It's also an opportunity for us to look at the Summit of the Future happening in September. A perfect time for us to hold government, private sector, and international organizations accountable to supporting youth leadership.
Today, we find ourselves at another crossroad, and the opportunities for our youth are vast. It is time like this that demand more solutions, providers, innovators who can turn challenges into opportunities, entrepreneurs who can create new industries from the ground up.
Nigeria's youth must be empowered in order to fulfill its potential. And today, you are rightfully demanding to be heard. Young people must be included in the decision-making.
A popular saying that the youth are leaders of tomorrow, but I dare say that they are not just leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders today.
With youth comprising more than half of the nation's demography, it is essential that their numerical strength is harnessed to propel sustainable growth and development in all areas. In Abuja for News Central, I am Joshua Imarai.
Coming up on the news, Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu released hours after arrest. We'll bring you the details after the break.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
Many thanks for staying with us on News Central now. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has paid a surprise visit to Mali, which recently cemented a breakaway union with fellow junta leader Sahel nations Niger and Burkina Faso. The trip is Sonko's first official visit to a country belonging to the Confederation of Sahel States, all of which are led by army strongmen who took power in coups. It was set up in July as a rival to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, a regional bloc to which Senegal belongs. At the meeting with Mali junta chief Colonel Assimi Goïta, Sonko said Senegal and Mali were united in their realities, but that he requires them to continue to cooperate on all levels. Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu, others released on bail after holding them for hours to thwart their rally. The Chadema leaders were arrested in the southwestern city of Mbeya, where the party was due to hold a rally on Monday to mark International Youth Day. Chadema's Director of Communications and Foreign Affairs said that around 500 youth supporters had also been arrested by police as they were making their way to the Mbeya gathering and were being escorted back home. Tanzanian police had announced a ban on the Chadema youth gathering, accusing the party of planning violent demonstrations. Now, African leaders will be meeting in the Chinese province of Hunan in September to deliberate on fostering closer and mutually beneficial economic relationship with China. The meeting, which falls under the Forum on China, Africa Cooperation, is organized by the China-Africa Economic and Trade Council. A team of Nigerian journalists visited the headquarters of the council in Hunan, China. We have more on this story in the next report.
The team was received by some top officials of the council before the delegation was led to the exhibition hall that traces development of the relationship between China and Africa. Hunan province, with a population of about 70 million, is located in central China. Its trade with Africa grew with 23.1% in 2022 to 55.67 billion yuan, an equivalent of $7.8 billion in 2023. Chairman of the China-Africa Economic and Trade Promotion Council says the purpose is to create a community of shared future for mankind.
General proposal for establishing the China-Africa Economic and Trade In-Depth Cooperation Pilot Zone is part of the China's promoting the community with a shared future for mankind. This is part of this initiative. And because economic and trade cooperation serves as a fundamental benchmark or fundamental thing for boosting the bilateral cooperation of countries. And under the community with a shared future for mankind, it will not only boost the economic development of African countries, but also will improve the livelihood of the African people.
He highlighted that China is committed to supporting African countries more in the manufacturing sector, an area it holds high comparative advantage over the nations.
The manufacturing industry is not well functioned or well developed in African countries, and you want to create more jobs, you want to do the local production. So these issues has already occurred during the bilateral cooperation, and we hope under the guidance of the general proposal, we can solve these issues for boosting more efficient economic and trade cooperation.
A member of the delegation raised a concern on the trade bottleneck between Africa and China, as transactions cannot be completed without a currency broker, which the US dollar has become. In response, Mr. Xiang Ping explained that the currency swap deal between Nigeria and China, signed in 2018, is still being considered for implementation after initial delay due to poor understanding of the value. Now this meeting has ended. Next is the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation holding in September. Leaders of the 54 countries in Africa are expected to converge on Hunan to deliberate on enhancing the shared value of the blocs.
Now to world wrap, a Peruvian court ordered a Ukrainian man to be held in pre-trial detention for 9 months after he confessed to murdering and dissecting a Russian woman at a spiritual therapy clinic in the Amazon. The man was taken into jail. At a body and mind rehabilitation center in Yurimaguas, Peru, 38-year-old Ukrainian Ivan Kuzmin became friends with 44-year-old Russian Lyudmila Lazarenko, his victim. The description of the place states that the international guests were friends visiting at Do Mundos, a center that practices body and soul healing rituals. Witnesses informed the prosecution that the attacker was discovered utterly deranged and holding a knife in the Russian citizen's room when he was apprehended. The body was cut into pieces. Now, Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin announced on Monday that France is deploying 180 firemen, 55 trucks and a helicopter to Greece to assist in battling wildfires. The announcement followed the European Union's announcement that 4 nations, including France, would provide aid at Greece's request as it battles a major wildfire raging across the suburbs of Athens. Later on Monday, the French backup will be sent out. Strong winds have pushed a wall of wildfire flames closer to the Greek capital, forcing thousands of people to flee their homes in the area surrounding Athens, including the ancient town of Marathon. Now, senior representatives of the South American bloc, Mercosur, and China resumed talks with a view to deepening their relationship. The meeting is at the request of Uruguay, the country pro-tempo president of the bloc and promoter of a free trade agreement with the Asian giant. The meeting was attended by delegates of equal rank from the 4 founding countries of Mercosur: Leopoldo Suarez, Argentina, Maria Laura de Rucho from Brazil, and Patricia Frutos from Paraguay, as well as Chinese Vice Chancellor Yua Chunying. Now founded in 1991, Mercosur is the main recipient of foreign investment in South America and has a GDP of $2.86 trillion. In the last half of 2023, China was the main destination for Mercosur exports and imports, according to the most recent statistical report from the bloc's secretariat. Do you know why the Central Bank of Nigeria backed the takeover of Unity Bank by Providus Bank? We have more updates on this and other stories in our business news today with Lekon Onobanjo.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN's decision to back the takeover of Unity Bank by Providus Bank was driven primarily by concerns over the potential impact of the bank's collapse on the northern region of Nigeria. This is according to new information on the merger. Sources familiar with the matter disclosed this, stating that the Apex Bank deems Unity Bank too crucial to fail, given its role as the primary financial institution for numerous states and local governments in the north. It was also mentioned that the bank's primary customer demographic includes a significant number of farmers. The CBN recognized this and its importance to the region's economic stability and food security. Nigerian refineries, including the Dangote refinery, have raised their domestic crude requirements for the second half of 2024 to 597,700 barrels per day from 483,000 barrels per day in the first half, the national oil regulator said, despite tight domestic supply. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission was only able to help secure 177,777 barrels per day from oil producers in the first 6 months of the year, way below what the refiners had asked for, it said in a statement released. The NUPRC said oil producers could not satisfy the demands because some had operational challenges, while others pledged most of the output to traders who financed drilling. Dangote Refinery has accused the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission of failing to enforce a law that requires oil producers to supply domestic refiners, saying in a statement that this laxity in enforcement has been raising its operational costs. Recapitalization would not be necessary for more than half of Ghana's 23 banks. This is according to the World Bank, which said that most banks have fulfilled over 2/3 of the mandatory recapitalization within a year, which is anticipated to be finished in 3 years. The Bank of Ghana expects that early completion of recapitalization efforts will lead to more resilience in the banking sector and position it to provide stronger support for real sector recovery. It added that banks affected by the domestic debt exchange program in 2023 continue to implement their approved capital restoration plans in line with the Bank of Ghana's requirements. The Bretton Woods Institution's 8th Ghana Economic Update also revealed that the banking sector is stronger and better capitalized than during the DDEP with higher profitability. However, there are some emerging risks. And that's all on business news. Many thanks for watching. I am Lekon Onobanjo.
You're still live with us on News. We'll go on a short break now. When we come back, onto sports. Stay with us.
Where's Glory?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hello? Where Glow now?
I dare hear.
No, Glow, don't go village. Tell all our customer, Abi.
Everybody pay attention. See, now Glow berekete 10x. Now him might they take tension my customers. Now they dash me 10 times the credits when I load. Or even sama give me double data join.
Yeah. Wait, so with 1 5 they give all of us, so you dey enjoy up to 15,000 naira credit and data.
And I say I never finish you. See, when I say if we enjoy, if una join Globe Rekete 10X, una go get 1,000 naira welcome credit. Finish.
Gulo, you don't win. Una see dey here. Hello, please, I'm looking for Globe. Please save now Globe they find. Now Globe they go. Okay, so
enjoy 10 times the value of your recharge on Globe Rekete 10X. You also get 1,000 naira for calls and data and double data bonus on your subscription.
Now to sports stories. The South African Olympics team, Tatiana Smith, members of the athletics relay team, Bayanda Walaza and Bradley Nkwana, are scheduled to touch down at the OR Tambo International Airport this morning after a stunning performance at the Paris 2024 Olympics. Tatiana won 2 gold medals and 2 silver medals in breaststroke swimming. Although she announced her retirement at the Paris Olympics, South Africa also secured a historic silver medal in the 400-meter relay with a team comprising Bayanda Walaza, Bradley Nkwana, Sean Maswangani, and Akani Simbine. The Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Gaten McKenzie, along with fans and other dignitaries, are present to welcome the trio.
We are very proud, very glad that he was able to get to such level.
Representing South Africa at large, we feel genuinely blessed. We feel genuinely successful because of Bayanda. Bayanda is a beacon of hope for especially the marginalized folks that will look up to him to see that everything is possible.
I was overwhelmed, very happy, but unfortunately, what happened to him, nobody can tell. Yeah.
Still in sports, Barnsley has signed Nigerian midfielder Kelechi Nwakali from Portuguese club GT Chavez on a 3-year contract for an undisclosed fee. Nwakali, who was named MVP of the 2015 FIFA Under-17 World Cup, expressed his desire to prove himself at Barnsley, a club he was first linked with 2 years ago. The Nigerian international has made 4 senior appearances for his national team. After leaving Nigeria in 2016 to join Arsenal, Nwakali endured several loan spells before departing the Gunners in 2019. He subsequently played for Spanish club SD Huesca and Ponferradina before moving to Chavez last year. And that's all on the news at this hour. But before we go, let's take another look at some of our major stories. Now, we told you that Rivers State APC Caretaker Committee Chairman Tony Okocha rejects court judgment on his sack, heads to appeal court. We also did say that Senegal Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, on first official visit to Mali, seeks to mend ties with breakaway Sahel states. And finally, Tanzanian authorities releases opposition figures 24 hours after arrest. Send your eyewitness report to the WhatsApp number on the screen. Also follow us on social media. We are at News Central TV. You can watch News Central live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Avo TV, and YouTube. Many thanks for watching. I'm Blessings Osugo.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every raise, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
We go where the market demands, as business, trade, and market analysis are the core of our reports.
Nigerians are beginning to speculate that the price of premium motor spirit might increase.
If it's breaking, we got it. If it affects you, your business, and your pocket, we're on it. We connect the dots of business so you understand what it all means.
It is our hope that the efforts of the federal government to tame inflation yield desired results as soon as possible.
I am Perpetua Fasamipita. You're watching News Central.
Find out what the front pages of the newspapers are saying every morning from Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 8:30. Don't miss it, and you can also call the number on your screen.
I will never succumb to a place where I say,
average Nigerian will tell you, Ross, now wow.
Engage with us. Share your views. Only on Breakfast Central.
A graduation ceremony of these soldiers whose capabilities have been enhanced in response to evolving security challenges. To further bolster the morale of soldiers and future trainees, the Nigerian Army thought it wise to upgrade its training school and establish a new one.
The commissioning of this new training school represents a major investment in the future of Northeast Joint Task Force operations, with the sole aim of returning normalcy to the Northeast Theater of Operation. It is a testament that Theater Command is committed to providing our personnel with the best possible training facilities in line with the strategic guidance of the Chief of Army Staff. Let me at this point express my profound appreciation and gratitude to the Chief of Army Staff who made this project possible.
The new school will provide enhanced training in counterinsurgency operations, crucial for the ongoing fight against Boko Haram.
Why I urge you to maintain the highest standards of professionalism and integrity in everything we do. Let us commit to upholding the values as we strive for excellence and integrity in our training, in our service, and in our lives. The challenges we face in our training are not obstacles, but stepping stones for greater proficiency and preparedness.
The renovated facility now features a conducive learning environment and resources designed to better prepare soldiers for the complexities of modern warfare.
We did the trainers course, whereby some of these troops that were trained this morning will go back to their various units and formations to continue training others, because constantly there's in-theater training in preparing the troops for what they are achieving. So I believe it will impact positively on their output in the field.
The establishment of the new facility and the enhancement of the existing training center will not only improve the tactical and strategic skills of Army personnel, but provides a pathway for ending the age-old security concerns in the region. In Maiduguri for News Central, Umaru Kirawa.
Has 60% of its entire population, and it's time for their voices to be heard loud and clear. Involving the young people in nation building is not merely a question of inclusion, but one that is vital for economic growth, innovation, peace, and security. Fafanua Africa provides the platform for the teeming young and vibrant population of our dear continent to voice their concerns with one goal in mind: provide profound and tangible solutions that will help redefine and reposition the future of Africa. Join us every Friday at 2 p.m. West African Time, 4 p.m. East African Time, and 3 p.m. Central African Time on News Central TV. Fafanua Africa, redefining Africa.
Every day, maritime operations connect the world, transporting goods and fueling economies. Currently valued at about $25 billion, Africa's maritime industry and its connected sectors could be worth $50 to $80 billion in just a few years. But the industry must face its challenges, and that is where Maritime Radar comes in. At the heart of Maritime Radar is the focus on preserving Africa's waterways and marine economy for generations to come, while also building the continent's prosperity. Industry news, exclusive interviews, and News Central's unique storytelling sets the pace to bring to the fore investment opportunities in marine tourism and the blue economy, aquaculture, marine transportation, security, and much more. Navigate Africa's waterways and ride the waves with us.
Good morning and welcome to Jasiri. Today we are exploring a topic that's been at the forefront of national discourse: the migration of Nigerians' upwardly mobile, intelligent and innovative demographic, largely made up of the young demographic. But before we dive into that, you might recall the #EndBadGovernance protest, which aimed to address pressing national issues. Now, we witnessed the uproar in the north, we witnessed the eerie silence in the east, and we witnessed the lukewarm reception in the south. As Nigerians will say, all die and die. However, some do come at a significant cost. According to the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Izoka and Anite, the economic sabotage from the protests will cost an estimated 500 billion naira and some change. Now, the question is, who shoulders the cost? Because it's already looking like foul play to me. It's giving foul play. But anyways, very quickly, according to the reports that we got, the protest led to the destruction of 52 billion naira worth of goods. And tragically, of course, 21 lives had been lost, and we have been keeping record of that. The lootings and damages, she says, are a severe setback to businesses and entrepreneurs across the nation. Now, this figure has stirred reactions from Nigerians, and I am a Nigerian. I'm one of those reacted because many people are skeptical and saying that the government might be inflating these numbers as usual, as a pretext for misappropriation. It's a sobering reminder of the complex interplay between governance, economic stability, and public sentiments. Now, Annie, I do not disagree that some of these things come at a cost.
Yes.
But 52 billion naira worth?
You know, it's funny that we mention the cost of protests and how much the government is telling us that this protest is going to cost. I'm assuming that funds are going to be released to...
of course,
yes.
cushion the effect. Yeah,
exactly.
That's the idea.
But you see, it's funny to me how the response that the government is giving is more interested in how much the protest has cost instead of why we needed to protest in the first place. Our priorities have always been askew, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why. The minister is talking about 50. What was she saying? What was the figure?
52 billion naira.
52 billion naira.
52 billion naira worth of goods, actually.
Of goods or damage?
Of goods in damage.
Okay. So here's the thing. I feel like the ministers for this particular sector, I mean, if you want to take it even like with 20 years back, and I'm stopping at 20 years because it goes way, way, way further than that. In Obasanjo's time, I think the Minister for Commerce was some guy called Adamu Bello. And he had his reforms, what he wanted to do. He wanted to reform the agricultural sector. What was standing in his way? It was infrastructure, economic infrastructure deficiencies. Okay. After him, you had, what was his name? Ikechukwu Agu. I think he came in 2003. He said he wanted to reduce Nigeria's dependency on oil. He wanted us to have... Right now, oil is still our dominant export. I'm trying to paint a picture here. After Ikechukwu Agu, we had... what was this guy's name? Aliu Umar, I think it was. He came in 2007. He said, oh, listen, he wanted to... What did Aliu Umar want to do? What was his own mandate? It was... something about, I think, industrial output, if I'm not mistaken. He claims that he failed because he was there for too short a time. So in 2008, Udenwa came in.
Why do people keep claiming they're failing because they're there for too short a time?
This is my thing. I feel like from those guys right down to our current minister, Mrs. Doris Uzoka, and there have been many in between. Udenwa, Adebayo, Martins, what's his, this guy who, why am I forgetting their names? Martins Kuye. All of them had these really lofty ideas and goals, and they said, hey, listen, we are trying to improve the economy of the country. But as we're talking now, the economy of the country is exactly why people went to go protest. It feels like Nigeria doesn't only celebrate mediocrity, it's like we fail with impunity. And when we fail, it's like, listen, here's the baton of failure. All I have to do is come into this seat and say what I'm going to do. I don't have to do it, and then I pass the baton of failure over to the next person. And they have to do the same thing. And that's all that happens. So why the minister is concentrating on how much this protest costs? It's like, I'm pouring hot water on you and I'm burning your skin off. Please, focus on the fact that you are being burnt. I don't understand it.
I think that that's even too late, because I know that this thing she's saying is basically an after effect of what they were saying while the protest was on, because I remember vividly they were saying things like, oh, be careful not to damage things. Even in the statement, you see that the damaged goods or the damaged 52 billion naira worth of goods came before the lives that were lost. And it's so surreal, because a lot of times, and we sit at this table and we say things like, oh, youths need to stand up for themselves, you need to learn, you need to, you said it, we need to learn, we need to read up, I know you're right. This is why we do not protest, because if you tell me to go out on the street, read about the Constitution, know my right, go there and tell them what I want, and at the end of the day, they're telling me, oh, no, be careful, don't damage that, whatever it is that you want, be careful, don't do that. It's an insult.
It is an insult. But Nigeria has a track record of putting profits before people. We've always done that, and I understand it's capitalism. That's the ethos of capitalism. But here's the thing: if you don't have people, how are you going to have profits? We forget that the profits come from the people. That's what's, you know. If this isn't the highest show of a lack of empathy, a lack of understanding, and just our recklessness with humanity, I don't know what it is. I don't know what else it is.
It's honestly quite damning. And at this point, I would say, I know that it's, you know, somehow irresponsible of the youth to just focus on coping mechanisms and all that.
It's not irresponsible.
Yeah, so it's not irresponsible. Blame them.
Human beings adapt. That's what we were created to do.
And we've learned to.
That's the thing. We've learned to adapt by escaping. It's not right, but people have to survive. And the human mind is going to do whatever it can to survive. So, oh, there we go. I think we have something there on our screens for you guys.
So this is just basically according to them, this is the analytics of what the protest has cost so far. The death toll, 21, injuries, 175, number of arrests, 1,154, curfew declared, Yobe, Jigawa, Kano, I don't know whose business that is. States with cases of violence, they listed about 15. States with peaceful protests, about, I don't know, 5. And then she says, the loss of lives during the protest is saddening. My thoughts are with the families affected. The looting resulting in billions lost is a severe setback for our economy and entrepreneurs. Let's honor those we've lost by striving for more peaceful and constructive dialogue. Sad.
Very sad.
Really sad and disrespectful.
Extremely disrespectful. And here's the thing. We're not condoning anything that has happened. We really are not. But there is a cost for bad governance. I'm going to say it again. There is a cost for bad governance. And what we've experienced, what we're watching now, this is what it looks like. Not everyone is going to go out into the streets and say to themselves, hey, let's not touch people's property. Let's not loot. Let's not destroy public property. Why? Because these are things that they have never been able to have access to. You're standing so close to a fountain, but you're thirsty and dying of thirst. So how do you control people's impulses when, I've closed down my business because I'm trying to protest, and they're looking at food inside there that they've not been able to eat? You think they're not going to go after it? Of course they are. Of course they are. So as far as I'm concerned, and I'm going to say without mincing any words, the government is directly responsible for the violence and every bit of loss that has happened during this protest. And every other one before this.
I like that you didn't even say indirectly.
Directly responsible.
All right, now in case you're wondering where Catherine is, where everyone is, today we're bringing you a special edition, and that's Jasiri on the Streets. And Catherine will be our eyes and ears, of course, subsequently, as the show goes on. Just in case you're wondering, I just thought to drop that there. But very shortly, of course, we'll have Catherine join us, hopefully, so that she can tell us what the people are saying, basically feel the pulse of the people, because we want to hear from them. We just don't want to be here and, let it be like we're representing your interest, but we want to hear what you have to say as well. So very quickly, we'll go on a break. When we come back, we have a guest who will be joining us. And then, of course, shortly, we'll have Jasiri on the Streets. We'll go on a break. Jasiri will be right back.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
Everywhere across Nigeria, with news coverage driven by the quest for solutions, News Central brings you the stories that matter.
Bringing you major headlines and latest developments from the creeks of the Niger Delta, South Nigeria. I am Austin Azu.
Live from the Federal Capital Territory, I am Joshua Imarai, bringing you exclusive insights and updates straight from Abuja.
Covering the rich cultural heritage and dynamic events of the North, I am Emmanuel Bagudu.
Covering the ongoing developments and triumphs of the Northeast, I am Umaru Kirawa, live from Borno.
Bringing you stories of growth and resilience from the Southeast. I am Chinwe Ukele.
In the intensity of Nigeria's middle belt, I am Chizoba Anyowe, bringing you stories of diversity and latest happenings from Jos.
With a dedicated team of reporters across the nation, News Central is empowering viewers to shape the future of their communities. Because your story is our mission. Stay informed, stay connected with News Central, with fearless reporting on what matters most.
Section of news on the continent, engaging in analytical reports. Resident doctors in Nigeria commenced a 5-day warning strike. Queues have hit the major cities in Nigeria, bringing you authentic stories as they happen. I am Adeshewa Olusoga. This is News Central.
From the hills of the Southeast Africa, reporting coverage on the ground, exclusive reports, and the latest news, all right here. We speak to the people live, get their perspectives on the latest news, the happenings, and the trends. I am Bongani Siziba, live from Johannesburg, South Africa. This is News Central.
I am Sunny Irabo, and I have something special for you. Join me every week for thought-provoking conversations with Africa's most influential leaders and change makers from diverse sectors.
The solution to this is not about begging for food or giving food away. The solution is for Africa to have a bowl in hand, not to beg, but to put seed in those bowls and grow its own food.
Together, we'll explore innovative solutions to the continent's most pressing challenges, from social commentary to politics, the economy, health, family, and lifestyle. We will connect the dots with exclusive interviews with those who are at the forefront of realizing the continent's potential. Expect fresh, interesting, and engaging interviews on the issues that not only matter to us, but that affect Africa and Africans. Sunny Irabo live on News Central.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for staying with us on Jasiri. Now, before we went on a break, I talked about Jasiri on the streets, and I wasn't mincing words. But if we can have Catherine give us live updates on the streets, definitely would have her come back with reports of how it went today. So either way, we're expecting reports from Catherine, in case you're still wondering. But that's not all. Annie, what do we have?
Well, we have a very exciting and interesting guest in the studio here with us today. The exodus of young Nigerians seeking opportunities abroad has reached an alarming level. There's so much people are running out of the country, leaving the country because they're looking for greener pastures and trying to find ways to make their lives better. The latest data reveals that over 50% of Nigerian youths express a strong desire to leave the country. According to a recent report by the United Nations, Nigeria is ranked among the top countries with the highest number of immigrants. Between 2010 and 2020, there was a staggering 200% increase in the number of Nigerians seeking asylum or residency in other countries in 2021 alone. Over 17,000 Nigerians sought asylum in Europe, with many, many more migrating to North America and the Middle East in search of better opportunities. But beyond the statistics, there are personal stories and deeper factors influencing the wave of migration that we need to understand. Now, joining us today to unpack these complexities is a seasonal traveler who has been to over 70 countries, a migration expert and the go-to person for anyone looking to navigate the ins and outs of relocating abroad. Waka Waka Doctor is here with us. Welcome to Jasiri.
Thank you very much.
I like to say you don't waka with here again.
I'm always going back and forth, and you guys always find a way to hold me back.
I know. Yes, because we love having you around.
It's the secret sauce we have.
And it's the different shades of green.
Yes, today. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you join us. Now, Waka Waka Doctor, I mean, you heard the statistics that she read out, and you have guided countless Nigerians, you know, through migration process. What would you say are the most common reasons why people would want to migrate? And I know that we've had this conversation before, but it's an unending conversation because it keeps happening.
Yeah.
And I mean, mostly for obvious reasons, but in your own opinion, what would you say are the major reasons?
I'm going to tell you a very funny thing that happened to me last night. So, walking on the streets of Lagos, decided that I wanted to have suya, okay? So I go to the regular Aboki guy who sells suya, and we're having a conversation, and I say, you go Canada. Would you like to go to Canada? And the guy looks at me and says, where the visa? You know, and I'm like, no worry, I will take you to Canada.
Wow.
And he was so excited. And this is where the conversation started. I said, what thing you want go do for Canada? Why you not stay? I mean, this is a guy that sells suya. And his response was, job no day. This is a guy who sells suya. And his response is, job no day. Everywhere tight. We not see money to chop. So these are just, from the layman on the streets. These are some of the reasons. Now you want to now talk about those in the middle class and those, who are educated. The reasons there are loads of them, and probably we need to write a book about the reasons why people are living abroad. You graduate from school, there are no jobs. In fact, a few weeks ago, I did this Vox Pop on the streets where I was asking people this kind of questions, and one of them said, I graduated 5 years ago. No job.
Wow.
So you graduated 5 years ago, you've earned yourself a certain skills that are in demand abroad, but in your home country,
Can't
no
use
way
them.
forward. So you're going to look for greener pastures. You find those who also move abroad because they're looking to improve, the situation with their own family. They want their children to have better
lives.
So better education, better access, access to a better passport that would grant them global opportunities. That's also another reason. And another one I find is that a lot of people say, may Nigeria not happen to you, especially for those who have access to healthcare. And then there's a problem, lost a parent, lost a friend. And they say, well, when we move abroad, the healthcare system is better. And those are some of the reasons, right? So job opportunities, looking for access to global opportunities, healthcare, insecurity is another reason why people take the leap.
So would you say that the current economical climate, which we all know is rather tempestuous, has it contributed to people, this mass exodus of people leaving the country? And how has it also stopped people from leaving the country? Do you see what I mean?
It's a two-edged sword, isn't it?
Yes.
So you find that people are so, the economy has dealt with them. They feel like, okay, because again, like I've always said many times, migration didn't start today. Okay, it's as old as man. And people would always move to places that are better. I'll take my best example, Jesus. Jesus, when they were trying to kill Jesus, my guy ran away. So that is one reason why people move. But coming back to your question, the economic situation at the moment is making people want to look for better. And people often feel that when I'm abroad, when I take my skills there, when I shall find a way to get there, things will be better. Now, because it also costs money to make that leap abroad, and FX rates at the moment, like you change, you go to the bank with Ghana must go,
and you come out with an envelope.
Which envelope? Use two fingers to hold use two fingers to hold the money. So that has also stopped people from taking the leap, and that's why one of the things I do is to try and help people move abroad without breaking the bank. So if you've got skills, you've got a good degree, or you found a way to kind of graduate in some way, and you have this ability to get yourself involved in extracurricular activities, that your CV is good. There are tons and tons of opportunities out there that people need to explore. Information is key, and that's why I keep sharing these things out there.
Speaking of information being key, so this thing you said about traveling without breaking the bank, I know for a fact that the percentage of people who have traveled would have more than doubled if it was more affordable to travel. Because I hear a lot of people say things like, if I get 10 million for accounts, why would I want to travel? So many people want to, but they cannot. But that's like...
Well, before that, if you have 10 million naira, 10 million naira in your bank account, and you're saying, if I have 10 million naira, why would I travel? But think about it. 10 million naira is how many pounds? Less than 5,000 pounds. Less than
5,000 pounds.
It's not even 5,000 pounds.
No, it's not 5,000 pounds. Not currently.
That's something, 1.5 months salary for healthcare worker, healthcare assistant. That's why people are rushing to do healthcare.
And making content about it every day.
True. But my question is it truly always greener on the other side? Because this is another challenge, that they say things like, they tell you that they're going for greener pastures, and then when they get there, you don't hear anything. You don't hear about their struggles. You don't hear about the sleepless nights. You don't hear about the hours they need to clock in at work just to get money. You don't hear that the man, the woman, even the children are having to work to make ends meet. So is it really always greener on the... I know that, infrastructure is better, the system works better there, and we need to do better as a country. But is it always greener? Or is it that you have to know what you're going there to do?
Yeah, so the thing, one of the things medicine has taught me is that there is no 100%.
Yeah.
In when you're, making diagnosis and trying to find cure for a patient, you cannot say for certain that this is the diagnosis. It can be anything. That's why you have differential diagnosis. And that's the same thing with traveling abroad and going abroad and moving to all these other countries. There is no perfect society. There's no perfect economy. The idea is to move to a place that is better than where you are right now. So while, and it's life generally, yeah? There's no, life is not a bed of roses. There's no absolute. You still have thorns here and there. And that's what people need to realize. So when you're moving from Nigeria to, say, another country, you're not going to just expect that, boom, once I land, things will just change. No, you have to deal with, the language maybe. You have to deal with changing food. You have to deal with changing weather. You have to change with the fact that you're not going to be... Support system is gone. So you have to start afresh. And that's why I always say that moving abroad is a personal journey because you have to use your number 6. And you need to plan properly. You don't just stand today and say, I'm going abroad tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. No. You have to have a track record. You have to plan these things step by step. Because at the end of the day, when something happens, then you don't carry your bag and say you're running back home. It's like marriage. You have to plan, otherwise you rush in, you rush out.
Yeah, this is true. So I'd like to know, because there is an effect, everything has an effect, good and bad, and there will certainly be some negative consequences for this. Just people are leaving in droves. They're just like flowing out of the country like water. What do you think will be some of the long-term effects, in fact, even some of the short-term effects of the how do I put this delicately? The workforce of the country leaving.
Brain drain, isn't it?
Yes.
Brain drain.
Exactly that.
And I mean, I saw this policy yesterday that the presidency just announced about trying to attract doctors and healthcare workers back into the country. I'd say that's a good innovation. Whether it's going to be implemented is a whole different story.
Yes, especially here. Because we know how to say things. Doing them, execution.
Doing them is different. So we'll still say thank you for thinking of it. Now implementing is what we're asking for. Loads and loads of people leave with different skills. Teachers, nurses, doctors, construction workers, plumbers, people who've got great skills that are in demand in other countries, they move out. So we're losing our best to other countries. I have said this a couple of times, that most working economies, most working countries are successful off the backs of migrants. And I'll use our own country again as an example. When we were growing up, our maths teachers were Ghanaians.
Yeah. Yes.
Our English teachers were Ghanaians.
Yes.
I was taught in medical school by Indians, right? The reason why those guys were coming was because Nigeria at the time was relatively good. The economy, so people come to better. Now, we can't find them anymore. We are the ones going out. So we're losing the best of the best, okay? We're losing them to stronger economies, and that in itself is a huge problem.
So I want to ask you a question. You have to answer with your full chest, right? So aside even the professionals, having to go out in droves, there are people who genuinely want to go out there for better education, say their master's degree or even, whatever it is, a degree they want to acquire. And their thought is they would go there, get the degree so that it can add to their portfolio and then come back to get better jobs.
Oh, the smile on your face.
In one word, is it worth it? I'm putting you on the spot. You have to be honest. Don't be diplomatic. Is it worth it?
I'm always very, very direct. The answer is no. No. I have a friend who trained in Russia. You probably will see this. We were together all day yesterday. Trained in Russia as a doctor and decided he wants to come back.
Oh,
so he came back. Now my guy wants to run.
I love it so much.
Now he wants to run. I mean, why? So there's a concept people need to understand. I am not against you going and coming back.
Right.
Because the idea again of migrating effectively and fully is to be able to close the loop. So you migrate, you go and come back. You acquire the skill, acquire the training, leave, integrate yourself, and you come back and invest. I'm not saying you have to sit here and retire here, but at least maybe your family, maybe take somebody else there, maybe your local government community is going to benefit from you having left. But you see this idea that, oh, when I go, I will go and get it. It works for some people. I'm not saying it's, again, it's not absolute. Some people do it successfully. The question is how many percent? So, but for me, you see, once you just stay.
So, Waka Doctor, this is a sensitive question, but it's an important one because a lot of young women leave the country, and it's different for women than it is for men. There are a lot more security concerns, many other concerns as well. How friendly is the climate for female immigrants?
I think I understand the question and I understand the thinking behind the question. For women travelers and then migrants, it's quite difficult or different in different countries. And that's why I always also say that when you want to move abroad, you need to do a research and check out the country you want to move to. For women, I think some of the conditions are not as fair. I'll give you an example. I was in Qatar, say maybe 9-10 months ago. And I met this Nigerian lady at a bar who told me she had just moved to Qatar. And you would not believe that the agent told her she was going to get a job in Qatar, like a tailor or chef or something. And it turns out that she paid a lot of money for that job. On getting to Qatar, story changed. There's no job. So now they kind of pimp her out. That's the word. So they pimp her out. She has to make that money back. She has to pay them that money back. Once she pays the money and the profit, then you can do whatever you want to do. And that's probably going to take 9 months, 1 year. So, and I might be wrong, but I don't think they'll treat a guy that way. And this is because it's a woman. And of course, you know, again, in some societies, the way they react to women, even who are professionals, is a bit different. And so, yes, I totally understand the question.
So, for me, the thing, because I'm on social media a lot, I see across these apps, I was saying it the other time, that there's this song they use, stuff, and then they're planning how to go. And then months after, you see things like, oh, someone is battling depression, they're lonely, isolated, overworking, especially the young ones that just like the baby girl life, you know. It's like you telling me that when I go there, yes, there's a better economy, there's a better system, but I can't party with my friends because I don't have friends. And then there's this thing that I saw where you even want to attend birthday parties and you have to pay.
Everybody goes Dutch. Are you kidding?
Yes, the culture shock, getting homesick, especially for the younger ones, is very daunting. And it's like, I'm scared of that. I want a better life. And I know that my skills, I'm speaking for the people now, like I know that my skills can, you know, get me something better when I get there, but I'm not all about that life.
Let me tell you a story. So, remember, when I first moved abroad, I was just at home, on my own. You know, just something, there's no money, let's save the money. And I got a call, there's a birthday party happening, come out, come and eat. Nigerian guys. I just thought, okay, if I go out and eat, that will save me. So, you know, dressed up, went to the party, you know, it was a good restaurant. They were bringing 3-course meal. Okay. We ate, drank.
This story is not going to end well.
We finished the food and, you know, lots of stories, lots of drinking. And at the end of the day, they brought the bill. And they were I just saw that they were passing it. What are you passing bill for?
What's going on here?
I only had the water, I only had the rolls.
They marked the point. What you ate, they marked. I turned to the guy. I was at home.
What's going on?
What's up here? You want to pay? They said, yeah, so everybody pays except the birthday person. Is that how you people used to do here? It's in my own country.
It's the birthday person that pays for everything.
So it's one of the things that people have to realize when you move abroad. Assimilation, learning the new culture. And it can be daunting. It can be very, very difficult.
Yeah.
That's why, again, there's a quote I love to say that money isn't necessarily about money. Traveling abroad and moving abroad isn't necessarily about money.
Okay.
It's more about courage. Because it takes a lot of courage to decide and wake up, let me leave everything behind and just start afresh.
Yes.
You're going to have to form new relationships. You need to start having new friends. You know, you cannot just wake up on Saturday and say, hey, what's up? I'm coming.
Yes.
It doesn't happen like that. You know, I lived in the Republic of Ireland for a few years, and in my first apartment, I was there for 2 years.
Okay.
I never saw my neighbor.
No.
Not one day. The only thing I know is that I did see the car. So when there's a car, I know that, but I don't know. Him. Never. So when there's no car, if he dies inside, I don't know.
You wouldn't know.
Honestly.
You understand?
Yeah.
You understand? So you just have to know that it doesn't come easy, and you have to learn how to adapt. It's part of it.
All right, Waka Waka Doctor, I mean, we're still going to come back to you, and it's good news that we have you to have this conversation, and of course we're talking about the economy, but better news is that we have Catherine now on standby. We did say that she's going to be giving us update from the streets, and of course we're talking about the hashtag End Bad Governance, the protest and the after effect of it. So Catherine, if you can hear us, what is the mood like out there in the street? Where are you, and what is the mood like there?
Hi, Kat.
Hi, lady. Hi. Don't know if you can hear me. Hi.
Yes, we can.
Guys. So, hi, ladies. Hi, Waka Waka Doctor. How are you? So, I'm on the streets of Lagos, or Jota to be precise. To my left is the Gani Fawemi Park. That's where the protest, one of the hubs of the protest that just recently held there, and business has gone back to usual. I hate to break it to you guys, but it's business as usual. The roads are bubbling with activity. People are even not willing to talk. That's the incredible thing. You speak to youth who are saying that, oh, you know, we don't want to talk about it. It has passed. And we've been fortunate to have other people who've been willing to talk. Chisom is with me here, and we want to ask him as representative of the youth. Chisom, thank you for speaking to us on Justice.
Yeah, good morning, good morning, Nigerians. My name is Okoro Chisom. So my address to Nigerians is that the problem of this country is not from one person. As in, I'm one of the youth leaders, but through the protest period, I advised them not to protest against the government of...
So that means you didn't protest?
Yes, I did not protest because I advised my youth to not protest against the government of Nigeria.
Why? Why did you... Sorry to interrupt you.
Because I'm from Eastern State, because my people did not protest against the government. Because whether the government is favor us, is not favor us, we don't care about it because we have something on to work on to make Nigeria to be better, because the problem of this country did not lie on one person. So we are the cause of this problem that happening in Nigeria, because when issue like this coming out, like hardship or whatever, whatsoever, then think that is only the president alone that are causing it. But the cabal that surrendered him is the one that causing the problem, especially most of all those tough men in the business that one causing the problems of Nigeria.
Okay, so hold on, let me interrupt you here. Are you saying that protest is not the way to solve our problems or to make our voices heard?
Protest is not the problem of this country, seriously. The problem of this country is the people that are surrendering the country. Okay. When you are protesting of, let me say, they are protesting against one person, and it never done in that way. I'm telling you, there is many problems to need to settle in this country.
Oh, all right. Things to be okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chisom. That's an interesting perspective that Chisom just gave. That the problem is not about one person. All of us are contributing to the problem. Yeah. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Thank you for speaking to us on Jasiri. Tell me about the protest. How was it for you? Do you think the protest was effective? This hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria protest. You feel talk about pidgin?
Okay. Nípa ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà, èmi rí i pé protest kan ni solution wa. Torí mo rí i pé wọ́n tún ran àwọn ọmọ aláìgbọràn tó wà nílùú yìí ní ọwọ́ ni. Torí gbogbo ìgbà tó bá lọ ṣe protest yẹn, nǹkan máa ń bàjẹ́ gan. Òun dẹ̀ kọ́ ní issue láti fi solve problem wa. Lóòótọ́ nǹkan wọn yóò fararọ. Kọ́lọ̀ bọ́lọ́jẹ́ kó jẹ́ kí a jèrè ẹ̀ nígbà tí ìlú Nàìjíríà bá máa dà. Protest kan ni solution ṣá ní tèmi torí oníṣòwò ni èmi ní àsìkò tí kìíní ìbá tọ́ba ní protest gbà wọn máa fẹ́ sàọ́tẹ́ pé bí àbájáde àjẹun ní oúnjẹ táwọn ọjà tábàdẹ́ta la máa fi fìdí àwọn ọmọ wa so kọ́ba bẹ ìjọba wa kí a má rí ogun protest mọ́ gbóhùn tọ́ba fẹ́ lù kọ́ gbìyànjú kọ́ ṣe ká má rí ogun protest ní ìlú Nàìjíríà torí kò fararọ àwọn tó bá lọ nígbà náà àwọn ló lè sọ kò kàn mí ó ìdẹ̀nìkan mi kò ní kọ́ ọ náà àwọn ló lè sọ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà kò kàn mí protest kan ní solution wa.
Okay, I understand. I have an idea what she's saying, but quickly, I don't know whether. What do you think of what the president can talk after the protest? That speech, the president can talk say, yeah.
Náà máa gbìyànjú ni, náà máa gbìyànjú kọ́lọ̀ dẹ́ fún wọn ṣe. Ntẹ́mi gbọ́ pé wọ́n ní wọ́n wí torí mi gbọ́ news. Wọ́n ní wọ́n máa gbìyànjú gbégbá ọ̀rọ̀.
Madam, if you get chance to japa from this Nigeria, if you get chance, say come and live in America, Canada, or where you go? You go, and number one, you go, number two, where you go?
Japa. Lóòótọ́ máa ń ròyìn ọ̀hún dùn, but wọ́n ní freedom bí Nigeria. So kọ́ ràn wá lọ́wọ́ kọ́ bá súnlù wa ṣe. So solution, idea tèmi.
Eshema, Eshepukoma. I got that one. All right, so let's talk to this whole week. We're celebrating the youth. It's International Youth Day. So we are talking to my next pretty lady. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you for speaking with Jasiri. So tell me, what are your thoughts on Japa? If you had a chance to stay back in Nigeria or to travel out, what would your answer be, and which country would you say you would go to, and why?
To be candid, yes. I love my country. I love Nigeria. I love everything about Nigeria. I'd appreciate we have a good economy for me to stay back in Nigeria. I love Nigeria. So I would like to be in Nigeria as long as possible. Because of the economy, everyone don't have a choice. We want to leave the country. So if I have my chance, I might actually consider it. But if the economy is good, I will stay back. So that's my idea about Japa. I would love the country to be good for me to remain in the country. Even if I'm going to leave the country, maybe go on vacations and come back to the country, yes.
Okay, so tell me what you think. What were your thoughts during this hashtag End Bad Governance protest in Nigeria that took place between the 1st of this month to
the 10th? Yeah, I appreciate the fact that in Lagos State it was peaceful, unlike the last time.
Yes.
So it is okay to protest, but it is bad for it not to be peaceful. But I appreciate the fact that the last one was a very peaceful one.
All right,
and I would,
Catherine, if you can hear me.
I would beg the governments to listen to everyone and try as much as possible to make the country conducive for every one of us.
Catherine, if you can hear me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking with us on Jasiri.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Catherine, I would say that you found yourself in a very interesting part of Nigeria because, I mean, we can see what their opinion is from that part, but it's more like a 50-50 because I know that there are some youths who do not agree. And for the second lady, the woman who spoke, she basically was saying that protest is not the answer, and when we protest, we destroy things, right? But you have, you know, we have covered the protest together, and you've seen the perspectives of the youth. What do you think the aftermath is? Do you think that one of the reasons they are this laid back is because of what happened during the protest or what did not happen? Or do you think that people are just generally very patriotic citizens?
Now, No, it's a bit of both. I actually think young people were intimidated. Before we came live, we had the opportunity to speak to other young people who were saying that, oh, they didn't protest because someone actually said in his area, the police were brazenly threatening people with guns and tear gas and all that. That's the story, according to him, that they don't want people to know about. So he says if you're under the impression that the government is bullying you or the officers of the government are bullying you to stay in your home and keep quiet, then there's a huge problem. And I feel the youth probably feel suppressed and that their voices aren't being heard. So a lot of them, interestingly enough, are thinking of Japa. Before we got the people we spoke to, we tried talking to the older generation, and no one was willing to talk. The women, no one was willing to talk, and they just said, oh no, I don't want problem, I don't want TV, I don't want, if we're talking without being on camera, I could talk. But you see, so there's an underlying fear that, okay, oh, I don't want my face to be out there because I could be picked up if I want to say what really is on my mind. So we are dealing with that, as well as dealing with the real impression that there are opportunities out there in as much as you love your country. But as they say in street parlance, who love help? You love your country, yes, you love your country, but if your country isn't working for you, and there's a lady we spoke to who had like 2 kids, she was saying she'd been hearing that Nigeria go better from when they were growing up, and her father was telling them, oh, Nigeria would be better. And then till now, she hasn't seen that Nigeria being better. If she had a chance, of course she would leave the country. Will she miss Nigeria? Yes, she will miss Nigeria. But she's looking at entrenching herself in a place that is stable, a place that is secure, and a place that she can raise her children in peace. So it's disheartening, but that's the reality on the streets.
It really is. Thank you so much, Catherine, for bringing us Jessiri from the streets. At least now we know what a portion of the, I wouldn't say all of it, but a portion of the citizens are thinking. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Gab.
Very quickly, I want to hear from Waka Waka Doctor. I mean, you heard the opinions, and I'm not going to go deeper into that. But I can tell you for a fact that not all young people are thinking that way, because a lot of young people, trust me, are feeling stuck. They feel stifled, and especially with the things that are happening, it's like after every protest, there's a growing desire to just bounce. And by bounce, I mean Japa. But the reason they haven't is because they feel stuck. But having to feel that way and being in the country, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to love your country. What is your opinion about, as a youth, feeling stuck in your own country?
First, I need to say that a lot of people feel that once you move abroad, then you don't love your country. I love Nigeria. I love Nigeria. I love my country. I will always represent my country out there, you know. Well, singing the national anthem does not give me goosebumps, but...
Do you even know it?
At this point, I don't know what our national anthem is.
Because the last one, the former one used to give me goosebumps.
It did?
No, the former one, but now I don't even know the
Nigeria's
Call Obey.
Years ago would have given me goosebumps, but not anymore.
No.
But that doesn't mean that I don't love my country. The call for better means that I love Nigeria. I want Nigeria to be better. And people often say, oh, let's build Nigeria together. And my simple response all the time is, I'm not Bob the Builder. What I am doing right now is I am contributing in my own way to helping Nigeria. And that's by exporting people to go learn, to go acquire skills, to go become better, and come back and see if they can improve Nigeria in some way. I know that not everybody thinks that way. Not everybody feels that, you know, Japa is the solution. But I would always say that is one solution. A lot of youths feel stuck. And I always say that you need one of 3 things to move abroad. There's no need to feel stuck. You just need one of 3 things. You either need money, you need a degree, or you need a skill. So if you don't have the money, the reason why people will say, oh, I feel stuck is because they always think about the financial implications of moving. So I don't have money. Where am I going to see 10 million? That is it. But if you've got a good, and that's why our parents always say, when you want to graduate well, pass well, have a good degree, you know, have a good qualification, because it is important. And if you don't have a degree, then you should have a skill that makes, because these guys who are out there will say, what are you bringing to our economy?
Yes.
What problem are you coming to solve? So if you can solve a problem, then you would see that it's not just about the money. There are other ways that you can, use to move abroad so you won't feel stuck. And for those who are feeling stuck, my advice would be try and upskill. Learn a skill that would make you attractive to people out there. If you can go back to school, also go back to school, try and acquire a degree. It's not just about money.
Wow, thank you so very much. We've had quite a conversation today on Jasiri. Unfortunately, this is all the time we have for today's show. We would like to say a very warm thank you to our special guest, Waka Waka Doctor.
I always love you.
Over here. Thank you for spending this time with us.
Thank you.
And we would like to thank everyone who participated in Jasiri on the Street. Let's still remind you that yesterday was National Youth Day, and we still have a lot of hope for the youth in this country. We are still hoping that this country will do well for us. That's all the time that we have for today's show. Thank you for tuning in. Please be back with us tomorrow for another exciting, interesting episode of Jasiri. We will see you all again tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.
Wow. Lord.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, the stories that put Africa first.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
Join us and have a quick review of the major stories making headlines across Nigeria's newspapers every morning, 8 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. on News Central TV. You can also call the numbers on your screen.
Kind of leadership that will be able to unite Nigerians will be.
And it is my earnest hope that under the present EFCC chairman.
Engage with us. Share your view. Only on Breakfast Central.
Send us iReport of happenings, authentic and verifiable updates around you. We want to see Africa through your eyes. Be an exclusive iReporter with News Central. Reach News Central iReport desk on WhatsApp 234-912-004-2643 to report breaking news. You can also send via email to ireport@newscentral.africa. News Central, Africa first.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
On Digi360, we give you a complete dose of everything.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action. Digi360, dissecting the issues.
Every day, maritime operations connect the world, transporting goods and fueling economies. Currently valued at about $25 billion, Africa's maritime industry and its connected sectors could be worth $50 to $80 billion in just a few years. But the industry must face its challenges, and that is where Maritime Radar comes in. At the heart of Maritime Radar is the focus on preserving Africa's waterways and marine economy for generations to come, while also building the continent's prosperity. Industry news, exclusive interviews, and News Central's unique storytelling sets the pace to bring to the fore investment opportunities in marine tourism and the blue economy, aquaculture, marine transportation, security, and much more. Navigate Africa's waterways and ride the waves with us.
To make a difference as a journalist, because when you speak to the situation or the people affected, that's when you get the full story.
And so we go all out. The protest was ongoing and it was peaceful across the plains for real-time stories.
And it was the longest bridge until the 6th of October bridge was completed in Cairo, Egypt.
Knee on knee. This is News Central.
I am Sunny Irabo, and I have something special for you. Join me every week for thought-provoking conversations with Africa's most influential leaders and change makers from diverse sectors.
The solution to this is not about begging for food or giving food away. The solution is for Africa to have a bowl in hand, not to beg, but to put seed in those bowls and grow its own food.
Together, we'll explore innovative solutions to the continent's most pressing challenges, from social commentary to politics, the economy, health, family, and lifestyle. We will connect the dots with exclusive interviews with those who are at the forefront of realizing the continent's potential. Expect fresh, interesting, and engaging interviews on the issues that not only matter to us, but that affect Africa and Africans. Sunny Irabo live on News Central.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting, and this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
From the hills of the Southeast Africa, reporting coverage on the ground, exclusive reports, and the latest news, all right here. We speak to the people live, get their perspectives on the latest news, the happenings, and the trends. I am Bongani Siziba, live from Johannesburg, South Africa. This is News Central.
Kenyan aviation workers have issued a strike notice threatening to disrupt air travel services in the country. The workers, citing unpaid dues and poor working conditions, are demanding immediate action from relevant authorities. Meanwhile, the exit of start-up financiers from Africa is causing significant ripples across the continent's burgeoning tech ecosystem. With reduced investment, many promising startups are facing challenges in scaling their operations and achieving their growth objectives. Finally, Nigeria's MSME sector faces a complex landscape in 2024. Despite its potential to drive economic growth and job creation, challenges such as access to finance, infrastructure deficiencies, and policy inconsistencies persist. This is Business Edge. I am Lekon Obanjo. Thank you for joining us. Let's start with African business stories. The Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries said on Monday that Nigeria's average daily crude oil production increased marginally to 1.307 million barrels per day in July. OPEC's figure is contrary to claims by President Bola Tinubu and the chief executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Benga Komolafe, that the country's oil production had risen to 1.6 million barrels per day. OPEC, in its monthly oil market report for August 2024, said Nigeria added an average of 30 barrels per day to increase its oil output from 1.27 million barrels per day in June to 1.30 million barrels per day in July. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has written to the UK Secretary of State for Transport, Louise Haigh, over the non-availability of slots for Nigeria's flag carrier Air Peace at Heathrow Airport. Air Peace currently operates from Gatwick, which is a second-tier airport, due to the fact that it was unable to get slots at Heathrow. The minister disclosed this at the League of Airports and Aviation Correspondents seminar in Lagos, saying Nigeria would no longer allow a situation where the country's airlines are not allowed to access Tier 1 airports overseas, in line with the bilateral air services agreement, saying the failure not to allow Air Peace into Heathrow may lead to Nigeria taking British Airways and Virgin Atlantic to second-tier airports. Finally, Zambia agreed with the Democratic Republic of Congo that 3 border gates connecting them would be reopened on Tuesday following their closure over the weekend. Delegations led by trade ministers from the two countries held talks on Monday in Kinshasa, Congo's capital. The talks were convened after Zambia announced the closure of the Kasumbalesa, Mokambo and Sakania borders on Sunday due to protests over a ban on imports of beverages and lime by its neighbor. Zambia's Commerce, Trade and Industry Permanent Secretary Lillian Boya said after the talks that the two countries further agreed to respect the rules governing trade as supported by regional bodies and World Trade Organization. Let's now bring you Market Watch after the show timeout. Well, in terms of trading activity, there was a 4% increase in volume, a 44% rise in turnover, and a 12% improvement in the number of deals. Now, in terms of trading activity, there was a 4% increase in volume and a 44% rise in turnover and a 12% improvement in terms of the deals. So at this time, we quickly look at the data, starting with the all-share index, and there you have it, 97,880.94, and that was what was tracked yesterday with a minus 0.72%. We look at market capitalization, we see it's still around the 55 threshold, 55.575 trillion naira. It's what was capped at the market as of yesterday. Let's look at the top gainers now. At the top, well, before top gainers, let's bring you top movers. We have the GTCO with a volume of 123.92 million and a value of 5.7 billion naira. Veritas takes the second spot, 39.31 million in volume, according to shares, and of course 47.9 million naira in value. We have Access Corp 38.30 million in terms of volume, 744.4 million naira, and JPO Gold 33.42 million, 79.7 million naira in value, while UBA takes the last spot with 29.1 million in terms of the volume, with a value share of 668.2 million naira. We now look at the top gainers now. Julius Berger tops the chart, closing at 121 naira. Nascon 34 naira 65 kobo. Total 470 naira 40 kobo. Owando 44 naira 65 kobo. And Dangote Sugar closing at 14 naira 35 kobo. Well, you can see the trajectory there, all in the greens for these five top stocks. Let's look at the losers now for yesterday. We have BUA Cement closing at 114 naira 30 kobo. Sky AVN 24 naira 40 kobo. Suno Assurance 1 naira 20 kobo. Wapik 77 kobo in closing. WG closing at 6 naira 15 kobo. This is how they performed in terms of losses for these five stocks topping the losers chart. And finally, we close with the sectoral performance. Looking at the various sectors now, we look at the banking industry, which actually didn't do well. As at yesterday, it was in the green in terms of performance, but it dipped a bit by minus 0.31%. Well, insurance sector picked a bit with 2.05%, including oil and gas and consumer goods with a bit of appreciation. Another one that actually didn't do well is the industrial goods with a performance of 3.96%. And that's how it happened on the Nigerian Stock Exchange as of yesterday. Let's now go on a break to talk about the Kenyan aviation sector. Now, the workers are saying that they probably might be going on a strike due to a deal that's actually finalized by the Kenyan government and a particular firm. So we'll get into that discussion after the short timeout. Just stay with us. The main aviation union said it would call a strike from next Monday over a proposed deal with an Indian company to develop the country's biggest airport industrial action that could cause a major disruption in the East African travel hub. Now, the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, which represents airport workers in the country, said the proposed agreement announced last month with India's Adani Airports holdings would lead to job losses and bring in non-Kenyan workers. The government, however, said the airport is not for sale and that no decision had been made on whether to proceed with what it called a proposed public-private partnership to upgrade the hub. This morning, we're joined by Sean Mendes, an aviation consultant. Thank you so much, Sean, for joining us to help us give perspective to this.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start by even understanding and knowing the key provisions and arrangements in this Kenya Adani Airport deal, and if due process was followed before the announcements.
Well, I think the biggest challenge everyone's having right now is understanding what exactly the deal is. Late last year, so I think around November last year, the government of Kenya had said that they are looking, to develop a PPP for the improvements at Nairobi Airport. And evidently, in March of 2024, Adani Airports, which is a major airport management company from India, this is not a special purpose vehicle or some unknown people. They are a major airport operator, submitted a proposal to the government of Kenya. This has now become controversial in the last few weeks, as it appears that the Kenyan government is leaning towards selecting Adani as a proposed partner. But the terms of this deal and anything else with that has not been officially released. There's a lot of rumors floating around, and obviously, workers have a fear that this might lead to job losses or, change of working conditions for them, which is something they're looking to preemptively head off by threatening a strike at this point. So, right now we don't really know what exactly is happening, but the little bits and pieces of information that have come out there is something that the workers' union is not happy with.
Okay, well, even as we wait for details, let's skip away a bit from how it would affect jobs in the country and look at the long-term potential economic impact or implication it might have on the country. So I'd like you to share details on that. If this particular deal pulls through anyway, let's look at the impact it would have on revenue generation and even foreign direct investment for the country.
But the most likely structure of a PPP deal like this for airport development is going to be a build, operate, transfer model. So, the Adani Group would fund and develop a new airport terminal and potentially other infrastructure for Nairobi Airport. They would then operate it for a fixed period of time, whether that's 20 years or whatever else. And then at the end of that, they would transfer that asset back to the Kenyan government. Obviously, they would do that, and collect the airport revenues. So they would have, their own income and return on investment during that period. The reality is that Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi is unfit for purpose as a major hub right now to support Kenya's vision of Kenya Airways becoming a major hub carrier for the African region. Especially when you compare it to the bold steps being taken in Ethiopia, right next door. Kenya is falling behind. If you look back, 10 years ago, Kenya was moving around 10 million passengers a year. Today, they're just moving 12 million. While at the same time, Ethiopia has more than doubled to 24 million last year. I first visited Kenya in the 1980s, and back then they were talking about, needing to develop the airport terminal. And 40 years later, the only development they've seen was when their airport burned down in 2013. So, Kenya's aviation infrastructure development has stagnated, and it might need having to go in with the PPP like this to get the, to get the momentum and the impetus to be able, to change this. But Kenya's got a number of political issues ongoing right now, not just related to the aviation sector. So the political will and the ability of civil society to accept this is going to be a bigger challenge, I think, than actually finding a partner who's willing.
So this would probably mean that Kenya is trying to play catch-up with Ethiopia's aviation plan, so to speak. But then when you look at the country's broader development blueprint for the aviation industry, when you look at its vision for regional aviation hub status and national competitiveness, would you say that this deal aligns with these different variables?
Well, I don't think Kenya has a choice. I mean, Nairobi used to be the prime hub for the East African region until the last decade or so, where Ethiopia has just left Kenya in the dirt, while Kenya Airways has had its own, financial issues. Kenya Airports has been involved in a bunch of controversial proposals, such as spinning them off to Kenya Airways and so forth. Kenya, though, has a long history of PPP infrastructure projects in recent years. You've seen the expressway development in Nairobi, you've seen the railway development in Kenya. However, all of these have been shrouded in questions as to who is actually benefiting financially. And I think that is where, given the current suspicion of government in Kenya, I think that is where the transparency of any such deal in the aviation sector is going to be more important than the actual terms of the deal itself. Because, you might wind up with a shiny airport out of it, but I think people are sick of a shiny airport where somebody else in government might be profiting and they don't know about it. So I think the transparency of the deal is going to be a very critical thing if the government wants to push this through without having issues both with the public as well as with the workers' unions.
Maybe that actually mirrors the concerns of the Kenyans, most especially the aviation union sector that is actually not having it and saying that there's a possibility to go on strike from next week, Monday. And they're also even concerned about job losses, as you mentioned earlier, and the possibility of expatriates taking over their jobs. So when you look at these concerns, would you say they're valid?
They're valid to some. I'm an expert on Kenya Airport, so I can't say whether they are overstaffed or similar. But, when a new management comes into any organization, they're going to have a look and see who's doing a job well and keep those people. And they're going to look at who's not doing a job particularly well and get rid of them. I think, certainly unions have an incentive in protecting their membership regardless of their efficiency. So unions don't really like that. But the reality is that airport in Kenya is going to be overwhelmingly staffed by Kenyans regardless. It's not like Adani Airport is going to, ship in baggage loaders from India to start loading planes or something similar to that. Certainly there may be some changes to international management, at the top levels of management and so forth, rather than having civil servants as they are essentially right now. But for the most part, I think jobs are actually going to be helped by growth of an airport because, as your airport grows, as more passengers fly, there's going to be scope for more people to be employed. So it may be a little short-sighted by the unions, but, as I said, it's not as much in terms of what exactly the proposal is, but the fact that there is a lack of transparency. The fact that this proposal has been under discussion since March, and it's only now in July and August that we are even finding out that this proposal exists and that talks are ongoing. And I think this is where the unions are like, if they're being secretive about this, what else are they hiding? And I think that is largely where the mistrust is coming from the union side.
And talking about the deficiency in terms of transparency, even the union are saying that, or even describing the deal as unlawful, that the unlawful intended sale of the JKIA, that is the airport now, to Adani Airport Holdings of India, raises a lot of red flags. Well, the government has come out to deny sales of these particular assets, but then could this be what it is? Beneath the surface, maybe a PPP being used as a cover-up. We don't have all the details, but then it seems there's a lot of mistrust as you've actually described in your summation.
I think the concept of sale over here is one that is, highly misunderstood. It's not like you can really pack up an airport, put it in your suitcase and take it to India or Sri Lanka or wherever else they want to do it. The airport is always going to be an asset in Kenya. And it's not even that the airport is being sold under PPP. It is going to be that an airport is given to operate for a fixed period to someone who has got covenants in terms of how much investment they're going to put in, what new buildings they're going to build on it, how they're going to operate, and what fees they're going to charge. So if you look in terms of how PPP airports have been structured, Zanzibar Airport has just opened a brand new terminal last year or the previous year, which is under PPP with Segap Group, which is a consortium. And, that is the kind of model where it's not as though Zanzibar Airport was sold, but a new terminal was built in Zanzibar, and now it is being operated for a fixed period of time, after which point it will revert to Zanzibar airports. And I think, that kind of model is, in reality, it is the kind of model that has to work for Africa, not just in airports, but in all kinds of infrastructure, simply because the access to capital in Africa is not that easy. So you have to go to a global capital market in order to fund these projects if you want to get global world-class infrastructure out there. So it's a lack of understanding of what actually is going on, but there's definitely not a case of the airport being sold or any of this other alarmist rhetoric which we're getting out of the union and other people objecting to this.
But then, well, one would wonder if specific measures will be put in place to actually protect the jobs and livelihoods of Kenyan workers that are employed at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Maybe any sort of absorption, or maybe there are even plans for skills development, technology transfer, maybe, just to douse the tension.
Every single PPP that I have been part of, and I've worked with multiple PPPs, including PPPs with airports in the region in East Africa, have included covenants like that. It requires specific amounts of investment on specific schedules. It requires local content. So in terms not just of employment, but in terms of supply and, supply chains. When you're building, you must be contracting a certain percentage with local contractors. There are tax issues. None of these are just simple, here, take this airport, go build something. These are very complex documents which take months and months to negotiate properly. So I don't doubt for a second that there will be protections like this. And in fact, that is where the union should probably be directing their efforts in terms of ensuring that these protections are in there at the terms that they want, and not just simply by saying we want this to remain a dysfunctional government entity ad infinitum, because we're seeing where Kenya is being left behind by the rest of the region. Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, all improving their aviation infrastructure, and Kenya, which was the leader not so long ago, is being left in the dust unless something is done. So they're going to need to do something, whether it is the partnership with Adani is to be seen, but something is going to have to be done with the Kenyan infrastructure if Kenya is going to, even if not reclaim their top spot, but remain competitive, in the upper echelons of East African aviation.
And basically, what would be needed at this point is for the government to come out with all the details so that all parties involved can have a clear understanding of the terms and conditions of this particular deal with Adani Holdings company, and the fact that this would help facilitate some sort of understanding with the aviation workers, and probably, a cautious approach to dealing with the issue around industrial action. That would be very, very necessary. Sean Mendes, aviation consultant, it was nice talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
On Business Edge, let's let you know that startup financiers are exiting Africa. Why are they leaving, and how will that impact the tech industry on the continent? Let's find out in a bit.
Africa is rising. Again, we hear our sounds echo on the other side. Afrobeat and Afropop reinvented, hip life brought back to life, new energy infused into Kwaito and Kwela. Africa is balling. Every stroke, every shot, every race, we find our place at the top. Taking the helm of real power, new hopes for democracies. A breed of entrepreneurial tigers, audacious storytellers, and a promising generation raring to go. Truly, Africa is rising. And this is where the stories that define our continent live.
Direct response to live happenings. Factual content as truthful reporting is at the heart of our responsibility. This is the site of where the building collapse happened at about 4-5 yesterday evening. I am Bettina Onwili. This is News Central.
The recent economic challenges in Africa have significantly disrupted the continent's payment landscape, prompting the withdrawal of several international payment firms, including Mercury. Now, this decision highlights the far-reaching implications of compliance and risk profiling by some international banks, which can inadvertently disadvantage African businesses and the consumer. So to address these challenges, a nuanced approach is essential. This morning, Ibrahim Ibitade, CEO of Leatherback, joins me from London, UK, to help us understand this. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Edge.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning.
All right, so we understand that Africa has a burgeoning tech ecosystem, but this seems to be threatened by global economic headwinds as we know it, rising interest rates. We're also talking about tightening investment conditions. Now, how would you say these factors are impacting financiers who before now have been forthcoming with support?
I mean, it's a very tight market right now. I mean, investments isn't flowing as much as it used to. And I mean, I think the current situation with startups exiting Africa and the performance of startups generally too, and the basic landscape and the ability of these startups to also make the right kind of impacts that they should has not been as positive as many investors have projected. So it's very essential right now for all startups to get all the kind of help they need to be able to scale and grow further. And this whole Mercury debacle and not even being able to get access to basic bank accounts is something putting a clog in the wheel to allow startups keep moving forward. I mean, the minute you can't get a basic bank account to actually allow you flourish globally, because you find that many African startups today have expansion tendencies and expansion plans. So if you can't expand to get basic bank accounts to be able to function, then you can't even carry out your basic day-to-day activities. So it's not the best situation right now with everything going on.
So for these financiers, for the startup industry, the tech industry, how do you think all these, especially these three variables, can come together to actually synergize in the face of the challenges that you've highlighted in the African continent?
I mean, they are different, but all the different key stakeholders have a role to play. I mean, startups have a role to play, the financiers have a role to play, the government has a role to play in this, the multilateral institutions also have a role to play. You need to create an enabling ecosystem for startups and financial services providers to allow them flourish and offer the right kind of services that are in tune with the growing innovative strides that we're seeing in the markets today. You have many sectors, tons and tons of sectors, from the food delivery sector to the financial services sector to the people that issue cards, to remittance companies, to even AI companies today, AI-driven businesses today. You find tons and tons of businesses with different innovative solutions that there are no proper regulatory provisions or framework to allow them flourish and grow. So it essentially starts from all the necessary people. The financiers need to recognize that as you're providing the finances, you need to be able to support these same startups with the right kind of infrastructure, the right kind of, I mean, as simple as providing basic bank accounts. I mean, Leatherback today has partnered with some VC firms and some investment firms who have startups in their portfolio to make sure that as you're getting funds in, you're able to also get access to Leatherback bank accounts to be able to keep your funds in multiple currencies, Canadian dollars, USD, GBP, Euro, Nigerian Naira, of currencies.
Okay, so let's now tie that to Mercury's decision to also withdraw. Looking at the primary factors and the influence that Mercury has itself within that space, would you say that the reasons are equally valid? And how do you even think that would affect the perception of African markets by international banks?
I mean, personally, I don't think the reasons are valid, personally. But, I mean, it's understandable. Different companies make different decisions based on their risk appetite and their risk structure. Right? Leatherback, for example, will always align our risk appetite to that of our global banking partners, our global financial services providers. We recognize that different people have different risk appetites. We are structured as a business that has appetite for frontier markets, i.e. Africa and other developing markets. So you'll find that Mercury Bank, for example, has done their assessment and they've seen that the market is not the most viable for them right now. Maybe the income is not the most viable for them. Maybe the risk is not something that they understand, they don't see the returns or the value of the returns in them going into now invest a lot of money to understand that market. It's just not something that aligns for them. But considering the fact that, like I always say, Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people, a massive, massive economy, a heavy importing economy. These 200 people must eat, must grow, must sell, must transport. They must carry out basic day-to-day activities. You can't disconnect them from the global economy, basically. And that action is something that can potentially disconnect the country from the global economy. So it's not something I agree with.
That's quite big. Now, let's look at the issue around compliance and risk profiling practices by international banks. How do you think this affects African businesses? And, of course, if it does, what would you say are the broader implications for the continent with this trend?
I think it's a question of understanding, right? Do we need to understand where Africa is today? International banks, global businesses need to understand where Africa is today. We're in Africa where quite a number of people still pay rent. When I mean still pay rent, I'm referring to the most basic example that I always typically use is my rent, my proof of address might not be in my name, might be in my landlord's name because I rent a property in Wutemeta or something, right? We're in a country where to verify or validate proof of address requires a little bit more. It's not just as easy as you put in your postcode online and it validates and it runs through some credit registry and then you're just able to see that, oh, this person has lived in this place for the past 10 years. No, right? There are processes there's a separate kind of work that needs to be done to understand the concept of properly carrying out effective KYC and KYB practices in Africa. And for us to be able to do that, the businesses and banks, international banks, need to understand this and be committed to actually putting in the work, right? And that's where local businesses today, I will say that you'll find that quite a number of financial services providers across Africa, from Leatherback to quite a number of guys out there, are top tier compliant firms that have done a lot of work to make sure they lay down the foundations for what compliance across Africa should look like in the most automated fashion. I think the global and international banks just need to plug into this and understand and see that they can rely on these regulated firms to give them access into the African market.
So if we're talking about facilitating understanding, we're talking about granting access, what are the specific steps or nuances that you believe that most especially international financial institutions will need to take or probably consider when they're dealing with, emerging markets in Africa? Because we're talking about scaling up, we're talking about growing or spreading their horizon, so to speak. But then we still have these inhibitions in place. So for these international institutions, what do you think their focus or dealings should be to help African markets in this like?
Number one is regulation, right? I mean, you'll find a majority of the biggest and largest financial services providers in Africa are heavily regulated. Leatherback, we're an EMI in the UK, we're PSP in Nigeria, and MSB in Canada, we're regulated in 7 countries, as far as India, Nepal, even Ethiopia, right? You'll find that quite a number of many other financial institutions are regulated in tons and tons of countries. I mean, just yesterday, I still saw one of the biggest startups in fintechs in Africa got licensed in, I think, Tanzania also. Another one got licensed in Egypt. So the point is, the first thing is regulation. They need to look at the fact that if a company, if a financial services firm has gone the step of making sure that they are regulated in a country, then they have taken the first step in being willing to make sure the proper checks, KYC, KYB, EDD, sanction screening, transaction monitoring processes are done on all their clients. That's the first thing. The second thing is accessibility of data. If you find that the local financial services firms are willing to give you access to the necessary information you need, and there's no reason why you should put a blocker on the transactions. I mean, like I said, it's a massive continent, and Nigeria is a massive country. You need to understand. I mean, from the guy in the Dumota market to the guy in Alaba market that is importing heavily containers regularly into Nigeria to just go and sell, being identified with specific vices has not done us any good at all. And it's not the fact. It's not a reality. The reality is that we are a trade-based economy, and we need to sell. And trade is one of the things that leads us everywhere in Leatherback. So the second thing that needs to be done is if you have financial services firms that are willing to expose their information to you to let you see that we've done the necessary KYC, we've done the necessary ID checks, we've done the necessary POA check, we've done the necessary sanction screen check, and we're telling you that based on this list that you guys have provided to us, right, which the FATF has provided, which the UN has provided, which the World Bank has provided, this list, we've run different clients on this list, and this is what we have arrived at. These are our conclusions. Based on that, there's no reason why you should not be able to do that, which is where enhanced due diligence comes in, right? And we recognize it, and we're going to do that. So it's necessary for them to look out for those things. And again, also for the little tiny things, right? Financial inclusion is still something that we're struggling to find a way to make it prevalent across Africa, across Nigeria. Understanding that the guy in one village needs to still receive money from his uncle abroad. And the information you need to get on that guy. So those are basic things that needs to actually be put into consideration.
Definitely, there's a lot of potential in that particular sector, and it would also speak more to the startups and the companies within that space to also see how they can build resilience and be more robust along the value chain while not totally relying on probably the international institutions, probably the financiers to scale up their operations. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on the show. We appreciate that. Okay, so I will be bringing you more on Business Edge this morning. We're not done yet, so stay with us. We will be right back. On international business news, British pay growth dropped to its lowest in nearly 2 years in the second quarter, likely reassuring the Bank of England that inflation pressures are easing, while the unemployment rate unexpectedly dropped, official figures showed on Tuesday. The Office for National Statistics said that average weekly earnings, including bonuses, were 5.4% higher than a year earlier in the 3 months to the end of June, down from 5.8% in the 3 months to May and the lowest since August 2022. Sterling rose against the US dollar immediately after the data was published, and investors scaled back slightly their bets on the September BOE rate cut to around 35% from 38% on Monday. Global investors are turning bearish on once favored Japanese stocks following last week's turbulence as they reassess economic prospects and the viability of yen-funded trades. Using cheap yen to buy stocks on the Nikkei was a hot trade until this month. The Nikkei index had doubled since the start of 2023, and the tumbling yen had boosted returns for investors and companies. That trade is being turned on its head by sudden volatility in the Japanese yen. The Bank of Japan rate rises, doubts around Japan Incorporated's earnings, and worries the U.S. economy is stalling. Average daily turnover on the Hong Kong listed products reached nearly 20 million Hong Kong dollars. That's about $2.57 million, a 20-fold increase from previous week's roughly 1 million Hong Kong dollars per day, and the highest since its launch in May this year. Finally, crude oil prices edged lower on Tuesday, breaking a 5-day streak of gains as markets refocused on concerns about demand after OPEC on Monday cut its forecast for demand growth in 2024 due to softer expectations in China. Global benchmark Brent crude futures fell 57 cents to 0.7%. That's about $81.73 approximately a barrel at 0630 GMT. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures slipped to $79.58 a barrel, down 48 cents or 0.6%. Brent had gained more than 3% on Monday, while U.S. crude futures had risen for more than 4%. The Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries Global Demand Forecast Reduction for 2024 highlighted the dilemma faced by the wider OPEC Plus group in raising production from October. Away from that, we'll be bringing you back to Africa, precisely Nigeria, where we'll be looking at the MSME 2024 outlook. What does it say, and how will that bring about growth for that particular sub-sector? To stay with us. Micro, small and medium enterprises have been identified as the engine of many economies. For Nigeria, they also play a vital role by contributing significantly to employment generation, poverty reduction, and even overall economic growth. They also account for about 80% of employment and over 40% of gross domestic product. According to the NBS, the total number of MSMEs as of 2020 stood at 39,654,385, and this number is actually growing, with macro enterprises constituting about 96.9% and SMEs making up 3.1%. This morning, Abiodun Kayode Ali, Senior Manager, Tax and Regulatory Service, PwC Nigeria, joins me to unpack this. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Leko.
So looking at the numbers that I just rolled out, we're looking at it in the millions. Can MSMEs in Nigeria break even based on the survey?
Yes, they actually can, despite the fact that there is a lot of hurdles. Right, there is a lot of obstacles that they have to go through, but yes, definitely they can. Considering the fact that we've been studying what they've been going through, the challenges they've been encountering right from the pandemic period, pre-COVID period, and also given the fact that we've been trying to understand the key drivers for their performances and also what policymakers can do to impact on their businesses. We do believe that they actually can, and it's even the intention of the government that they actually do in order to achieve the target set for 2030. That is the target of attaining a $1 trillion economy. So I think with the right policy framework as well as the right macroeconomic environment, I do believe they stand a good chance of growing.
Before we even start talking about policy framework on what can be done, let's even look at the sectors that can be heavily impacted and can bring about appreciable turnaround. Now, from your report, looking at that outlook, a survey of 567 MSMEs are said to be operating in 13 activity sectors. So which of these look promising, and what factors would you say would aid their sustainability?
Yeah, okay, so thank you very much for that question. So basically the sectors that you see a lot of growth, similar to what we have in the macroeconomy. You're looking at the finance sector, right? You're also looking at the retail sector, right? These are sectors that are very key to our daily livelihood with respect to trade, with respect to buying and selling, and also with respect to small financing and at a small scale, right? So these are sectors that seem to be doing quite well. Basically, these are sectors that also they have their foundation on some of the inventions, right, with respect to technology, with respect to the digital economy, being able to make use of social media platforms to actually carry out your trade, right, and being able to use technology with respect to fintechs, being able to transact right online. So these are some of the sectors that are thriving. If you look at most of the traditional sectors that have to do with physical presence, those sectors have actually struggled, right? Especially where you have to go to your place of work commute take transport, given the fact that there is a high cost of transportation stemming from the backdrop of the removal of fuel subsidy, right? So, and also sectors that have to do with electricity, right? So a lot of small businesses have encountered challenges with the high cost of power. So those sectors are the ones that are actually struggling. So that's just a summary of what we've seen.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you talked about poor electricity. There are also issues around inadequate access to finance, and what we also have seen in terms of multiplicity of taxes among others, these MSMEs is actually hindering their growth. These are some of the challenges that you highlighted a couple of minutes ago. Then, if you are to talk about policies now, what kind of policies can counteract against these issues that I just mentioned?
Okay, yeah, thank you. So first and foremost, the major problem for most MSMEs has to do with access to finance, right? Given the fact that a lot of them are struggling to have collateral, which is a requirement for most of the traditional lenders, and even given the fact that a lot of them don't have that credit worthiness. So policies that would do a lot of good to them right now would be those that are centered around access to finance, right? We do know that the federal government has come up with lots of plans, lots of loans, given at the reduced cost to these particular MSMEs, but the truth is that not all of them have access to these particular loans, right, being offered by either the government or development finance institutions. So I think one key thing that will be important is for financiers as well as the government to try and come up with accessible funds, and also to come up with special products that would actually meet their needs, right? So some of them you don't have to necessarily look into going through the traditional bank. There could be a form of other alternatives, right, such as peer-to-peer lending that could be provided to them, as well as education. This will go a long way to help. Then also, if you then focus on those who are actually collecting these loans from the traditional banks, there is a high interest environment. I mean, it's something that is well known, given the fact that the Monetary Authority are trying to stem inflation through their monetary policy tools. It's also impacting on these MSMEs, and it's very difficult for them to obtain financing from traditional lending, right? So if you go to other forms of infrastructure that could be helpful to them, things like electricity, right? The government has come up with different innovations, such as the Electricity Act of 2023. We think beyond that, the implementation has been somewhat slow. We think a lot more needs to be done with respect to working with the private sector to actually attract lots of investments in that area, because the alternative to which most of these MSMEs have relied on in terms of power, going to diesel and petrol, the costs are also high, given the high international cost of energy in the international market, right? So I think a lot more needs to be done with respect to implementation of some of these measures that the government has promised, right? And also the government needs to do a lot with respect to collapsing facilities, such as we know that most of the time we've been experiencing power grid failures, right? So a lot more needs to be done with respect to some of these infrastructure that we have. And as long as we can tackle things like transport as well, that will go a long way in ensuring they're able to move products from one place to another. So I think these are some of the things the government can do in addition to some of the promises they've made with respect to creating or making available cheaper and more efficient forms of transport like that of the CNG.
Let's now look at the small-scale entrepreneurs and what they can also do to surmount their challenges. According to report, over 50% of surveyed MSMEs experienced a decline in demand for their products or maybe services, and this is attributed to higher retail prices and low purchasing power of customers. Well, you can't blame the customers anyway, because everybody's actually feeling the pang of the economic policies of government in the country. But then for these business owners now, what do you think they can do within their own ecosystem to address these challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lekon. So there's going to be a lot of innovation that needs to come on their part, right? So most of, like the report said, most of the causes or what they've experienced with respect to declining demand has to do with the purchasing power, the weakening purchasing power of consumers, right? And also the high cost. So I think one thing that can be done has to do with finding ways to innovate, right? To reduce their cost, right? Areas whereby they can kind of focus on cost saving measures that will help to reduce the cost of the products that they're actually selling, right? Then also I think from a government perspective, a lot can be done with respect to the cost of items being imported, the removal of regulatory bottlenecks, which also impacts on the final cost of these products that are being sold. Then with respect to reducing the cost themselves of the individuals, the small and medium scale businesses, I think one other key thing they can do is to make use of technology, leverage on digital platform to actually sell and market their products, because these are some of the measures that actually helped us during the time of the pandemic, right? The awareness of digital platforms in making trade, buying and selling. I think these are some of the things that can be done. And one more time, with respect to governments trying to avoid policies that would actually impact on them negatively. If you remember back in 2022, towards the end of the year, there were policies that the government put up with respect to running a cashless economy, right? Whereby most of these businesses could at least survive. There was also the policy whereby Twitter was being banned, right? And this actually impacted in a lot of businesses who actually rely on this platform to do their work. So I think if government is able to help in all these regards and also simplify most of the regulatory frameworks with respect to taxation, with respect to business registration, I think this will go a long way in reducing the cost of these businesses, and they are able to sell products that are cheaper and affordable to the public.
Okay, so finally, we look at the issue around funding for these businesses and alternative solutions whereby they can raise funds to scale up their businesses. We know that there are global headwinds. Investors are not too confident about the economic instability in the country. And you also mentioned taxes, multiple taxes, tax hikes, looking at the NPR, looking at the rates. So when it comes to funding and the challenges now, what do you think is the easiest, quickest and the safest way out? Just in about a minute.
Yeah, so basically, like most of the respondents in that survey had said, personal finance, relying on close network like family, right, as being the quickest, right? So the expectation is that as you look inward to finance and fund your business, it's expected that over time you can then begin to gradually scale by expanding and making use of other payment platforms, right? There are different platforms and there are different products that are being sold by financial institutions currently that can actually help, and they give these loans at interest rates that are quite friendly, right? Okay. So I think initially businesses should begin to look inward, and with time, as time goes, then they can begin to look at other means of obtaining finance, right? So, and also I think development financial institutions can help in here. So these are the thoughts I think that SMEs can actually look into.
All right, thank you very much, Abiodun Kayode Ali, Senior Manager, Tax and Regulatory Service, PwC Nigeria, for your time. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Lekon.
And that's it on today's edition of Business Edge. Do not forget that you can visit our social media handles at News Central TV. That is Pointal. And of course, www.newscentral.africa. That is our website. You can download our mobile app on App Store and Play Store. Check us up on YouTube also. We have a lot going on there. I am Lekon Obanjo. Enjoy your day.
Brighten up your morning with the latest news from the African continent.
Good morning, Africa. Welcome to Breakfast Central.
Weekday mornings from 7 a.m. West African time. Breakfast Central brings you the latest news, interviews, business, politics, entertainment, and sports.
Broadcasting live from Lagos, Nigeria, this is Breakfast Central.
at a meeting in Rotterdam, Holland.
Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. West African time on News Central, Africa First.
From the hills of the Southeast Africa, reporting coverage on the ground, exclusive reports, and the latest news, all right here. We speak to the people live, get their perspectives on the latest news, the happenings, and the trends. I am Bongani Siziba, live from Johannesburg, South Africa. This is News Central.
Everywhere across Nigeria, with news coverage driven by the quest for solutions, News Central brings you the stories that matter.
Bringing you major headlines and latest developments from the creeks of the Niger Delta, South Nigeria. I am Austin Azu.
Live from the Federal Capital Territory, I am Joshua Imarai, bringing you exclusive insights and updates straight from Abuja.
Covering the rich cultural heritage and dynamic events of the North, I am Emmanuel Bagudu.
Covering the ongoing developments and triumphs of the Northeast, I am Umaru Kirawa, live from Borno.
Bringing you stories of growth and resilience from the Southeast, I am Chinwe Ukele.
In the intensity of Nigeria's middle belt, I am Chizoba Anyowe, bringing you stories of diversity and latest happenings from Jos.
With a dedicated team of reporters across the nation, News Central is empowering viewers to shape the future of their communities. Because your story is our mission. Stay informed, stay connected with News Central, with fearless reporting on what matters most.
Hello and welcome to News Now here on News Central Television. Let's take a look at our top stories for this hour.
River State APC Caretaker Committee Chairman Tony Okocha rejects court judgment on his sack, heads to appeal court. Senegal Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko on first official visit to Mali seeks to mend ties with breakaway Sahel states. We'll be looking at Tanzanian authorities re-leaders opposition figures 24 hours after arrest. You get the stories here in a moment. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us once again. Let's go straight to the stories by telling you that the Caretaker Committee of the All Progressives Congress, APC in Rivers State, led by Chief Tony Okocha, has rejected the judgment delivered by Justice Sika H. Aprioku of the Rivers State High Court on Monday. The judgment was in response to a suit filed by Sam Etete Guang challenging the dissolution of the State Working Committee in Rivers State due to alleged anti-party activities during the 2023 general election. According to Chibike Ikenga, Publicity Secretary of the Caretaker Committee, the party had earlier petitioned the Chief Judge of Rivers State to recuse Justice Aprioku from the case, citing concerns about his impartiality. However, the petition was ignored. Ikenga stated that the matter was not a vacation case, but was adjourned and surprisingly brought back during the vacation period without any urgency or time constraint. The party is questioning the judge's decision to proceed with the case despite their objections. Earlier, we were joined on the news to discuss this by human rights lawyer Henry Ikene, and he had this to say concerning the issue.
But I think in this one, it's about stating the law. I had actually followed the events that led to the action that was instituted with respect to the All Progressives Congress, the leadership of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, where I recall that there was elected, a set of elected members of the Rivers State All Progressives Congress to constitute the State Executive Committee. And then while their tenure was subsisting, then the National Working Committee constituted the Caretaker Committee. So I followed that on. I think I understand that the issues were about the subsistence of the tenure of those elected members. So the court today, I followed the report, has actually stated the law. When you elect, we should have democracy. If we pretend or profess to be a democratic state, then we should really uphold the tenets.
Reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, has resumed office and directed his staff to follow suit. He issued a stern warning to banks, cautioning against conducting any transactions with the office of the Deputy Governor without his explicit consent, labeling such actions as illegal. In a video broadcast, Shaibu further mandated that any staff members who have not yet resumed work since his reinstatement must do so immediately or face consequences.
Reiterate my dedication to serving the wonderful people of Edo State. My reinstatement as the Deputy Governor of Edo State is a testament to the divine grace of God Almighty and the steadfast prayer of all Nigerians, for which I am truly grateful. In recent weeks, the Federal High Court in Abuja reinstated me as the Deputy Governor of Edo State, acknowledging the illegality of the impeachment. Upon my arrival in Benin, a tragic event occurred as an assassination attempt was made on my life. Thankfully,
meanwhile, the Edo State government stated on Monday that Philip Shaibu is impersonating the Deputy Governor and should stop presenting himself as such. Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Nehikare, noted that Shaibu is not the Deputy Governor of Edo State, and any correspondence from him in that regard should be disregarded and considered a forgery. To a business-related story now, Nigerian refineries, including the Dangote refinery, have raised their domestic crude requirements for the second half of 2024 to 597,700 barrels per day from 483,000 barrels per day in the first half. the national oil regulator said, despite tight domestic supply. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, was only able to help secure 177,777 BPD from oil producers in the first 6 months of the year, way below what the refiners had asked for. It said in a statement released. The NUPRC said oil producers could not satisfy the demands because some had operational challenges, while others pledged most of their output to traders who financed drilling. Dangote Refinery has accused the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, of failing to enforce a law that requires oil producers to supply domestic refiners, saying in a statement on Friday that this laxity in enforcement has been raising its operational costs. Joining me on the news to speak on Dangote's accusation of oil theft and NNPC crude oil regulatory laxity is Comrade Bedford Berefa, spokesman, Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so this is like the umpteenth time in 1 month that Dangote is talking tough against the unfavorable condition of the NUPRC and, of course, the NNPCL towards his refinery. What do you make of the recent statement?
Well, that is just a statement of facts. If you see the antecedents recently, as regards to the oil and gas sector, even the former president of this country, our grandfather, Olusegun Obasanjo, also he made that very, very explicit even when he was there. The monumental corruption that has endangered the oil sector over the decades is alarming, and the Dangote refinery has come to expose that reality. It bothers the fact that a local refinery is available in the country, yet with the huge amount of food production per day, you will see that the level of low supply to the Dangote refinery is crazy. It is a tale that shouldn't be said. It shouldn't be even come to the public space. It is quite saddening that the monumental corruption that has saddled the NNPC over the years. It is this time it needs to end now. If not, the Nigerian state will go into oblivion, because that is the economic power that we have. And looking at that, we have local capacity to produce just one refinery. You can supply that refinery for over 6 months. You are supplying less than 50% of the demand of that establishment. It is quite appalling. And the youth, the Niger Delta Youth, the Ijaw Youth Council, particularly, is particular about this laxity over the years. We have been crying over the years, that the oil thieves are not those that are in our bush, in our villages. The actual oil thieves are those that are wearing suits in the NNPC, that are, carrying out this monumental corruption. And this has also exposed that fact. And that is why we are saying that, the NNPC is no longer suitable to function as a regulatory entity, for the functioning of our local refinery. Therefore, there is every need for laws to be put in place, to either disengage those that are currently at the end of our prayer and decentralize, the NNPC for, proper, output.
Well, let me just follow up with your statement. You talked about it being a monumental corruption and it needs to stop. Well, recently, a former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, and of course, an Afri-capitalist, and not forgetting too, businessman Tony Elumelu, had cried out to say it's high time that the federal government name names and call out those who are indeed stealing from Nigeria's commonwealth, especially from the crude. Do you think it's a hard stance? It's a difficult one for the government to actually publish or point fingers and then start calling out those who are benefiting from this oil theft, therefore making it hard for the refineries to start working and then also making it difficult for the likes of Dangote? Are you there?
All right, can you hear you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, I can hear you. I said, looking at the poverty that has bedeviled this country, every sensible government, particularly in this 21st century, that want Africa to work, that want Nigeria to work, that want Nigeria to take its place as a giant of Africa should do the needful. The government, those that are thieves of oil thieves, thieves, they know them. They are part of the government. They are part of the financiers of political parties. They know them. So any government that wants Nigeria to work should name them. For us as the Joint Youth Council, we are going to, distant time, we are going to take it upon ourselves to start calling out names, to start publishing names that these are the actual oil thieves. They are in the NNPC. They are in the government sector. There are people that have been in this in the government setting that have been sponsoring political parties over the years. If you could see harassing in a position that a business mogul.
Anyway, comrade, I think we seem to have...
He wanted to purchase an oil import too. They did everything to trunk.
Anyway, this is a conversation that we look forward to have in continuation of looking into the story. But most importantly, thank you so much. I'm sure that the thoughts expressed are your thoughts, that the thieves can actually be found within the government circle. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at more stories here on News Now.
For decades, the Niger Delta oil-producing region has suffered losses from oil theft and pipeline vandalism, which has led to Nigeria losing billions of foreign exchange worth of crude. But with the engagement of Tantita Security Services, pipeline vandalism and oil theft has reduced significantly. Tantita Security Services is an internationally recognized security outfit based in Delta State. Tantita specializes in providing professional security solutions to the oil and gas industry through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, with over 1,000 plus field agents, 30 plus operational and combat boats, 10 ground-to-air drones. Tantita is changing the narrative around security in the Niger Delta. Tantita Security Services, dedicated to putting an end to oil theft in the Niger Delta.
You're watching News Now on News Central Television. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed an application seeking to stop the hashtag End Bad Governance protest. Justice Peter Lifu dismissed the ex parte motion filed by 15 Nigerians, including Danladi Goje, Buki Abayomi, and Adiza Abo, who sought to restrain the protesters from continuing their demonstration. The applicants claimed that their fundamental rights would be breached if the protest continued, but the judge ruled that there was no evidence to suggest that the protest would resume since it had already ended last week. Justice Lifu also criticized the applicant's lawyer, Sembili Soka, for failing to provide the required affidavit to support the request for an interim injunction and substituted service. The respondents in the matter included various organizations and individuals involved in the protest, as well as the Attorney General of the Federation and security agencies. This ruling means that the protest can continue, and the court has refused to grant an interim injunction to stop it. Let's go down to stories concerning Kano State. The Kano government has suspended a 24-hour curfew imposed in the state in response to looting and destruction of properties during the hashtag End Bad Governance protest. Baba Dantiye, Kano Commissioner for Information and Internal Affairs, announced the suspension of the curfew during a state broadcast on Monday. On August 1, Abba Yusuf, governor of Kano, imposed a 24-hour curfew in the state following reports of violence during the protest. The 10-day nationwide protest against bad governance and economic hardship commenced on August 1. On August 2nd, the governor relaxed the curfew by 5 hours to enable Muslim worshippers to observe Jumat prayer. The commissioner said the governor lifted the curfew completely due to the satisfactory and improved security situation in the state. The Nigeria Police Force has shed more light on the raid of the office of a foreign national at the Labour House in Abuja, saying that intelligence information revealed that taking advantage of the recent #EndBadGovernance protest to create crisis in the country. The Inspector General of Police, while responding to questions on why the police were not in support of the hardship protest, says that available intelligence revealed that some of the organizers planned to use the protest to sabotage the country. Our correspondent, Idong Joseph, reports.
The allegations by the Nigerian Labour Congress over the raid of its national secretariat by security operatives has continued to generate reactions nationwide. While the NLC is demanding an apology from the federal government and police over what it described as an unwarranted invasion, the police is saying it acted within the rules of the law. The police also denied that it raided the NLC headquarters, but a private office belonging to a foreign national in the Labour building, over intelligence information that the suspect was engaging in terrorist activities and sabotage efforts using the recent EndBadGovernance protest in Nigeria.
Why the noise about the raid on Labour House when the police didn't raid Labour House? We raided only a shop that the individual was using as a front, and we have been monitoring his activities. He was very active in the Sudan crisis.
Oh, wow.
And he's in Nigeria mobilizing people to destabilize our country.
Speaking at the Nigerian Police Force Youth Summit, which held in Abuja, the Inspector General of Police says that criminal elements tried to take advantage of the protest using the cover of its popularity on social media. He called for collaboration with youth in the country, saying that the police is open to a partnership.
I don't believe that protest that is mobilized on the social media is hijacked. Hijacked by who? By the same people that were mobilized for the protest. So our experience in previous protests would not make the police to want to take part in any protest that we know is going to be violent.
I have seen that we are not communicating enough to the Nigerian youth. And this is why I appreciate what is happening here.
But the police has the wherewithal. They also have the responsibility to get members of the community to cooperate with them.
While it has been agreed by all stakeholders here that citizens are expected to play a role in ensuring adequate security, many believe that the ideas presented here will help contribute to fostering youth involvement in national security issues. In Abuja for News Central, I am Idong Joseph.
In light of the ongoing economic crisis in Nigeria, there are growing calls for the repeal of the immunity clause found in Section 308 of the 1999 Constitution. This clause currently provides immunity for state governors and their deputies from prosecution, which critics argue fosters lack of accountability and corruption in governance. Lekon Obanjo brings us details in this report.
308 of the Nigerian 1999 Constitution provides immunity from prosecution for presidents, vice presidents, governor and deputy governor during the time in office. Specifically, it states, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this Constitution, no civil or criminal proceedings shall be instituted or continued against a person to whom this section applies during this period of office. This immunity clause has been a subject of debate.
If you look at the international criminal, for instance, the concept of immunity doesn't exist in that jurisdiction. Because if you commit any crime under Article 5 of the Rome Statute, that is war crime, genocide, crime against humanity, all of that, you can't be availed immunity. If we look at the Nigerian case, there is the contradiction. When a president or vice president, a governor or deputy governor comes into office, they have to swear to uphold the Constitution. Now, having sworn to uphold the Constitution, if they violate that same Constitution by committing crimes, why should the Constitution grant them immunity?
Against what many Nigerians felt would have been a milestone in the anti-graft crusade, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, in a report dated May 5, 2024, denied releasing a list of 58 former governors said to be under investigation for allegedly misappropriating 2.187 trillion naira over 25 years. It, however, confirmed ongoing investigations of some former governors. How soon, if at all, will justice run its course?
It is a question around a fair justice system. It's a question around discriminatory law enforcement. We are younger people for stealing Yahoo people, and whether EFCC going after Yahoo. But how many times have EFCC commented this issue around Malta and the petroleum blending of fuel in Malta?
In African states where there is a sit-tight syndrome, where you can have presidents who are there for many years, if a crime happens and they continue to pile up the crimes, even the witnesses may die before the time for the prosecution, or there will be so much that has overwhelmed the state such that the idea around prosecuting a certain crime will be discarded because of the many issues that need to be dealt with.
How can the rule of law be observed with the immunity clause in place?
Immunity does not protect against investigation. Immunity only protects against prosecution. So nothing stops the police, the EFCC, or any other law enforcement agency from prosecuting, from investigating criminal actions, even they are covered by immunity. We are only a state that has been captured, a state that is at the heart criminal and corrupt state. So instead of them to prosecute fairly, they prosecute based on discretion.
The issue of accountability is important for any relations, particularly governance, for it to go well. Because once powers cannot be interrogated, then it will be power on rampage. Then people will do whatever they want to do because they know that accountability will not catch up with them. The governors, the deputy governors, the president, the vice president should be at the forefront of protecting the laws, should even be the ones championing themselves and saying, look, we want to be accountable.
As the nation grapples with economic challenges, critics assert that removing this protection would help restore accountability and promote good governance. From Lagos for News Central, Lekon Onobanjo.
Nigeria's federal government says that it has concluded plans to begin the production of light ammunition in the country. The Minister of State for Defense, while informing newsmen on activities lined up to mark the 60th year anniversary of the nation's Defense Industry Corporation, says that Nigeria will soon end the purchase of its 7.62mm caliber ammunition for the nation's armed forces. He adds that Nigeria is already selling small arms to sister African nations. Amadine Uyi reports.
Many experts believe that a nation is as strong as its military-industrial complex. With Nigeria establishing its Defense Industry Corporation about 60 years ago, Nigeria's government says so much has been achieved by the corporation.
The DICON has established in 1964 and has since been at the forefront of Nigeria's defense manufacturing, contributing significantly to national security and technological advancement. This 60th anniversary marks as a significant milestone in our journey of innovation, resilience, and dedication to the defense need of our nation.
At this briefing to outline activities to mark DICON's 60th year anniversary, officials from Nigeria's defense sector say the industry has grown tremendously and will soon begin the production of certain calibers of ammunition for its security needs.
We are signing an MOU now to begin the production of small ammunitions in Nigeria. I can assure each and every one of us, in the next 2 years, Nigeria will not buy 7.62mm caliber with ammunition again. Never. Bye-bye to that era.
We assure you that we have that capacity, we have the capability to produce, and as you know, many countries, many African countries now are coming to DICON for the procurement of their arms and ammunition.
They also add that the upcoming two-day conference by DICON will seek to harness innovative talents of young Nigerians.
We have heard of cases in many states in Nigeria where youth are already innovatively making things in the informal sector. And so we don't want these people to get into the wrong hands and this technology. We want to harness them. So that conference has an aspect that is going to cater for this.
They commended efforts at amending the DICON Act, saying the new act will contribute significantly to national development and national productivity. In Abuja for News Central, I am Amadine Uyi.
Nigeria has called for the support of the countries of Iceland, Sweden, Finland, Norway and Denmark in its quest to obtain a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. This was as ministers from the 5 Nordic countries paid a visit to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs called for more collaboration with the 5 countries, saying Africa's largest democracy has much to learn from their stability and success.
We're looking to engage, to learn so much from all the countries because the Nordic region is one that excels in terms of the circular economy. This is something that we feel we can do a lot together. Your triple helix is something also that we're monitoring and admiring from a distance. We want to see how we can benefit from that mutually. And there's several other areas that I think we can delve.
The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and the Borno State government have engaged in high-level discussions aimed at facilitating the repatriation of displaced persons from Cameroon, Chad and Niger to Nigeria. This was when delegation of the UNHCR visited Borno State Governor at the State Council chamber in Maiduguri. News Central's Umaru Kirawa completes the report.
With the substantial return of peace in most communities that were hitherto insecure in Borno and the fringes of the Lake Chad, so many displaced persons have been resettled. While constructions are still ongoing in the hinterland communities, the challenge now is that of making the people independent in their quest for survival. Representatives of the United Nations Refugee Agency and the Borno State government have initiated strategic talks to address the complex issue of repatriation from neighboring countries.
Our responsibility, our mandate is to support government in providing protection to refugees, but also to internally displaced persons and to find solutions.
Our main request is one. Government has to take ownership. If anybody who does not want the state government to take ownership, then we want to maintain our dignity and convey a message to this organization that we thank you very much, we are okay, and we don't need such interventions.
A paradigm shift towards sustainable development, focusing on rebuilding communities and providing socio-economic support is part of the strategic talks.
The sustainable response goes beyond the initial humanitarian assistance that has been provided. What we have seen here in Borno, but in a number of locations, is the fact that the humanitarian assistance has continued for a long period of time. And because of all the crises that are occurring around the world, we have seen less and less, we have been able to mobilize less and less of these humanitarian resources, and that has had an impact on populations.
And we have resolved all issues that henceforth we shall work together in synergy. We shall do a joint planning mission, joint monitoring and evaluation mission, so that we shall have value for money on what UNHCR is doing.
This comprehensive strategy aims to not only facilitate a smooth return, but also to support lasting stability and self-sufficiency for the affected populations. In Maiduguri for News Central, Umaru Kirawa.
Earlier we were joined to discuss this, Dr. Musa Usman, a communications expert, shed more light on his own thoughts.
Saying is not just about repatriating these refugees, bringing them back and then keeping them there, no, but providing opportunities for them to pick up their livelihood in terms of, because most of them were actually fishermen and subsistence agriculturists. So the objective is not just to bring them back, but to bring them back, restore their livelihood so that they can eke out a living through what they know how to do best in terms of fishing, in terms of animal husbandry and agriculture. So that in a way, it will help to sustain the development process within the communities. It's not only about bringing them back to rebuild communities and then settling them, but what will they do after they have been resettled? That is the fundamental question. And I think that's what the governor is alluding to in terms of.
Coming up next here on News Now, Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu regains freedom hours after arrest.
Africa needs its own storytellers, people who understand the continent because they're from it. People who know that news is more than just a conversation starter, it's our stories. Because these stories run deeper than headlines and segments. It's about digging deeper to get the facts and telling the human side of every single story, not just the echoes from foreign headlines and perspectives. It's time to take back our narratives and share them in our voices. The birth of Africa's New Age reporting. And this is where it begins, right here at News Central TV, with stories that put Africa first.
Welcome back. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has paid a surprise visit to Mali, which recently cemented a breakaway union with fellow junta-led Sahel nations, Niger and Burkina Faso. The trip is Sonko's first official visit to a country belonging to the Confederation of Sahel States, all of which are led by army strongmen who took part in coups. It was set up in July as a rival to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, original bloc to which Senegal belongs. At a meeting with Mali junta chief Colonel Assimi Goïta, Sonko said Senegal and Mali were united in their realities, but that he requires them to continue to cooperate on all levels. Tanzanian opposition figure Lissu and others have regained freedom. That's because Tanzanian opposition leader and others got bail after holding them for hours to thwart their rally. The Chadema leaders were arrested in the southwestern city of Mbeya, where the party was due to hold a rally on Monday to mark International Youth Day. Chadema's Director of Communications and Foreign Affairs said that around 500 youth supporters had also been arrested by police as they were making their way to the Mbeya gathering and were being escorted back home. Tanzanian police had announced a ban on the Chadema youth gathering, accusing the party of planning violent demonstrations. A swearing-in of President Paul Kagame after his election victory means the Rwandan leader will now be running a fourth term. Though Kagame is also praised for Rwanda's economic growth over the past 3 decades, critics question his authoritarian leadership and believe he has stayed too long. In this next report, News Central's Bernard Akede looks at the trend of African leaders staying for long in office.
Slight victory was a person. Rwanda's President Paul Kagame would be it. Kagame won 99% of the votes in Rwanda's last presidential election, according to the provisional results, while his 2 opponents collectively received less than 1% of votes. In 2015, Rwandans voted to remove the 2-term presidential limit, potentially allowing Kagame to remain in power until 2034, and his recent election victory and now swearing in has got critics asking how long is too long for a president to remain in office.
In this century, it is not
really nice for leaders to consistently and persistently remain in power, and so I hope that Paul Kagame will not go the same way like other countries, in Africa, where the leaders have been there for more than 35 years, for more than some up to 40 years.
Some of the longest-serving African leaders include Theodore Obiang, who has ruled for 45 years, Paul Biya, 42 years, Yoweri Museveni, 38 years, amongst others. Though Kagame may not be as old as some of the longest-serving presidents in Africa, some still believe he has been ruling for a long time and as such should step aside, while others believe it's okay to stay even longer since the country's economy is doing well under him.
It means stability for the country. And it also means that Rwandans value the current trajectory, that they want to preserve the gains they have made, and that they trust the government to continue on this path of transformation with renewed vigor.
The challenge of sit-tight presidency or permanent presidency, in Africa has not been a very good story for we Africans. And so I don't think I would prefer a president who will stay for too long, like the countries you have mentioned. I think it is better to leave when the ovation is still loudest.
The argument further continues that if there are age limits for the likes of judges, professors and soldiers, etc., shouldn't there be age limits for presidents as well?
If you feel, in terms of your biological makeup, in terms of your psychology and everything, you're okay, then what's wrong with that? These are things we should be looking at. But the thing is that if you look at a president or someone who is contested and you find out that psychologically the person is not fit, biologically the person is not fit, then I think that is the only time that the discrimination should start from the party.
The conversation of age limit for presidents goes beyond the shores of Africa. 82-year-old Joe Biden, who recently pulled out of America's presidential race, and 78-year-old Donald Trump are the two oldest candidates the nation has seen, and some say this is a cause for concern. Maybe someday there could be a globally accepted age limit for presidents, or maybe not. In Lagos for News Central, I'm Bernard Akede.
African leaders will be meeting in the Chinese province of Hunan in September to deliberate on fostering close and mutually beneficial economic relationship with China. The meeting, which falls under the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, is organized by the China-Africa Economic and Trade Council. A team of Nigerian journalists visited the headquarters of the council in Hunan, China. We have more on this report.
The team was received by some top officials of the council before the delegation was led to the exhibition hall that traces development of the relationship between China and Africa. Hunan province, with a population of about 70 million, is located in central China. Its trade with Africa grew with 23.1% in 2022 to 55.67 billion yuan, an equivalent of $7.8 billion in 2023. Chairman of the China-Africa Economic and Trade Promotion Council says the purpose is to create a community of shared future for mankind.
General proposal for establishing the China-Africa Economic and Trade In-Depth Cooperation Pilot Zone is part of the China's promoting the community with a shared future for mankind. This is part of this initiative. And because economic and trade cooperation serves as a fundamental benchmark or fundamental thing for boosting the bilateral cooperation of countries. And under the community with a shared future for mankind, it will not only boost the economic development of African countries, but also will improve the livelihood of the African people.
He highlighted that China is committed to supporting African countries more in the manufacturing sector, an area it holds high comparative advantage over the nations.
The manufacturing industry is not well functioned or well developed in African countries, and you want to create more jobs, you want to do the local production. So these issues has already occurred during the bilateral cooperation. And we hope under the guidance of the general proposal, we can solve these issues for boosting more efficient economic and trade cooperation.
A member of the delegation raised a concern on the trade bottleneck between Africa and China, as transactions cannot be completed without a currency broker, which the US dollar has become. In response, Mr. Xiang Ping explained that the currency swap deal between Nigeria and China signed in 2018 is still being considered for implementation after initial delay due to poor understanding of the value. Now this meeting has ended. Next is the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation holding in September. Leaders of the 54 countries in Africa are expected to converge on Hunan to deliberate on enhancing the shared value of the blocs.
You're watching news now. We'll go for a break. When we come back, we have more stories. For decades, the Niger Delta oil-producing region has suffered losses from oil theft and pipeline vandalism, which has led to Nigeria losing billions of foreign exchange worth of crude. But with the engagement of Tantita Security Services, pipeline vandalism and oil theft has reduced significantly. Tantita Security Services is an internationally recognized security outfit based in Delta State. Tantita specializes in providing professional security solutions to the oil and gas industry through a strategic partnership with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPCL, with over 1,000 plus field agents, 30 plus operational and combat boats, 10 ground-to-air drones. Tantita is changing the narrative around security in the Niger Delta. Tantita Security Services, dedicated to putting an end to oil theft in the Niger Delta. Thanks for joining us again. Iran has rejected calls from Western countries to stand down its threat to retaliate against Israel. This comes after the killing of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last month, which Iran and its allies blame on Israel. In a statement, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman Nasser Kanani said that Western countries are failing to hold Israel accountable for its actions and are instead asking Iran to take no action. Kanani called the request politically illogical and a violation of international law. The US and European allies, including Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and the US, issued a joint statement on Monday urging Iran to stand down its threats of a military attack against Israel. They warned of serious consequences for regional security if such an attack takes place. Tensions in the Middle East are already high due to the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza. Western diplomats are scrambling to prevent further escalation. For more on this, I'm joined by international correspondent Afua Hagen. Thank you so much for being here, Afua. And let's go straight into it now. Where are the negotiation stages currently as we speak? Where are they?
Well, negotiations for peace talks perhaps could be the thing that is holding off Iran from making any decision or going forth with for any retaliation because of the killing of those two leaders, a Hamas leader and a Hezbollah leader. And at the moment, the negotiations are off, but it's thought that they could be resuming this Thursday in either Cairo or Doha, set to be attended by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, as well as key mediators from Israel and Hamas. This could be a final bridging proposal. That's what it's being called. And all sides are being urged to attend this meeting because this is no longer just about keeping the peace between Israel and Gaza, having a ceasefire there and for hostages to be released. This is also about the wider Middle East and the wider region and what could happen if ceasefire talks are not completed or come to some sort of positive outcome. You could have Iran retaliating. Now, Iran has already said that it will retaliate, and it has to retaliate. It is ashamed that Haniyeh was killed on its watch in its land. So there will be a retaliation. Just how severe and how swift it will be. It has been quite a few days since that assassination, and we haven't seen Iran retaliate yet. And everybody is on tenterhooks that it could happen at any time. Now, I don't think we will see it happen before those ceasefire talks on Thursday. But how successful those ceasefire talks are will determine what happens next.
Now, we do understand that the Western world have told told Iran to actually stand down any threat or attack. But what has been the world's response to its increased threat of aggression so far?
You're absolutely right. You had the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, make his first contact with Iran leadership in over 3 years, any contact that the UK government has had with Iran leadership. And he put in a call to say, like you said, stand down, to stand back from making any retaliation. At the moment, there was a joint statement from France, Germany and the United Kingdom, which was issued on Sunday evening, and calling for the warring parties to strike a deal, saying there can be no further delay, given the simmering threat of a regional conflict. Now, the US and Israel are prepared for a scenario in which Iran does strike in a different way. Now, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin ordered a guided missile submarine, that was the USS Georgia, to the Middle East, and it accelerated the arrival of a carrier ship in the region as well. And the U.S. also released $3.5 billion of weapons to Israel, weapons and military equipment. This is months after it was appropriated by Congress. And the Israeli military have suspended vacation flights for permanent personnel in anticipation for an attack as well. So you can see all sides kind of gearing up for any attack that Iran could make against Israel.
All right. Thank you so much, Afua Hagen, for joining us, our international correspondent here at News Central. We'll talk to you again. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has announced plans to engage market leaders and key players in the supply chain to combat the growing issue of exploitative pricing of consumer goods across Nigeria. The executive chairman and CEO of the commission, Tunji Bello, highlighted the impact of the exchange rate on the naira, noted that prices for both imported and locally produced goods are often unjustifiably high. The statement said the problem is especially pronounced in the retail sector, where certain market associations have been implicated in price fixing, resulting in unfair costs for consumers. Let's bring you some sports updates. President of the Paralympics Committee in Nigeria, PCN, Sunday Odemode, urged para-athletes to be exemplary representatives of Nigeria as they left for a training tour in Germany. Departed from Murtala Mohammed International Airport, athletes, coaches and training partners flew with Ethiopian Airlines, Qatar Airways and Royal Air Maroc, competed in para-athletics, para-badminton, para-table tennis and para-powerlifting. The athletes were indeed advised by Odemode to avoid any actions that could damage the country's reputation and to perform with pride. While not promising a specific number of medals, Odemode expressed confidence in the team's potential. Team Nigeria's assistant captain Femi Alabi noted the team's strong preparation and assured Nigerians of a commendable performance. Nigeria earned 10 medals at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. And that's the news we have for you, especially for this hour. But before we go, let's take a look at some of the major stories. River State APC Caretaker Committee Chairman Tony Okocha rejects court judgment on his sack, heads straight to the appeal court. Senegal Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, on first official visit to Mali, seeks to mend ties with breakaway Sahel states. And we also told you that Tanzanian authorities have indeed released leaders of opposition figures 24 hours after arrests. You can send in your eyewitness reports to the WhatsApp number on the screen. And don't forget to also follow us on all socials. We are at News Central TV. You can also watch us live on DSTV channel 422, Star Times channel 274, Avo TV, and you can stream live on Facebook and on YouTube. Joe Hansen, thanking you for watching. Good afternoon.
The Paralympic Games is a premier international sports competition designed for athletes with disabilities. This incredible event is divided into Winter Games and Summer Games occurring alternatively every 2 years, bringing together athletes from across the globe to showcase their extraordinary abilities. For Nigeria, the Paralympics have been a beacon of hope, particularly when it comes to adding shiny medals to the national tally.
Nigeria is ready, looking at from the athletes' aspects. We are training, seriously we are training. I will tell you that most of the national team trains here in Lagos. This is our gym. This is where we train. Every Monday, from morning till 11:30, 12, if you come here, you will meet us. And to succeed in this powerlifting, you have to be steady in training. We are prepared. And I believe that government will call early camp because early camps prepare athletes very well. According to the resource person, he have told you that, or he have lectured us that people coming from distance, some come from Ikorodu, and some come from Mowe coming to training in this national stadium. But when there is camp, athletes will be kept in a place. Their sleeping time will be okay. Person that is living in Ikorodu wakes up 3:30, 4, leaving house 5 o'clock or 4:30 to be here. There is no sound sleep. And transportation, the distance, everything, distraction, a lot of distraction. But if there is early camping, I believe that we will do better.
In their debut at the Barcelona 1992 Paralympic Games, Nigeria made a resounding entry, securing 3 gold medals. Currently, they proudly hold the 37th position in the all-time Paralympic table, boasting an impressive collection of 40 gold, 19 silver, and 21 bronze, a total of 18 medals. Looking ahead to the 2024 Paralympic Games, all eyes are on Nigeria's para-powerlifters with heightened expectations for their stellar performances.
Pressure has always been there. Like I have said earlier, the Nigerian para-powerlifting is #1 in the world. Africa, we are #1. And we can't drop. With the help of this new minister, Senator John Enna, he has called me severally and encouraged me. I have gotten enough motivation from him to give Nigeria gold medal again in the next Olympics. We're looking for more medals, not 1 or 2. We hope to get more for Nigeria.
Powerlifting takes center stage for Nigeria, contributing significantly to the Paralympic success, clinching an impressive 24 medals, the highest in their medal count. The luminaries of Nigerian Paralympic history include Monday Emogave, Ruel Ishaku, Yakubu Adesokon, Roland Ezurike, Latifat Tijani, Esther Onyema, Lucy Ejike, Bosse Omolayo, and Folashade Oluwafemi Ayo, each inscribing their names in gold. As preparations kick into gear, these remarkable athletes eagerly anticipate the triumphant moment when they once again raise the national anthem from the podium.
The target we have, though, as I said, if you see tomorrow is by the grace of God. So we depend. Everything depends on God. If God says we will see more than tomorrow, because He even said in His word, He said we should not go for tomorrow. It's for today. So we are preparing for today. I believe by the grace of God, God will keep us to see tomorrow, which I believe with the training the coaches are giving us and this kind of competition, we will meet up to the standard.
They prepare well. I know say God will help me for France. God will help me. I go do more. I go do more for France. I go do more. God will help me. I will do more again. I will break the record again in Jesus' name. Next year you get one championship, Dubai. So I like make the sponsors go Dubai. So if you go Dubai, I want to bench my weight. I want to bench and use and break record for that side, so I can prepare for Olympic.
Yet challenges loom. Some athletes require additional tournaments for optimal readiness, and the federation grapples with the financial need to facilitate early campaign.
The athletes are ready. What we need is money. The issue of money. One, you need to camp them. The last championship, we went to Dubai for championship. We got about 2 gold. We got 2 silver, 4 bronze, which was very poor for us. They were camped only for 5 days. Meanwhile, the China that have given us serious chance camp the athletes for 6 months. Egypt, the same. Egypt camped them for 9 months. We camped only for 5 days. Why we camped them 5 days? Because of issue of money. If we have money, we can camp them for months. Believe you me, nobody will beat them, any class. We have the best.
Reflecting on the Tokyo 2020 outing, the powerlifters displayed prowess, securing 6 medals, 3 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze, setting the stage for elevated expectations in Paris come 2024.
Weak. They're getting old. They're aging. They have been there. They have been on the stage for 20 years. Some of them are not. The performance has been dropping. So we need to change them. You don't just change somebody who's on a pathway already. You don't just bring in. There's not like a football. You bring in this person is weak. No. You have to be, since you have already on the pathway, must maintain that pathway until you attend the Olympics. After the Olympics, you can be changed. So for those of them that are weak, we need to change them. So we need to do championship trial. We have them all over that can beat these ones that are here now. But they don't just come in to organize that trial. It involves money. So when you get money, that's why I keep saying money, 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 money. When you get money, it's a big motivation for athletes.
In anticipation of the Paralympic spectacle in 2024, Nigeria's para-powerlifters stand ready for an even more spectacular performance fueled by determination and the quest for further glory on the global stage. Favor Itwa, reporting for News Central. A beautiful time in the world of sport. And talking about sport, athletes of different countries have started arriving after the outing at the Paris 2024 Olympics. Talk about South Africa, talk about Botswana, amongst others, as some of them have really thought about what they did at the Olympics. Why it was a good outing for some, it was a disastrous outing for others. And meanwhile, in the Paralympics, it's also preparations for countries in the world, as Nigeria have also started preparing, dotting their I's and crossing their T's ahead of the Paralympics. Good afternoon to you, Nigeria. Welcome to today's edition of In the Game, the program that brings you up to speed concerning happenings in the world of sport, where we dissect, analyze, and talk about major issues and trendy issues in the world of sport. And Favor Itwa, your anchor for today's edition of the program. I'm not alone. I've got a guest who, of course, will talk about sports with me this afternoon. Kayode Ojo joins us this afternoon. Good afternoon to you, and welcome to In the Game.
Good afternoon, Favor. Good afternoon to our viewers out there. It's good to be here.
All right, interesting one. And we can't but kickstart the show. But first of all, let's let you know that you can be part of the show. We're, of course, on DSTV 422, Star Time 274, and, of course, on X. You can get to follow the conversations. Let's take it now straight to our top 5 stories making headlines in the world of sports, starting from football, where Nigeria's Kelechi Nwakali has signed a 3-year contract with English Football League 1 side Barnsley FC as a free agent. The 26-year-old midfielder, who was named the 2015 FIFA Under-17 World Cup's most valuable player, joins Barnsley from Portuguese second division club Chaves for an undisclosed fee. Nwakali expressed enthusiasm about his new opportunity, stating, I quote, "I believe I can contribute a great deal to the team and looks forward to making the Ockwell his home." He will watch Barnsley's match against Wigan Athletic on Tuesday, 7:45 p.m., but is expected to make his league debut on Saturday against Lincoln City at 3 p.m. Barnsley FC is currently 17th after a 1-2 defeat to Mansfield